We got the area ready, but can you please move up? Where those people are sitting, you've got to move up from there. Those young blokes sitting down the front, you're going to have to move up. You're going to have to move up because we're going to do some skids in there, because that's another great Aussie pastime that we seem to do here. I'd say we invented that as well. Like, I know that we probably, we invented Jamboree. Ray Box invented Jamboree. It was a drag event, maybe the first in the world, that just encouraged anything other than a V8 to race. 4 cylinders in a race. More or less 4 cylinders. So that was born out of wanting to do something different. Burnouts, I think, from some of Nat's days has kind of been where we've celebrated the motorsport that is burnouts. And now guess who seems to like to do burnout shows themselves at their own track? Mr. Cletus McFarland, of course. He's taken over burnouts. A lot of people, a lot of Aussies in America now doing burnouts. But what about here in Australia? Do we still do a good burnout? Do we still have a good burnout crowd? Where's our burnout crowd? Give them a clap, cheer and a whistle. Where's all our sick burnout fans? May have G'd you up a few seconds too early there. Thought I'd just get you ready to G up, you know. But this pad, now, I'm not a burnout judge, but this is a technical burnout pad. It's got a pretty narrow chute, short chute. You can't get a lot of speed to get a tip in. There is a kind of a little side barrier there which you can kind of get tucked around the corner, but it's still good to see that we're going to throw a couple of burnout cars out there. I like this one. Eat, sleep, skid, repeat. I like that one. That's good to see. Comes a couple more of our pro modders back. And Zap, I wouldn't underestimate that HQ. He'll go back and get a percentage in there and still be ready to spank a few guys over 3 rounds. Yeah, so there's our quickest ever ET he's ever run. 5:58 on the hat. That's always been a thing in Zaps to put the ET. And of course, that's 5:58 slam illegal. So that's been, relatively heavy, controlled on overdrive, all of that gear. So that's still a run that sort of, goes down as being pretty stout for many, many years. And that's good to see that we've got plenty of door slammer superstars in the place. Of course, the burnout motorsport. Again, we're not judging today. This is not anything other than a demo. Just as we sort of, do a bit of track prep, there'll be calling out for round 1 of everything soon, because you know what we do around here at Jambo? Oliver, I'd love to enter in Brizzy Jambo just to bust out a blazing 16. I do hopefully think...
We would love you to do that, Ollie.
Even if you wanted to start with 16s, Ollie, I do think 13B bridge should get you something maybe in the 12s if you don't break anything. Yeah. It's got all the best gear in it, thanks to Jerry from Direct Clutch for the clutch, thanks to Pack for the super adapter, the bell housing there as well. Yeah. Thanks to Scotty Layden for all the help and advice and teaching Oliver how to build the bridge.
Now you just need someone to teach him how to drive it.
No, I don't have a lot of experience driving a bridgie. I have to get Auntie Janie over to teach him how to drive a bridgie. Can't stay a constant throttle in those things. You've got to be either accelerating or decelerating. They don't like constant throttle, All right, we're going to let the first skid go here. We've got the Aussie flag on board and, of course, the unofficial Aussie flag, the boxing kangaroo. I think famous since, the America's Cup win. And, again, that skipped about 3 generations now from when we did that. What have we got, a screaming Echo Tech in there or something, have we? Has he got passenger on? Well, he has too. There's nothing better than taking a passenger with you so you can G up the crowd. Nice skid, nice intent, takes it back towards the entry, trying to get every square millimetre out of the pad, fill it full of smoke. Now the breeze is being a little bit complimentary today by holding on to the smoke, getting rid of it gradually, but not blowing it away. Nothing worse than a 20 knotter coming across that takes all your hard work away. At least here you get to hold on to a bit of your work. Yeah, I should actually have checked what engine's in it. It could be a Screaming Echo Tech, could be a Barrow. I don't know. It just doesn't. You'd notice a Barrow in this thing. It is covered up though. But that is a hell of a good skid. Very hard to film. Not exactly photogenic for the live stream here, but if you tuned in right now, there's the Aussie flags and a whole bunch of smoke on the live streams that disappears in there. Give him a clap, cheer and a whistle, folks. Come on, bit of a whistle if you can. He'll hear that. Nice skid. I'll give him a 9 out of 10 for that. 9 out of 10. He didn't hit anything. He kept quite a lot of continuity, which basically meant that he kept the throttle up at all times and didn't have to hesitate or lift too much. Constant smoke, instant smoke. It's also seemed to have crapped itself coolant-wise, so it could be an Ecotech. If it's done that, it could be an Ecotech. Don't burn yourself, Stevie, down there. Stevie Betts down there having a look. Let that thing cool down for a sec. All right, here we go. Pretty stock-looking Falcon, but pretty much sums up nearly every industrial estate I can think of in the last 10 years. And the BA licence plate, I think, too filthy. Is that right? All right, so a few skids in there. Geez, don't take the rear quarter off it. Be careful. Whoa, okay, that was about 800 mil from the barrier there, so I know I've seen it tighter than that, but if he had gone in at that speed, it was going to be a fairly decent shove. But now this is the danger now when you get yourself into this situation. Your spatial awareness has got to obviously go down. He's in there somewhere. There he is, I think you see the back of him. The wind has shifted a little bit. There we go. Copping a smell of that over there, folks, aren't you? It's something about burnout tyre smell and drag slick smell. I prefer the drag slick smell. Nicer sound to it. Nicer smell to it, rather. It's in somewhere. Give him a round of applause, a clap, cheer and a whistle. Nice effort. Beautiful effort. Beautiful effort. Now here we go. We got a little bit more Falcon here. A little bit rarer Falcon, the EF Falcon. I mean, these are getting rarer by the day. Barra powered. Got the sun visor on it. It's an FG Barra. You can tell by the plastic intake. All right, so these things are good for, I think they're 195 kilowatts, I think, from memory, and can skid really well. Careful of that very rare Falcon rear sheet metal. Let us not damage the back of that precious thing. So setting up the skid in a very similar way to the rest of them, sort of getting the perimeter all smoked in, getting yourself into a little tight spot here. You're letting that Barra scream. It's not quite a screaming 2J or a screaming RB. The Barra's built for a good purpose. You can make good power out of them boosted. And NA as a burnout engine, yeah, well, there's still a few around that do the job week in, week out, the Australian burnout scene. It's pretty vibrant. Now, can I go and be as bold as to go on the record and say that it's actually probably more vibrant and active than the Australian drifting scene in a way? I think there's a lot of people out there doing the burnouts. Give them a round of applause as well. There we go. Three skids in a row. Not too bad. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. I don't know what we do if we put a mega horsepower burnout car on that pad. That's a pretty compact pad, you must admit. And how blessed are we with the wind? Just getting rid of all of that there nicely. They're doing a bit of a quick pit stop here, and all the smoke is gone. Here they are. Oh yeah, they've definitely killed that set, and they are into it. I think the little Econovan or the E2200 out the front seems to be the only one that's still holding on to its tyres. Still got its passenger on board. happily strapped in. But there's tyres getting changed. We've obviously got to do that because we don't want to be running them out on the rims out through any of the venue here. We like to try and keep this place as spick and span as we can. Leave the pad for what it's supposed to be, and that's to murder the tyres, which we've successfully done and kept it in that area. So our burnout guys are into doing the tyre change, and well done, you burnout lunatics as usual. But not everyone can have a factory extreme car, so you can, still got a motorsport. Maybe I'm in the wrong game, Janie. Maybe I've got to get into the skids. Maybe I've got to. There's some good prize money you can have in some of the contests. There's some good contests and some good coin around. So that is a hell of a list there. I almost want to take a photo of that. So we've got our Pro Mod qualifying list here, which I know we can probably repeat over the PA. For everyone also watching the live stream at home, would also be able to know. So, of course, he did the one shot this morning, John Ricker, 5:43, 270 mile an hour. Brody Zapier, 5:77, 247. Zach Neesvik, good to see there, 6:09, 239. Bailey McClure, 6:12. Lorenzo Golotto, 6:19. Steve Carlson, 6:26. Dan Camilleri, 6:35. Pisalides, 6:37. Sakaridis didn't improve on his 7:67, even though yesterday went 5:42 yesterday. And I think this afternoon, if we get our conditions back to very similar to what it was like yesterday, you will expect to probably see that performance step up. So still plenty of this racing to do this afternoon, folks. So get your friends out here, get your family on the road and get them out here and see you this afternoon. Of course, John Zapier and Joe Gauchi finishing 10th and 11th, where you wouldn't normally see them. But, the best thing about Chicago Shootout for these guys is you get to see 3 rounds of those guys racing. The field will be seeded, and they will have 3 matchups over 3 rounds. So each racer will race a different opponent 3 times, and then it'll determine on who the best 2 are for the final for the coin. I think today it's 5 today for them. So that's still better than your average door slammer money, I can tell you. Like the 20 grand at the Brizzy Jamboree, and I think we've got up about 5-ish here now for this one. So it's still better coin than most door slammer fields. So that is a killer pairing, sets of matchups. And I know that Race Control will probably do the seeding with that one shortly. So we'll be able to see those mouth-watering matchups shortly. Factory Extreme, well, that ended up, George Dazewski, 6:02. Rob Marjan, 6:03. Jay Sadek, 6:26. I still got that. Yeah, I've got the sheet there. Just keep an eye on those sheets. 6:26 for Jay Sadek, Eddie Harwack 6:39, Jordan Spencer 7:91, Zoran Gagic 8:36 with change, and Chris Kuramola the same 8:66 with plenty more potential in the bag, no doubt about that at all. Pro Compact, it's still Dominic Maiolo, and we might have to go down and do a few little pit checks just to make sure, just to see whether or not they can get that 200SX back for round 1. 6:83 for him, 6:85 for Dodsey. Marcus Pepe, 7:20. Nelson Poppywell, 7:25. And we saw that thing come back on a tilt tray last run, the previous session. So who knows whether or not that's a thrash happening there as well. And remember, we said that at driver's briefing today. If you are out due to breakage, you need to come and let Race Control know. Too late. There we go. The horse has bolted. So that is it. The breakages. All right, so 20 odd in Street Compact. So there we go.
And can we please have all officials back to your positions? All officials back to your positions.
Have we got some mustard up there already by the look of it?
Must be just
I can just see in the background like J275 round 1 and the light coming up very, very soon. No, you do all that there, Janie. We'll be crunching the numbers, and by all means, by the sound of that, we need all officials back to their positions, please. I would assume having that little burnout break there's probably got the officials out for their break, but we are just about ready to go with round 1 of everything you would assume very, very soon. And we are starting off with that J275 field. And the seedings, we won't quite know. They'll have them in there. We won't quite know. They'll just come out and we'll see them that way. You found them? Oh, there we go. Okay, so they'll sort them out. But there's a hell of a good field of J275s as well. And as we said with them, we run Chicago Shootout, 3 rounds for them as well. I think the only things we're going eliminations is that dial your own and street compact, I think, because we've got the big fields and we chop them down from there. So good entries here for 2025's Garrett Advancing Motion, Adelaide Jamboree. Big one, of course, our 35th anniversary there at Brisbane earlier on this year. Big crowd there. We had the place chockers. It's been a while since we've seen the traffic jams like that getting into the venue. It was crazy. The atmosphere, of course, if you've never been to one, you should probably pop up and check out next year's one. I mean, the 35th year anniversary bash was probably a little bit special because we really did try hard to really push and pump it up, and it paid off. It was a big one. It was massive. I'd like to think we had 220, 230 entries there, so we had a whole bunch going down, and qualifying on the Saturday, racing on the Sunday. And good representation, massive representation on Saturday. Sunday always falls off. People, if they're going to spend today, they'll pick a day, and Saturday was the day for a lot of them. Sunday, quite a few did still come back for that, and they were rewarded with some fantastic racing in every category. And like anything, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Even though drag racing is a sprint between one spot to another, to actually win an event is a marathon. I'm not going to bag Jane here with her running marathons or anything like that. I honestly thought when you said this morning you were going to go for a run, I thought you were actually going to run around the track this morning. You weren't allowed, or you're too tired? Yeah, I don't know where you get the energy from to do that, but because when you text me to say, well, this is what I'll be doing tomorrow morning, and then I thought, wow, you must wake up with a bunch of energy. I mean, I wake up and I'm like an old whippersnipper. You got to sort of prime the fuel, press the little thing 10 times and put it on choke and try and crank it, see if it'll kick first go. Sometimes it doesn't. And then you eventually warm up and then you're away. You just must bound out of bed and run around everywhere. And especially staying at the lovely ridges down the road here, of course. Our rooms are down the other end of the complex. Yeah. Oh, look, the upside, of course, is being on the track at Ridges to see the track. The downside was being 3 kilometres from reception, but that was my walk this morning. It was a kilometre walk to lobby, but it's fantastic. Yeah, I saw that beautiful sunrise this morning too, Jane. It's a beautiful day out here. The conditions just about perfect. The sting of the day, I would assume, is gone. Plenty of kids down there on the in the kids zone down there. What have we got down there? The slide, the jumping castle, the face painting. I'd have to duck. If I had a chance, I'd duck out to the pits and see, the result of some of the creations from the face painting. A lot of kids love the Spider-Man. I noticed that's a thing. What was the one you said? You reckon it should be a rotor, or someone should just get a rotor painted on their face? That'd be. Yeah, Rodney would have a nice little, even a little rotor on the cheek or something. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? But it's good to see that kids are enjoying it down there. Now, feel free to take your kids down there if you want to. If they want to burn off a bit of energy, it's always a handy place to go down and do it. And we always like to put that on for the kids and provide those activities. It's part of our festival atmosphere that we do have at Jamboree. It's a car festival. Yes, it's drag racing predominantly. Of course, it started as a drag day. But, many things over the years. And here's another thing. In case you were wondering, when you were watching our little flashback from early Jamborees and you saw a couple of times people swinging sledgehammers, did you see anything? If we do play that video again this afternoon, if you do see that little flashback of 35 years of Jambo, a couple of times in that video you see people swinging sledgehammers. And if you're wondering what that was all about, well, again, this was a thing. It was an not to say way before the term activism was probably used, it was just a day for non-V8 cars, predominantly the VW Club, to go up and have a track day at Willowbank. But one of the activities, they had a couple of different activities, right, to make it more than just the drag day. one of them, they would have rotor and rocker cover races. So you could bring up a rotor, like a rotor for rotary. I think that didn't happen at the first event, but it happened soon after. And you put little wheels on it, and you had this big wooden ramp, and you would race the Volkswagen rocker cover down the ramp against other Volkswagen rocker covers, normally painted up. I mean, yes, you think about it now in 2025, probably not as exciting as it was back then when we didn't have internet. Or anything like that. Four channels on the telly back then. So yes, racing rocker covers via gravity was an entertaining thing. People would put wheels on a rotor and roll that down there. So that was one activity. The other one was that you could bash a V8. So they had, and back when they were actually cheap, and I think it was a ZJ Fairlane, probably a 302. Here's this beat up old ZJ Fairlane. And I don't know whether you could pay. I think you could. But you could take that sledgy and you could bash the crap out of the V8 if you wanted. That was the whole, V8s have held us down in drag racing for so long. But this is a way to get back at the V8. So you could literally swing a sledgy into an old, I'm pretty sure it's something like an old ZJ Fairlane. You could swing into a V8 without fear of reprisal. So if you do see that little recap this afternoon, you'll see, I think, 2 occasions in that video, they're swinging the sledgy and they're bashing the V8 up. Of course, here we are, 2025. We'll embrace all of that. We'll embrace all of that because we're told to be inclusive. So we're very inclusive. So if you're turbocharged and you're 4,000 horsepower V8, we're going to let you run because all of a sudden it's a festival of freedom. And if this is what a festival of freedom looks like, well, it's sure glad you're part of it. I'm sure glad you're part of our people, not only here watching live at the Bend, beautiful facility, but everyone watching throughout the virtual community. And speaking of the virtual community, the Rashies have turned up, and oh my God, it's the Panini. Is this a Panini Brothers shameless plug? Oh my God. And just when we think Sydney dishes it out, here is South Australia's version of it. And obviously the cannolis look very beautiful. I would assume that the tray would have been fuller than that, but obviously it's a long trip up here, isn't it? It's a long trip up here. Good to see the Rashies up here. I thought you'd be chopping up in the hot rod here or something like that. Oh, you have been, yeah. Well, you're that's right. I think you helped us last time we're down here. I was thinking, I haven't seen Rashi I thought Rashi looks familiar in this shirt. Here they are. Congratulations on your season. No, well, here we are. We're into it, but thank you. Can we keep those, give some to the guys and stuff? Oh, lovely. All right, here we go. First pairing of J275, Alex Whitehead and Mason Clean Green. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's daylight, and it's going to be early shoot and an 8:14 for Alex Whitehead. Very close to his PB, and Mason 9:29 couldn't repeat that earlier 7:73. So it goes to show, percentage-wise, 3-round Chicago shootout, you still may not be able to swing yet. And I think when you do come up against an opponent that you know's had better performance, you might have to back yourself. But I still think right now, this time of day, if you've got more horsepower than average, you still might, on that 275 radial, you might just have to play that percentage game. But that's a win for him. Now it's Joshua Rawlinson and Bradley Schreiber, all the way from WA, Joshua Rawlinson. That is the Barra-powered Falcon Ute. He's gone 8.1s today. Brad Schreiber got 8.31 here today. So there's not much difference between the South Australian VB and the WA Falcon. So we've got to take them into Bump City here as well, these two. Plenty in J275. Turbocharged running heads up on that radial tyre. J275, round number 1. Oh, flickering. Oh, careful. Jeez, how did he pull that off? 052. I don't know how he did it, but he's done it. But here comes Schreiber, the 6 litre. Might just have a little bit more this time. 8:41. Yeah, something's gone wrong with the Falcon. Didn't shift or do something, but he was out like a rocket. But Schreiber has got 1 from 1. But how did you nail that? Yeah, hook right in, courtesy of Rashi here, Panini Brothers. Oh, taking that one, guys. I'll take that one. Thank you, boys. Just when I thought the sweet tooth needed to be satisfied, boom, the Panini brothers turn up out of nowhere. Thank you, Rashi. Thank you, boys. And they're helping us with the show and shine as well. All right. Timmy Januzzi and Phil Bennett, our next pairing. Narrawarren North Victoria is the VL, the Sigma. Phil Bennett. Now remember, he got timed out. Now, as we were told, the pro classes are 7 seconds. J275 is 10 seconds that you've got to stage once your opponent's put the bottom bulb on. That's, of course, if you've got a bulb on. If they've got 2 bulbs on and you've got none, there's no timer. You put 1 bulb on, you've got 10 seconds to get the second bulb on. It only happens once you put a bulb on. Sigma's got a bulb on. So if you've got a combo that takes a few seconds to stall, you've got to be really tactful on how you get that second bulb on. All right, Sigma's on the move. Here we go. Oh, Sigma goes for the wall. Oh, the Sigma gets the wall. He gets the wall. Is he trying to steer it back? I don't know. 7.59 for Timmy Januzzi. Put him down for a win. Oh, absolutely for that. And Philip Bennett for the wheelie. Wow. Well, if we were looking for spare panel parts for a Sigma, well, we're going to have to start looking through the maybe the yards down here in South Aussie probably got a few more Sigma parts than the rest of the country. But that was a crazy run, not only from Januzzi, but just from the Sigma itself. Hey, when he brings that thing back, you got to give him a big round of applause for the entertainment. Here we go, big replay again. Goes into Bump City, J275, off he goes. Sigma into immediate wheel stand, goes and gives the wall a pretty decent shunt, and it's almost like it almost didn't faze him. It's almost like he thought he'd just keep back in it. I don't know, but I thought he took the mirror off and everything, but the thing is still attached. But that was a hell of a run. Can we just look at that replay one more time? The guys are ready to watch the replay down here, and we all love a good replay. So let's just see if we can see that shot again. Of course, we get a different angle standing right behind it here, but of course on our stream, that's we catch it just off the leaf because we've got a camera out the front, and then we go to the next camera from there. So we get the beginning of the launch, what we saw from behind. Oh, here we go. Here's the replay. Here's the replay, boys. Here we go. Big wheelie. Missed that off the launch, and then, by then he's into the wall. What's that? Probably 200 foot, nearly 200 foot out. And by all indications, that's all we need to say about that, because guess what? The Sigma, I can see him, is he limping back? So we're going to have to give him a G up when he gets back. We're going to have to give him a bit of a round of applause for his antics, because that's crazy. We knew it was a crazy idea when the Sigma turned up. The very first quali today, he just about put it on the bumper. And the next run, I think he was timed out. And then that run, well, he was ready to go, except the old Siggy. She reached for the sky. All right, Jeremy Sheeb has got the bye, by the look of that, from Narrawarren in Victoria. Toyota Supra, and we know potentially this has every bit the potential to go 7/6s, 2 JZ power, as we know, 3.2 litre as well, so it's got all the fruit in it. All right, so look. Boost line connecting rods, J275 round number 1. It's a 1-from-1 for him. He could red light and still get the win. He could. The only thing he can't do is not stage. He needs to stage. And it's almost like he just didn't quite grab it then, so there he is. All right. If he was to do a run and hit the wall or cross the centre line, he can be disqualified for the run. But he's now taken the tree, and effectively right now, as long as he goes down the middle, will be 1 from 1. So he was the guy lucky enough to get the solo. So that's a run that you can kind of just throw away. Okay, here he comes. Here comes Phil Bennett in the Sigma. You wild man. Give him a round of applause. She's a little bit wounded. Give him a round of applause for his wild antics. Not that we're encouraging him. He is going to. He's got probably a couple of war wounds on the side. Yeah, has he? Still got the mirror on it. Giving it a nice little shunt there, but that is a hell of a little machine there, isn't it? You don't normally associate Sigmas with that much excitement. It's Australia's most exciting Sigma right now. All right, buy run here too, righto. So whether or not we had someone not show up, even though we had them seated, well, that doesn't normally always pop up sometimes on our screen. But here it is saying buy beside Keith Hards, the XW Falcon. This is a free swing. Here's Frankie from Dandy behind, trying to get that W into the tracks. Whatever happened on that last run obviously did not affect it because it sort of lost, well, he was off the power just after the 660, about probably 800 foot out, rolled off the throttle and just hit the chutes. But now he is back and going to steer this 4,000 horsepower XW on a solo. So again, free swing for him. And by all indications, this is lined up for real, lined up for serious. As we said, 4,000 odd pounds, 275 radial, leaf spring, 3,000 odd horsepower if you could get it all down. It needs every inch of the 3,000 horsepower. All right. It's either going to be epic or straight away. It's got so much horsepower, even though like the best way for this thing to travel is, you know, to be dead hooked all the way, get all that power delivery in, but it just did not want to have a bar of it. Did not want to have a bar of it. But you can bank down that as a win, 1 from 1. Just disposing, well, not disposing of, redistributing the remaining paninis, Panini Brothers stuff, the cannolis. All right, Andrew Martin. Same deal here. Buy for him, free swing for him. Keith 1 from 1, the Supra 1 from 1. Andrew Martin 420 cubes. Very, very stout. Now, where is he going to feature by round 2, round 3? A lot of the times, if you get this buy, you've got to take it with both hands because there's probably a good chance you're not going to get another one. So let's just see what it happens right now for him. There we go. On the hit, blows the tyres off it too. So we might just have a little bit of that residual heat that we've still got there. That, and again, not so much the heat, the UV, it can really play havoc. As we've seen, the track's been prepped and sprayed and the cars have got, 570 Pro mods. We get these guys down and yes, I do think the sweet spot's next round away, I think. But until you see the rest of the field, we don't know. Whether we had a couple of scratchings there that we didn't know about here. We did, of course, ask during the driver's briefing that if anyone was broken, that they need to come and tell race control immediately. Of course, that factors in the seating for each category, especially over Chicago Shootout. So whether or not the sweet spot is next round away, we do not know. Some of these guys will find this to suit their car's liking. Every single car, of course, is completely different to each other. You might see 10 VLs go down the track, I can tell you those 10 VLs aren't exactly identical in their makeup, especially if they've had the kitchen sink thrown at them. So quick hot lap back here for the Kingswood. 1 from 1, he'll get that time slip. That's a 1 from 1. Wish I hadn't seen that. Was that like meringue or marshmallow? Marshmallow, was it? Meringue. All right. It's nearly 2-inch diameter marshmallow devoured in sort of one mass. All right. Marvellous. Thank you, Janie. Thanks for that. Oh, it was just something caught my peripheral vision. I look over and there's sort of 2 inches of meringue getting ingested. Gone. Gornsky, you're not getting that back. Whooshka, it's gone. All right, modified 10.5 round 1. Guess what? Kagorski. He's going to try this track out right now, temperature-wise. I'd love to actually know what temp we've still got there, because as much as you can be sitting out there in the sun and it feels beautiful and that nice little light breeze, it's not really, we're not sitting here super sweltering. Remember, the hottest part of this whole place is probably going to be that black track out there right now. So right now, no one's going to throw anything at it just yet. A win is a win there for Kagorski, but you can rest assured he shouldn't be having too many solos, you would imagine, unless we've had a massive scratching of at least another couple in modified 10.5. I think here's the, well, I thought might have been a pairing, because if that's Kagorski, where's Lazarovsky and Tadevsky? This is Lazarovsky now. So maybe no Darko. And yeah, I don't think we've seen Erkin all day. Entered in modified 10.5. Right, so there we go. It'll be basically the 2 VLs in modified 10.5 will, they might as well match race each other the next 2 times, I think. I know that they'll probably go buys. And that's the lottery you play when you're in that smaller field, you know. There we go. Okay, there we go. So Kagorski, Sean was supposed to race Darko next round. Sean gets the bye. Darko's supposed to race Peter, but no Darko. Righto, okay. That kind of doesn't mean right now, Darko, if you're still working on that, you probably can come for the next round because you're already seeded. Sometimes that's what happens. Guys don't turn up. They might be doing a bit of work on the car, and that's the case. You might miss a round. So we don't want to call all that stuff too early. It might just happen. All right. Is he going to have a real good try here? No, same deal right now. Just some of these don't want to go down. Just, I mean, horsepower's not modest either. It's pretty decent horsepower. So, yeah, these conditions just might, for some of these cars, need to settle down temp-wise. And as you said, was it last night? So testing finished at 7 last night. I think before 8 it was pitch black, so dark by 8. So we know in the afternoon we are going to lose that temp off the track and start to cool down, not heat up. So Keithy comes back, ran it out the back door, throws the chutes in the back of the XW, goes back and gets himself ready for the next round. He was trying to give that a fairly decent send. It just didn't quite work out for him. But yeah, as we said last week, up in Queensland, at night, the thing is on an absolute mission. When the thing is hooked up and sticky, that thing winds itself up, and you wouldn't believe the thing can be 4,000 pounds and still be picking the wheels up, like just picking them up a foot and bobbing them up and down, and it's quite the feat. We might see a little bit of that later on tonight if we're lucky. But round 1 of J275 in the books, modified 10.5 with that reduced field. We know how that's going to pan out the next couple of pairings for them. It'll be over in an instant because the 10.5 guys are now predominantly down to a pair, perhaps 3 if Darko's maybe doing some fixing on it or deciding to sit this round out. But blessed with a bunch of VLs here today in the various classes, and modified 10.5. Normally at Brizzy Jammy we've got a few, quite a bunch in there. But down here, they're spread again over a variety of different categories. But modified 10.5, I think qualifying-wise, they're very close in performance, those two. So by the time we get those matching up against each other, should be quite a tight couple of runs there between them. Beautiful. Well, we're just trying to get the next categories all suited up and ready to go. And of course, we've asked all of our competitors as you come to the lanes that you gear up and get ready to go ASAP. So, you know, fire suits, helmets, shoes, socks, you know, the stuff. Get it all ready and get ready for racing once you get into those lanes. So we've done round one, just checking it here, round one, Factory Extreme, round one, Pro Compact, round one, Pro Mod, going to be coming up very, very soon. But we are in, of course, Street 289 coming up in a sec. Modified Compact will be after that. Street Compact and Dial Your Own. Pretty big track prep coming up after that, which is going to then unleash all of our Factory Extreme cars for round one, our Pro Compacts and our Pro Mods. So that is coming up. But a couple of fields to start dealing with here as far as racing is concerned. And from what we've seen there already, a couple of buys sneaking in there as the attrition rate does creep in. I can see a few of that field there just getting ready. Dial-ins I can see on the window because, yeah, the next class, Street 289, that will be, it's still our 3-round shootout, but it's Chicago shootout, but it is Dial Your Own. So they will be racing on respected dial-ins. So that allows you the handicap system, of course, which is super helpful for keeping the playing field very, very level. As we talked about just earlier on in the day, of course, one of the big events, Sport Compact events that we always keep abreast of is, of course, the Pan Ams, the Pan Americas. That was held there at Maple Grove a couple of weeks ago. 1320 covered it. It's a big Dial Your Own race. So literally think of everything from Factory Extreme to Modified Compact in the one class. So literally 5-second 6-cylinder door slammers racing high 7-second rotary 4-cylinder and 6-cylinder door slammers. So think of, 32, 64 cars like that. That's Dial Your Own on steroids. I mean, we're lucky here in Australia, we're able to divide it into various categories because we've got pretty decent fields normally, especially Brizzy Jamborees and all of those. Oh, lovely. G'day, Craigie. How are you, mate? The Jungle Jane and Diggs commentary there. Glad that you're enjoying the stream and the commentary here. Thank you very much. All right, Street 289 brought to us by Summit Racing Equipment. Summit, of course, huge amount of support around the world to races, events, series and sanctioning bodies and more. They're well known in the motorsport and automotive industry. Jamboree Management's excited to welcome Summit to the Jamboree family, being part of all 3 events this year, Sydney, Brisbane and now Adelaide. Rewarding each winner, runner-up and top qualifier at all 3 events. They're vouchers to spend at Summit Racing and discount opportunities for the racers. So thank you, Summit, bringing us Street 289. And it is a piston versus rotor round 1 matchup. Dialing, well, we've got no dial here. We're not dialing. All right. Street 289. We're just chopping them. Petros Christophilopoulos and Corey Hunter, the 1800cc Gemini, the G180. Normally an 8-second machine, but no, looks like they're going up against each other here. Can't see him there. All right. Is this the run the Gemini gets back to its former self? It's going to need to be. Petros has gone 874 in the R100, so the Gemini needs to be up near its best. Oh, how's that for the wheelie? Petros over the centre line. That'll be a win there to Corey, but oh, Petros, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. We better probably put it out to the crowd there. That was 2 shots at it too. All right, we'll check that out. Going to be hard to ask the crowd over the little over Connor for Kenos's car, but hands up who thinks that's the better wheelie than the Sigma. Hands up if you think that's a better wheelie than the Sigma. Hands up if you still think the Sigma's there. Hands up if you think it's still the Sigma. All right, few people got their hands up for the Sigma. Hands up for Christos in the Mazda. All right. Hands up for the Sigma. Oh, okay. Might be a toss of the coin before the end of the day. Or, you know how we sort that out normally at the end of the day? Another bigger wheelie. That's how we sort it out. Another bigger wheelie. That just might solve it all. Dave Reed's got the photos. Here we go, Dave. Drag photos on it. That's not a bad wheelie either. That's not a bad wheelie either. Wheelie and a scrape. Wheelie and a centreline cross. Oh, it's tough. Geez, we got the tough decision. Thank goodness the crowd's here to help us out, eh? Thank goodness the crowd is here. All right, Connor. Street 289. He's going to put the little 12A into stage here, and this is a free swing for him, by beside him. And people wonder why go the 12A instead of the 13B, and it's like, well, there's a new series of standards, isn't it? It's a new challenge. Do it with a slightly smaller motor. 13Bs have been used for many, many, many years. The 12A starting to make a comeback. The little 12A can still murder the 28.9 tyre off it. And that's, people are wondering what 28.9 or Street 289 means. It is actually describing the rear tyre size. The maximum tyre size you can have in this class is a 28-inch tall by 9-inch wide. That's what 28.9 is. 28.9 is that. All right, he's coming back. Give him a round of applause for the wheel stand anyway in the R100. Give him a round of applause. That's a wild ride and a half. Slow down, though, please. Slow down as well. That's too fast. That was too fast, by the way. Coming back, it was too fast. Up the return road. The adrenaline's got to be through the roof, though. That is a loss, by the way. So Corey Hunter, the win because of the cross of the centre line. For Petros, Christophilopoulos. And we're just getting our next pairing ready. So Janie's crunching all the numbers. It's amazing she can breathe after taking that meringue in. That would have definitely blocked the airways. That was a huge ingestion. No, I can't eat mine yet, mate. There's no gaps. No gaps yet. A huge ingestion. Yeah. I would have had to done the old Heimlich manoeuvre on you had you not quite managed to ingest that marshmallow down. Oh, here's the little. Well, we haven't found out whether this is the old Grimace yet, have we? No. Was this a car pack, Bill? Because initially it was a pack customer car. It just same colour, 13B auto. Kind of says that to me. All right, Street 289. We're through. Now we're into Speedflow Modified Compact. Speedflow, of course, 25 years located at Taree. Australia's #1 choice in performance hose and fittings. Proudly manufacturing, supplying quality hose fittings to the automotive industry throughout the world and Aussie. So speed flow, modified, compact, here we go. There is dial-ins for modified compact, I notice. Here we go. I think that's Michael Pepe. Was that what we had there before? Russell Wild, 880 and 775. Right lane leaving first by 1.05 seconds. Get him back, just got to bring him back. There we go, now we can do it. He came in a little too early there. We're trying to set the times and the dials up. But it was an 880 and a 775, I think. So here we go. Go the Rotors. Modified compact, round number 1. Rounded him up already, Russell Wild. Now, just might need a little lift at the finish line to save the dial in. 868, that'll do him, 868 and a 991 there for Michael Pepe. So, yeah, just rolled off the line, did not want to leave on time, and that has put it back, the advantage back in Russell's lane, and thus plenty of time to back off and do whatever he needs to do there. All right, Deb O'Connell. So good to see Deb at a Jamboree. O'Connell Family Racing. Now, check that plate out. It does say single overcam there. Oh, no, Sonic. It says Sonic. See, with the parachute in the way, I thought it said SOHC. But this is called Sonic. It is an AU. So if it kept its engine, it's an Intec. But I'm starting to think it's a Barra,
That's
right?
funny. I haven't seen that.
Sonic. I love it. My next door neighbour's got a Subaru called Bruce, named after the shark in Finding Nemo.
I love that.
So this is Sonic. All right, so the little blue, I shouldn't say a little blue Falcon, it's an AU Falcon. 888, getting chased by an 841. Still don't have our mystery 9001 racer yet. Oh, you had his name, didn't you?
Adam Ince.
Adam Ince. So this is one quick little RX2. Round 1 nerves though, you know, you're bumping it in, getting the boost up, got to leave on time. Here comes the lights, clean green. Clean green, tell you what, reaction time 027 for the RX2, 085 for the Falcon. The Falcon's way out in front. Oh, the wind of the Falcon, a 91 beats a 79. 891 on an 888 beats an 879 on an 841. So she deserved that win there, did Deb O'Connell. All right, the next pairing. Here he is again. All right, show and shine presentation in 20 minutes. Diggles, Bump City. I love this.
I've got to go to the show and shine.
Mark Thomas, do I have to come and crunch those numbers, Janie?
Nah, you do you.
Okay, well, how am I going to do that? Mark Thomas, Danny Quilty. Here we go, a 950 to a 912. I'll write some stuff down when it comes. All right. Keep an eye out on that Rodeo. Little wheel spin both sides. Identical reaction times, 064, 064. But it's Quilty that's going to go through. 950 the dial, 1022 the win. Mark Thomas, 064 light. Both guys leaving identical. And then, yeah, just spinning the tyres and the little Mazda. And he's just sort of rolling down through there, Mark. But well done, Mark Thomas. Got to love that, I tell you. All right, we're just waiting for him to roll around. Quick opportunity to say g'day to Michael. Happy 25th birthday, Michael. Love Elise. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Elise. And happy 25th birthday to Michael. 25 years old, eh, Michael? 25 years old, eh? When I was your age, 30 years ago, I was coming to Jambo's, mate. 25 years old. Elise wishes you a very, very happy birthday, and there's no better way to spend a 25th than at Jambo. Ben Clark now and Vaughan Cameron. Here we are, modified compact, still going through. 1020 the dial in for the beautiful little Fiat 124. 9:41 for the RB30 powered VL. Clean green. I tell you what, he's got a little bit better reaction time. Benny Clark, not by much, so he's going to have to use all of that dial in. Make sure that the 124 10:08 breakout, 10:08 breakout for the Fiat. So it is Benny Clark's 950 on a 9:41 is a safe win for him. He had to earn every inch of that run there. Could not have it slip up in any sort of way. Thanks, Mark Thomas, again for putting my catchphrase and name on the side of your car, mate. I never feel like I need to slip you a few bucks for that. But unfortunately, Danny Quilty takes you out in that first round of modified compact. Benny Clark had to fight hard in that class as well to do what he did, and he's done that. So modified compact is done, and next round they'll be coming out to do battle. And remember, it looks like they are. Modified compacts also on Chicago Shootout, so they do get 3 shots at it. The next 2 classes coming up now are elimination format. So the next 2 classes, Street Compact and Dial Your Own, they're coming up, and they're putting it all on the line per round. In other words, you win, you come back. If you lose, you're on the trailer watching the rest of the action. So Danny Quilty comes back after a first round win, 1 from 1 for Quilty, the Rodeo. Seen a few things today that we don't normally see. Holden Rodeo, yep. Mitsubishi Sigma, yep. Holden Chimera, yep. That's what we've seen, and that looks like a hell of a fun machine. And looks like the crew looks like a pretty good crew I could hang with there. Any guy with a mullet like that, mate, guy knows probably how to have a good time. So modified compact, round 1 done. Russell Wild comes through with a win. Can we get another call, Street Compact, to the lanes, please? Street Compact, ASAP, you need to be there. Street Compact, round 1. Street Compact, round 1 to the lanes, please. Street Compact, round 1 to the lanes, please. We need to run you your next on our schedule. Dial Your Own, you should be hustling to the lanes as well. But Street Compact, round 1. We need you to the lanes. We've got a few of them in there, but I know we've had a decent bunch. We've just got to try and find the rest of you so we can start matching you all up. A couple coming through now. Another call, final call. Round 1, Street Compact. Remember, Street Compact, everyone should be in the lanes for round 1 because for some of you, it may be the only round you'll have from now on because of elimination format. 21 in the field. Sorry, did I say, 21? 23, might be more than that. 21-ish, 23-ish. So Street Compact should be in the lanes, please. Street Compact to the lanes, please, immediately. Street Compact to the lanes immediately, please. Yeah, thank you, Dave, for that footage. That wheel stand of Christos's did have height, hang and haul. So maybe he's gone to the top of the pile. All right, George Ritchie's our first guy down. Now, he's lucky guy. He got the buy in round 1, so he's in a round 2. So let's try out the dial in. Didn't quite see his dial there. 12.27 gets him through. 12.27, we get him through. So Street Compact. All right, Street Compact, first solo down. It's now the next 2. George Ritchie went down. RX-7s both sides this time. I can see a little dial in on the side here. The RX-7 saying 1365. The FDRX7, I tell you what, had I known how much these things were going to go up in value when they came out, I might have actually tried to extend myself to be able to get one, because they are crazy what they fetch now worldwide. They're going down in his history as one of Mazda's, even the Series 4, I must admit. But it's good to see some quality stuff. And that goes the same for every Datsun, Corolla, whatever you used to own that cost you $400 is now worth 10 in standard form plus. You know, it's just ridiculous. Don't get me started on the comparison to this in house prices, because some of these automobiles, it's amazing what they're going for these days. All right, Sasha Matovic, we got there in the end. The 86 RX-7 you can see on screen now dialing in a 1250. He'll be waiting on the line while Robert Daralevsky will leave first in his FD RX-7. Clean greens, little bit better to the FD. Little bit better, but we get to half track right now. He's still out in front, but here comes the silver bullet right near the finish line. Clean greens, but no, can't get it. Runs out of space. Geez, I tell you, reaction time is the only reason why he didn't win that one, Sasha. Daralevsky gets it. 14.06 on a 13.65 win there to Daralevsky. The margin of victory, get this, 12 1,000s at the end. That's a tight margin at the end there. That is all it was. 2 feet the difference at the end. It says, so it measures not only margin of victory, but distance of victory. So I don't know how that works out, unless you see one go through and then the other must work it back from there. So the distance, 2 feet the difference at the end there, and that's what you expect in good drag racing competition, a really tight race. We didn't expect the first pairing of Street Compact to be a margin of 12 1,000s at the stripe, but sometimes, you know, we'll call it what it is, a very tight drag race. Were both guys expecting to be that good at it? Probably not. So we'll take the Bradburys as much as the Brilliants. Let's see if we can repeat that right now with our second pairing in Street Compact round number 1. The RS2000 is back, and the little 13B powered Mazda 1000. Beautiful little car. Both turned out really well. Does look like a hell of a fun machine, does it not? Troy Dunning, the Mazda 1000 Ute. And check this out. Davor Privacevic, the RS2000. Dialing in a 1070 dial in for the Eki. He's got some, he ran 11.86 previous run, so to go 1 second quicker in round 1, maybe he's just unleashing more of the potential of this Escort. So 14 flat and 1070. Clean green, I tell you what, better reaction time to the Escort, but she's going to have to be really close to that 1070 dial in to make an impact in this race, because the Mazda is out there in front defending the dial in. Oh, 14.01 on a 14.00, and he did run a 10.93 from the Escort. Street car, 10.93. Look, 35 feet difference at the finish line that time, but still the margin of victory, 180 thou at the end there. But oh, Troy Dunning, he got out-reacted. Darvo just needed 2 more tenths quicker at the stripe, and it would have been a little bit different. Or he could have cut a hell of a good light, and it would have been the same. So both these runs so far, the paired runs in Street Compact round 1. Okay, show and shine presentation in 10 minutes. Can everyone gather at the sign-in tent, please? So the Shannon show and shine presentation will start in 10 minutes, probably 8 minutes, 3 o'clock. Can everyone gather at the sign-in tent? So if you're in the show and shine, you better get over to the sign-in tent for the prezzies in about 8 minutes' time. Janie's over there already. Corin Wicken now dialing in a 1050 with the VL. Tell you what, nice example of it as well. Kind of got like the director body kit on it. 1050 the dial. Let's check it out. 1376. Wow, okay. 1376. He ran, well, it said here he's run a best of a 989, but he might have got a little rap on the knuckles for the 989. You know how it is with a street car. You trip yourself up and you got to pull it down, and maybe he's the 1050 dial in sounds like what's the word? A compromise in the dial in from what he ran and what he can run. So yes, can you get over to the Shannon's Show and Shine? All of the Show and Shine trophies are ready over at the sign-in tent. So if you've been in the Shannon Show and Shine, or you want to know which cars won the different Show and Shine categories, we'll get over to that tent in the next 8 minutes or so, because we're starting that at 3 o'clock. Janie is ready over there to do the presentations. The Billet J trophies are out. So if you want a sneak peek of what everyone's gunning for today in either Show and Shine or drag racing, we've got those Billet J trophies over there at the Shannon Show and Shine tent. And can you please get there? It's now about 8 minutes before that's happening, so we want to be there at about 3-ish. So technically it's about 6 minutes. But the Shannon Show and Shine tent, please. If you're the presentations, get over to that sign-in tent. Those trophies are going off at 3 o'clock. Jadie's got her own little PA over there, and she'll be doing it there. All right, next pairing in Street Compact round number 1. Hristo Stojanovski, 1240 the dial in for the RX4, and that 323, 1050, Sammy Mubarak, 13B Turbo. Auto too. Careful. Clean green, I tell you what. Hristo just got to be careful here. 1240 dial in. He's got every chance of winning this race against the 323. 1248 will do it. 1248 beats an 1111. The reaction time wasn't flash. Wasn't flash at all. 408 to a 535. But just, yeah, Sammy just had trouble getting the little 323 to come out under any sort of steam whatsoever. Once it gets going, though, it's a rocket ship. It's gone 1039, that car. Can only technically run today 1050 without the tech, but he has run a 39 by the look of it, and will not be bringing that back until the relevant upgrades have been made. That is normally the rule, the big bad rule. If you go to any organised drag strip, at some stage you might have a run-in with the officials when your vehicle is proven to be too quick for certain safety regulations, and any relevant upgrade after that will obviously need to be enforced before you run again. Things like tail shaft loop, roll cage, all that stuff may apply. And of course, if you've got a late model car, we do allow you a little bit of leeway if you've got, built-in airbags and things like that. But it's best to get online and check all that's all about. Of course, Andra, or if you're in a different state, sometimes you can check out the IHRA one as well. Whichever one you can find, get into it. All right, so that Shannon Show and Shine, only a couple of minutes away. Get down to that Shannon Show and Shine area near the sign-in tents where we need to be. Now, that's not good for Tony Golding, so it's sad to see the Series 1 getting pushed back. It's Brett Matisky did the big skid there in the Series 2. His dial-in's 1170. Tell you what, he's lucky he didn't have the opponent out there, because he wasn't a perfect run for him either. 1282 and 1170. Plenty left in the tank. He's not going to probably be able to cruise through the rest of the day without having to really sharpen up race-wise, but just sometimes lucky when your opponent breaks like that. Not the ideal Jambo for Golding. Thomas Costanzo now and Vorda Pribacevic. Vorda in the Falcon sedan, dialing in 1200. Thomas Costanzo in the utility, dialing in 1701. 5.01 seconds to the utility. And as we said at Jambo and Street Compact, you can have a 17-second car and still win with it. The beauty of dial your own handicap racing. Gives everyone as much chance as the next racer, whether you're fast or slow. Here's 5 second wait, 5 second wait. Okay, here we go. Vorta goes. Reaction time advantage. Oh, gee, there's not much in it. There's not much in it at all. But Vorta looks like his progress in the short term has been hampered. And 17 seconds later, he is the winner in round one. Thomas Costanzo, 17.31 on a 17.01. Beats a 12.65 and a 12.00. If only Vorta had a probably more successful leave and came out with a little bit more power, he would have had half a chance. But just that little hesitation, bit of spin of the tyre or pedal or whatever, and just enough to wash off ET to be sharper than that. So Costanzo back in. So round one done. Round two coming up for Costanzo a little bit later on. So big field of street compact cars. We cut them in half. If there was 23, we'd have 10 or 11 by round two. We normally cut the field in half during due to eliminations. All right, round one, street compact still going. Theo Gialamas and Clive Penner. Clive Penner, the Datsun Utility, 13B powered, 12.34 leaving first, 10.50 the dial in for Theo, the RB30 VL Calais. 1.84 seconds head start, so 4 and a bit light stagger. I don't know which lights Clive was looking at there, but Theo saw his and his left. Clive, I don't know what Clive was up to there, but look, he goes 10.42 on a 10.50. Clive, you don't have to... Clive, don't pull over. Keep going, Clive. If she's broken, I guess pull over. But technically, if nothing's fallen out of the car and he's still able to drive it, there is a win waiting for Clive Penner right now, because a 10.42, oh dear, here we go. 10.42 on a 10.50 is a breakout for Theo in the VL. But Clive hasn't finished there we go. We've timed him out. We give him the win. That was actually the buggy coming out to get him. That triggered the timers. So if he couldn't go anywhere, maybe Clive did break something. I know we tell everyone at the driver's briefing, if you think you've broken something, please pull over to the side so it's not in the middle of the track. Clive's done everything that we've asked him to do. So if that thing won't drive forward anymore, well, he's stranded and he's broken, and potentially, if that's the case, he wasn't going to make the next round anyway. However, Theo's 10.42 on a 10.50 is a breakout and deserves, well, would normally, if Theo was able to get, Clive was able to get the finish line, would trigger the win light no matter what. But if you're broke, you're broke. But what do you do in that situation when, Theo's lost as well, I suppose. We've just got to put it at that. It's one of those situations you wish you had a great outcome for everyone, but you can't really do anything other than just go, well, that's a rotten bit of luck for both of you. And we've had that rotten luck, haven't we, today, just with a few, unfortunately. As we said, recapping earlier on today, of course, the first qualifying session for Factory Extreme, the world's fastest rotary-powered car. Of course, Georgie Rahane, the pack car. First run, gets down the track, shakes the tyres, pedals it, runs it through the finish line, and of all places for it to happen, no matter which place it would have happened, it probably still going to do the same thing. It broke the drive shaft, and it just locked the whole back of the car up, and Georgie was on his roof in no time. And then, of course, caught on fire down in the finish line. It was absolute tragedy that had happened, but what else, what else can you do? That's a rotten bit of luck. The drive shaft failure is what caused the crash. We had Ayan Setnay in his 200 mile an hour 2J Supra. Same thing. The thing just sort of swapped, just went left into the wall and gave a biffer into the wall. We've had the Sigma into the wall already, and look, he managed to recover. But yeah, we've had a couple of stacks, which hasn't been ideal. Had some good chucking out there, Pete. nice to see he's throwing a few things out for the crowd, keep them entertained. In between breakages and stuff like that, it's good to see that. All right, so we've got that show and shine presentation coming up in just a tick. Thanks to Shannon's, that amazing show and shine. Everywhere we go, every Jambo, we've always got something to see, someone to award some great trophies to, and as normal, you'll find a car, a vehicle that'll just scoop the pool, win a couple. Can't wait to see what those winners look like. All right, Mark Campbell on the line. The I-30, James Fakinos beside him. SICK 100 Racing. This is the little Mazda 1300, 13B on board, and as you can tell by its general demeanour, very cranky, naturally aspirated. So normally you would run in a class called all motor, of course, naturally aspirated only class. Not enough numbers in all motor down here in Adelaide just yet, but I mean, you know, it's amazing what a difference 12 months will make. If you have a look at what the rules are for all motor, we could see a bunch of them next year. 1350 getting chased by the all motor 1110. All right, third gear. Fourth gear trying to hunt this I-30 down. He's got the better reaction time and everything. Yes, he does. 11.52 on the 11.10. Oh, 13.08 on a 13.50. Look, reaction time wise, he left on him and everything. Yeah, with the bonnet. It was good that the bonnet stayed on. That was the thing I noticed there was the difference, Dave. I thought it was a different car, but it was. The bonnet stayed on. Bit of extra tape. That's good. Oh, here's this for the skid to start. Gary Mouton making sure the Aristo gets noticed. Good skid, sir. 12.30 for the Aristo. He's getting chased by Matthew Spratt's 10.10. So Spratty, he can be 10.10. That 35 will have, you know, side airbags and everything like that. So I think from memory, you can go down about 10 flat with a car like this because of all of its safety features and late model design. The Aristo's gone through. The Aristo's gone through. The red light has been thrown. Whether we can pull the light back or not. Sometimes we can be mega strict in this situation, or on some occasions we can be lenient, and we might have to just do that little reset. See, in the big bad world of drag racing, in competition drag racing, you can't roll across the beams twice. You could do a cross the line burnout, but you can't cross the beams twice when you're going to stage. It's normally a disqualification. We might cut Gary Mouton a bit of slack here. We might see what we can do. We've got it up on the screen here showing as disqualified, and that's what the system would normally throw us. But there we go. We just might be a little lenient in regards to that and let him stage, but just don't do it again, Gary. That's what we're thinking. So this is what happens when you do something like that. It just takes us a minute or two to get our system reset to be able to do it. Here's that cranky little thing coming back. All right, so we've got to get those dials back in and everything. Thanks to the big skid there in the, here we go, righto. 12.30, 10.10. We'll sort this out. Clean greens, both sides of the racetrack. Here comes the finish line, and it's a 12.90 on a 12.30. The win there for Gary Mouton. And a 10.95. Yeah, maybe just a bit too much wheel spin off the start line. Stuffed it up there for Matty Spratt. All right, Sean Cowdery and Chris Sajiko. That's the that's the R32 GTR. And the Datsun 1600. 1380 getting chased by an 1150. Street Compact round number 1 still going. Dial your own. Handicap, elimination. Clean green. Clean green, a little bit better reaction time still, favouring the Datsun 1600 out the front. Making inroads now, 1,000 foot, it's still the Datsun. Right there with him, it's the Skyline right there with him. 27 on a 50, 1150. We'll see the win go to Chris in the R32 and a losing 1532 on a 1380. That'll explain it. A little bit too far away from the dial-in. That's why it had to go back that way. That's why he ran him up in pretty quick fashion from about 1,000 foot on. And Ale Polvere in the 12A R100. Whole box of neutrals there, thank you. I'm handling Janie's there. Gotcha. All right, so a winning 14.91 there to finish off the round there for LA. All right, so we had Fatra Extreme in there, which we'll bring up shortly just to reiterate. Was on a 7-car field, now on the 5-car field, so we've had a couple of scratchings. We'll see which ones are scratched. Yeah, okay, so Caramola. Caramola and Zoran. All right, okay, so that's a bit of a sensation. Scratching of Zoran and Caramola. All right. That was Street Compact. Dial your own handicap format. This is now technically our dial your own. This is where we'll see the combos very far and wide. The odd dragster, plenty of V8 action in here as well. And this is a pretty decent field of dial your owners as well. All right, they roll forward. It helps when the dial-ins are on the back window, doesn't it? It's hard when they're on the front. Got them up here in race control now. So a couple of commies matching up in round number 1. As we said, this is dial your own. Like Street Compact, dial your own elimination. So stick to your dial-in, cut a good light, don't break out. You can go rounds. If you lose in round 1, that is it. Jake Sanson, Vini, 1000, Sheriff Tawaf, 800. So from West Beach, South Australia, the VL Calais, 383 cubes on board. One of the very rare VLs that still has a V8 in it. I'm joking, there's plenty of them. Plenty of them with Turbo LSs, you name them. Sharif Tawaf, the VF GDS, 427 cubes, 800. 2 neat seconds head start to the VL. 2 go down, 1 comes back as a winner. Red light to Sharif, so whatever Jake does here, whether it's a 990 or whatever, he's still going to get the win. 10.48 on a 1000 is safe. That is a win there for Jake. Sharif Tawaf gets to park the VF. He is out for the day. Geez, that was a quick presentation, Janie. Did one car win everything, or? Oh, one car won 3.
Yes, Mr. VLT.
Oh.
King of a Jamboree.
King of Jamboree. Right. She is back so soon. That's the best thing about this venue is you're not too far from anywhere.
No.
So things happened since you went away. Back from a 7 to a 5 car field.
Sweet.
So
No,
Caramola
okay.
and Zoran, I think, are the scratchings.
Yeah.
But didn't do any other writing. So pretty easy while you're away, thank goodness. Peter Cates and Jamie Turner now. So South Australia, the Roseworthy Dodge Drag Pack against the Kilmore Victoria VK Commodore. 1000 getting chased by an 832. You don't want to be meeting up with Jamie Turner in round 1, I can tell you. him and Jess, and they're die-hard bracket races. .68 seconds, 4 lights odd stagger on the Christmas tree head start, going to the VK. Clean green, clean green. Both sides 0-1-2 to an 0-1-1-3. Trying to haul him down to the deep end. Oh, he gets it, top end. 885. Jamie Turner. Did Jamie lift? Jamie must have lifted. Jamie Turner must have lifted. 1072 on a 10 flat. He might have had a big lift there. Peter Cates, he didn't think it was over. He didn't think it was over. He just legged that thing to the finish line. Did run it to the finish line.
Turner scared of breaking out, probably. Backed out. Oh.
There we go. Well, it's not often you could say Jamie Turner goes out round one in anything, but he just got handed a first round loss and he's out. Peter Cates goes to the next round. That's a boil over. Got to take a minute to gather my thoughts. That was obviously a big enough reaction that got the door closed on us.
You can be a little bit loud sometimes, Diggs. Ray
loves it. Not. All right, so can't handle too much excitement. Oh, right. Peter Cook, Dave Foster. South Aussie bracket races both sides. Check this one out though. 7:37 chasing a 9:39. That's 2.02 seconds head start to the Anglia. 427 cubes on board. Tough little car. You know, the UK, they've got a class called Pro Anglia. And they run nothing but Anglias. Outlaw Anglia, they call it. There's 6-second Anglias. There's a lot of 7-second Anglias.
Is it any particular model Anglia?
Oh, a lot of these. A lot of these ones. A lot of the first ones. You do get the occasional 105, the old Harry Potter car, but they're mainly these old ones.
105s are the best ones, I reckon.
The 48s. The 48 Anglias. 9:39 getting chased by 7:37. Keep an eye at the deep end right here. David Foster. .094, 073, so you can't say there's too much of a reaction time advantage. Going to the 57, they hit the stripe. 39 on a 37 beats a 52 and a 39. So good race in the deep end. 39 on a 37, 073 to an 092 light. So reaction time, not much in it. Not much in it at all. So Anglia knocked out in round number 1. Here's another one of those ones that we said you don't see around. You don't see the Sigmas, don't see the Chimeras. You still see them at drag strips though. That's the thing. Not that I haven't seen a Sigma in a long time, but so good to see that we've still got JE Chimeras out there. And yes, someone told me this is that John Taverner Chimera.
Oh, very cool. A bit of history to the car.
Yeah, so I got a...
The good news for the Chimera is, and unfortunate for Andrew Halstead, he's been pushed back in that HQ. So it does not look like he will start, so the Chimera will live another round.
So that's a big shout out to Frank. Frank could give me that info. The Chimera is the first one Taverner built. It's the original red Chimera. There we are.
Thanks, Frank, for the info.
Yeah. All right, Andrew Halstead. Yeah, that's not good. The HQ pushed back. A 9:45 gift in round 1. Dial in for Stephen Nuzbachel. But, oh yeah, I just, for some reason, it just twigs my 16-year-old brain again when I first saw the first Pro Stock Chimera. And you're seeing him on the showrooms, you're seeing him on the streets, but you never saw him as a drag car, and you just thought how good, that's the best looking Chimera I've ever seen. 9:56 on a 45, that'll do for now. 0.72 off the tree. But yeah, I suppose, you know, money no object. I'd throw a billet Opal C20 in it or whatever, and I reckon it'd be a great car with a 4-banger in it. All right, this will be a nice race. Adriana Cartledge and Darren Mallison. All right. The Mark 1 Cortina, 915 the dial in, leaving first. 704 the dial in for Adriana Cartledge. And that is bang on, what are we? 600, that's 1,163 cubic inches in the one race. So 598 cubes in this dragster and 565 cubes. Where does it fit in the Mark 1 Cortina? So this is 2.11 seconds, the stagger. On 5 odd lights on the tree and a bit. 5 and a bit. So Adriana just got to hold her nerve here. Red light for Mallison.
Adriana will go through to round
007 for Adriana. Yeah.
James Bond it.
Goes James Bond, 007. Lost me pen now. Here it is. Just writing that down there.
Oh, yeah, we forgot about that, didn't we?
Well, let's just see. Adriana.
Perhaps in with a chance for the Garrett light of the night.
Well, yeah, let's just see. 007 for Adriana. I think that's pretty much as tight a light as we've seen so far.
Gross.
Oh. Not two inches of marshmallow in your mouth, bro.
All over my face.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't have a toothpick. A piece of paper sometimes works, and you had to see that.
All right.
You ruse.
Lucky we're related. Dick.
Lucky we're brother and sister. All right, Dimos Stephanopoulos, that TC Cortina, 925 the dial in. Here she is. She's found the Welsh plug, or put the other Welsh plug back in, Casey McClure. 702 the dial in, chasing a 925. So 2.23 seconds.
Awesome.
So that's 5.5 light stagger again here on the Christmas tree. Round 1, dial your own. I'll tell you what, reaction time advantage to the Cortina, not by much. Here comes the top end from the dragster at the stripe. What a race. Oh, 04 on an 02. Oh, 22 on a 25. Breakout is about the only way Demos was going to lose that race. About the only way. That was a tight race, and she is still in the mix. Adriana before her, and then now Casey. So the dragster ladies are still surviving. Wow. Live and die by the dial-in sometimes. You think you've done your job on the tree, and then you've still got to do it at the finish line. It's a pretty good tripod, Dave. It really is. All right, Vlado Chiric now, 780 cubes. If it wasn't for Barry Plumpton, he'd be the second biggest engine, but because Barry's not up today, 780 will do. Dan Oxted, the Hilux, 403 cubes, 9 flat, getting chased by a 694 from the Mustang. So that's a big dial. 2.06 seconds though. We've had a few staggers at 2 and a bit. $403 cubes on board for the Hilux. Bumping it in. Oh, spins the tyres. Oh, I tell you what. Vlado hugs the centre line, 7.06 at 174 mile an hour. An easy win at the end after the wheel spin. He had a bit of time to probably take, not that he'd be looking around inside the car. It's not like you got a chance to avert your gaze away from the top bulb. You certainly won't be looking over at your opponent. Maybe in your peripheral vision, you're sensing or hearing that he's in trouble, but you still got to concentrate on leaving the line. His light was soft, 296 on the tree. He won't be that soft next round. He can't afford to be. Now we've got a chase on. We've been talking about 2 second odd chases. Now it's 4.55 second chase. Rick Fitzner from Burton. 12.55 the dial in for the Maloo, getting chased by Darren Patelli. HQ with 540 cubic inches of twin turbo big block. Campbellfield, Victoria. I have a funny feeling Frankie from Dandy's been involved in this build because he's out the front, helping him out. Can't help but think that this 540 cube big block's been through the Dandy workshop. 2 shoots on it would assume that in the future this QE is destined for big terminal. Just got to get this thing hooked up and down the track right now. 800 chasing at 12.55. 4.55 seconds. Boy, when that power comes on, when that 540 cubes gets its boost, it's an absolute beast. 12.87 on a 55 will be safe. But he was out. Reaction time still a little bit down on what the Ute had, but it was making some headway, and you could just see it knock those slicks off in no time flat. All right, Michael Dennison. Looks like he is the end of the first round of Dial Your Own, and you know what? So lucky to get a bye. It's hard. You can't deliberately get a bye. You've normally randomly drawn the way you come into the lanes or whatever. So here we are. First round, the best thing you can do is just try your hardest. Hit the tree as hard as you can, knowing that no matter what you do, other than something silly like crossing centre lines or hitting walls, as you should have this win in the bag. Round 1, going to be a win for Dennison. Who's he going to meet in round 2? One of the other winners from round 1 that we've just seen. Runs it on through, 9.99 the dial in, all the way to the finish line. 10.59 he's safe, 10.59 will do. And that is a first round win for Dennison. Of course, the Dial Your Own category is an elimination format. So what we saw, we're cutting in half. Same what we saw in Street Compact, the same deal, cutting it half. The next opponent will be someone that also won in round 1. We'll whittle that down until we've got only 2. And then someone's crowned the Adelaide Jambo Dial Your Own winner in that class, as well as what we saw before with the Street Compact guys. So Dial Your Own done, Street Compact done. And folks, we are ready to go. We've got Factory Extreme, Pro Compact and Pro Mod coming up next, but we're going to do what we normally do for this track, and we're going to give that little bit of prep that it needs so we can give them the opportunity to throw all that horsepower down. So that's what we're lining up to do very, very soon. All right, so another call. Can we get Factory Extreme to the lanes, please? Factory Extreme to the lanes. Factory Extreme to the lanes, please. And according to our schedule, that's just about, well, we are a little bit behind, not by much, but just you know what it means. When we run an event like this with lots of cars, is that we do have some contingencies in place. One of them is, of course, making sure we can get them to the lanes. The prep is happening. The lanes are filling up with Factory Extreme because we're going to go Factory Extreme, Pro Compact and Pro Mod after this track prep. So we might have a quick break, run a few messages. I might go and crack a few balls out to the crowd in the meantime, test the breeze, see how it's all going, and we'll be back here soon.
The biggest sport compact event anywhere on the planet.
The first 7-second pass ever at the Jamboree.
Mr. 6 Second is now Mr. 200 miles per hour. Scaramouche, the world's quickest RX3.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory.
Willowbank Raceway, make some noise.
Oh no, hang on to it.
Caught short a little bit on the start. Oh, problem for Wilshire.
That just became the quickest street-timed GTR in the world.
Oh, it's got a triple rotor in it.
The quickest 4-cylinder powered car in Australia.
When you're rested at school, then line up.
We had to get out of it. What a wheel stand from the Grimace.
The quickest car in the country, second quickest Evo in the world. It's the world's quickest sport compact drag car.
The Pack Performance team back up here in Queensland for the 6th year. Rocky, how's the car going?
Gotten to a point where it's not actually horsepower anymore, it's just getting it down to the ground.
Now Rocky out hard.
The dream Jamboree for the Pack Performance crew.
That is the first Australian 9-second front-wheel drive pass ever.
Glenn Suckling in Australia for the first time.
Track's definitely better than our country, that's for sure.
That just became the quickest street-timed GTR in the world, right in front of us. Dominic Rigoli has just broken the Australian WRX record.
Archie Gierski absolutely on a mission.
Kevin, 29, still has to chase the Pack boys though.
Here's this awesome quad rotor of Bill Navan, only engine of its type in the world.
If there's no competition, you're not drag racing. It is getting a bit out of control.
Fire, big fire for Navan.
Oh, we've got a fire for the RX3.
But it all comes down to 28/9. These things dance around. Mate, I love it, mate. There's chicks everywhere. There's cars, burnouts, horniness. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great day. And heaps of women.
Oh, it's a spiritual experience.
How are you enjoying today?
Yeah, it's good, mate. Good. The girls are good. The cars are good too.
Front-wheel drive burnouts.
Grump is ready to run.
Expecting big things from him.
Scotty Wilson in the
Oh! Talk about keep the power down. Tail shaft everywhere.
What do you contribute that to?
Hard-working crew, mate.
What do you like most about the Jamboree?
4 cylinders and rotaries. Still burnouts.
He loves the burnout, this Tony Wedlock.
Colin Wilshire, we've just seen him run his first 7-second pass.
Dano's at home parked up, but we've got the Celica now.
The quickest car in the country.
A brand new sport mod record.
Or maybe you'd like to see the little supercharged Fiat-powered car of Phil Penny. I tell you what, I think it likes laughing gas. The entire quarter mile to unleash that horsepower. 655. Oh! And the car blasts out of the hole, but the deck has the edge. There's a pair of the baddest Nissans anywhere in the world on track right now. Leaves the line hard and then breaks the axle. Road compact. And the crowd love Mr. Mad.
Here's the quickest street-tired GTR in Australia.
Stay tuned for more of the Jamboree.
For nearly 2 decades, the sport compact scene in Australia has predominantly been dominated by rotary engines.
Joe Signorelli back again, the Rotomaster Series 6. I told him when he made the switch to the 2JZ, he'd love it and he'd never go back.
The Celica's coming home hard. Joe Signorelli, new world record, the quickest track drag car in history.
It's beautiful, unbelievable. Couldn't happen to a better event.
Nick Baghdadi goes to the #1 SR20 spot on the planet.
Currently we're the fastest in the world now.
This is a good pass from Rod Harvey.
Oh, 75!
575.
Nothing could stop the dominance of the El Humilde Corolla from Puerto Rico. All of his passes was 6.14 or quicker. Makoto Watanabe from Japan made it to the finals. He went up against Kelly Betts, who had been pushing hard to run the first 6-second pass in the Datsun Ute.
Rodney Raham in the RX-8.
There's the first 640 in 13B Australian drag racing history.
And what's your favourite type of race car?
Rotary, of course. The noise, definitely.
This is a fairly even matchup. Ivan Scaramuka leaves with the wheels in the air, carries it out through second and third gear.
Ivan Scaramuka, the world's quickest RX3.
That's right, mate. #1 in the world. #1 in the world, brother. See that? #1 in the world.
Takes a free shot at the tree and takes a billet J home from the biggest sport compact event anywhere. And Rodriguez does not fall for the game. He drills the start line and he's gone. It's all over. Kelly Corbett wins Jamboree. To Colin Wilshire, he is keeping the 20B at bay with a little 2-litre engine. The boss, he's left him on the start line. Perfect Jamboree debut for the Factory Extreme rookie. Steve Barnett runs Australia's first 13B 6-second pass.
Put your hands together for Anthony Matuk. 662, 190 miles an hour. Whoa.
Chris Hall.
He was well and truly up on 2 wheels.
In Factory Extreme final. What a pass, folks. What a run.
Ray, how is the event going? This looks huge.
I think the show is probably the premier place to be.
I've had a lot of fun racing this year.
Well, that's a walk on the wild side with Anthony Rodriguez.
Jamboree is one of the best events. I love Jamboree. Good tune-up, good car, good brothers, and drive it like you stole it.
Been a bit sceptical initially that an event just before Saunders would bring in enough people to make it a worthwhile day, and I'm sure you all appreciate that it's been a top day. But I'm sure Ray wants you all back next year.
It's a 2-day extravaganza where people who are fans of fast cars, of show cars, and all the added excitement, they can come and get it all. They can soak it all up, and you know, we're right behind it all the way.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
You go to any racetrack, whether it's like dirt bikes or four-wheelers, automotive or anything, you say the name Wiseco, everybody knows that name.
I always say the goal is always to make a piston that no matter how hard you run it, you want it to look when you take it out like it never touched the cylinder wall.
I started in the tool room back in 1979, and we've been improving ever since.
Nice to be able to be part of the team here that tests a product. It's been a great tradition to make our product better. The relationships outside of Wiseco, the racers that we support, be able to watch the cars go and break world records.
Owners always instilled, treat the customer like you want to be treated. So that's still my motto today. Even after 43 and a half years, I honor what they've always told me.
Welcome to the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree presented by Fueltech. Let me take a breath. I was having that much fun out there, cracking 200-mile-an-hour serves. One bloke caught it.
You got a bit of sweat there too.
Well, I've been cracking a couple of big serves out there. Yeah. Boom, boom, Becker. And congratulations everyone that won the complimentary free Jambo ball. Especially the bloke that caught the serve. Like, I fully served it and he put his hand up, caught it. More excitement than Big Bash, I can tell you that. Now, let's see who takes a Big Bash here. George Jezewski. This is round number 1 of 3 for Factory Extreme. Brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine. George Jezewski gets the bye. Now, look, we were seated for 7. We've had late scratchings, I think, Zoran and Karamola. So
we do have an updated.
We do have an updated seating there. So Georgie gets the bye. Now, look, percentage-wise, he's got every right to roll through and just take the win, and he can do that. Or he goes for a swing here. Jeez, goes for the wall again. Now, whether or not... Look, tell you what, he's still pedaling at 675, 229 mile an hour, 056 off the pro tree, 105 60 foot, half track 448 at 151, but less than perfect run for George. It's almost like, I don't know, like, you know when you see a suspension set up on a car and you think it should have another 500 horsepower in it because the thing would normally not go left. If it had all that power in it, it's probably like yesterday, it would go rifle straight down the track. With the power out of it and no suspension change, that's gone left. I'm sure if that had another 500 horsepower in it, that would probably have looked a little different to that. But that was going to the left. Georgie did an early pedal, got back on it. 1 from him. Now, it's not going to be an easy task here for Eddie Howak or Rob Marjan, but remember, Marjan's last run was a 6.0 with a nice, what we'd say, middle of the day setup in it. Rob's one of these guys that will make the adjustments to suit the combo. Eddie's team will too, of course, you know, gas racing, but they're going to need a little bit more than just a safe setup here because they're dealing with one of the quickest cars in the world. And Eddie with 3 litres, so he's down 200cc from Rob. It is a 2JZ against an RB30. But this is going to be for a win. It's either 1 from 1 for Marjan or 1 from 1 for Eddie. We already see Jezewski 1 from 1, so solos next round would be a solo to Marjan next round. Round 3 is a solo. The only other solo is a solo to Jay Sadek. So the rest, everyone's racing other guys here. So here we go. Anyone's race. Remember, 3 rounds of Chicago shootout for these guys. So if you lose 1 run, you can come back and claim 2 more if you can, if you're good enough. Or if you want to dominate, well, you want to go 3 from 3 to give yourself every guarantee of making a final. So it's anyone's race here. On form, it's a couple of tenths advantage to Marjan. And I can't really go against either of these 2 guys. They're both good drivers. They're good off the tree. It's about what setups they've got in the car to get down the track right now, because we've still got the lingering aspects of the warm day still. We're nearly there on the track, I think, before we can start throwing more horsepower at it. Pro Mod will tell us that coming up soon. But here we go. Rob's trying to line it up. There we go. Eddie with a hole shot. He pedals it. Now both guys just sending it through. Oh, it's Eddie. It's Eddie. 046 on the tree for Eddie. So he left hard. Rob went 102 to the 60. Half track 420 at 146 mile an hour. So a lot of that, there was some good stuff in Rob's lane there in regards to short times, but it was Eddie that, I don't know what happened down track for the guys, whether or not that was a decision, you know what, let's just get a percentage in the bag, get to the other end, and we'll work out how we go later. But Eddie doesn't have it any easy next week. He's got to run Jordan Spencer round 2. Round 3, he's got to run George Jezewski. So Who's going to be the one in the final tonight? I can't tell you who just yet on form. George has got a good chance. The rest of them, well, a win to Eddie, a loss to Marjan. I think after round 2 we'll have more of an idea, but you can't pick them until the end, the very, very end. We'll still be surprised, perhaps, what happens in the third round and how we go to the final. But check this out. I do love the state of Australian import racing when you can see an Oldsmobile Cutlass with a Barra and it's a Mazda, but it's a GTO style car with a 20B in it. I do love how we can take these elite door slammer chassis, pro stock style chassis, and put the small engines in it. And get the good skid up. And how about that? The Cutlass there of Jordan Spencer. They're already celebrating. They got a 7 out of the car before, so they're stoked. They're stoked. I hope this puts a fire under guys like Dion that built. Remember he did the Avenger with the Barra in it?
Yeah.
And maybe Jordan might have been inspired from what he saw with Dion when he brought that Avenger out. Because here's the second pro stock style car with the Barra in it. All we've got to do is come up with another 6 of these and we'll maybe equivalent of the 2J equivalent. Because we've got plenty of them with 2Js and RBs in them. But no, the Barra, I don't think we've seen the end of the Barra's supremacy just yet. I do think that there's more left in the Barra. I just don't think it's capped at low 6s. I'm waiting for the day that a Barra runs the first 5, because honestly, RBs are running that, 2Js are running mid-5s, RBs running 560s. And there's now billet blocks for Barras. So where in the whole scheme of things in Australia or the world, because now the world's in love with the Barra, someone's going to build that car. Billet block, swing for the fences, Barra door car. Jay Sadak, Jordan Spencer, here we go. We're going to bump them in 2 auto cars too. How good does it look here on our main shot here? The Jamboree logo, we're at the bend, Cutlass, Barra Cutlass, 20B, Mazda 3 they call it. It's the toughest Mazda 3 I've ever seen. Engage, gentlemen, engage. Tell you what, he's taking it all the way to the centre line. He's not backing off. Jason X, 6.24 right now is impressive. 7.81 takes another 10th off for Jordan Spencer. He tell you what, he nailed him to the tree. 0.22 Jordan Spencer. Not that Jason X 0.98's effectively nailed. He got half a nail in. 104 in the 60 foot for Sadek. Half track 408. 182 with the drive drop. Have a look at the black marks towards the centre line. It went on a nice curve towards 330. Drove it down towards to half track and then brought it back, and that's a very impressive win in this time of the day. Very impressive race in this time of the day, and a good one there for Jay Sadek. 1 from 1 for him, 1 from 1 for Eddie, and 1 from 1 for Jezewski. And if we were to go to round 3 and then try and pick lane choices, you've got to look at low ETs in round 3 especially. So good performances both sides of the racetrack in Factory Extreme, and that's our pairings for round number 1. Wins to Jezewski, Hawak and Sadek. Next round, Marjan gets the bye, so he can really have a go there with no fear of a loss. Jezewski and Jay Sadek. Now, George is going to have to probably, step the mark up there, because Jay's going to really be right up him. And Eddie Hawak and Jordan Spencer, well, again, Eddie, same deal, won't be able to probably leave too much in the bag, because Jordan Spencer's improving a 10th at a time now that he's got a handle on it and getting in the groove with that new car. I don't know how many runs he's had before today, but that's pretty impressive on debut at Jambo. Here comes Rob back with Zeus. Solo next round for him, so Zeus gets to have a little bit more of a send if he chooses to. But, play the long game sometimes. Someone's chucked back the black ball just rolling across the return road there, Janie. I wish I had the racket. I'd get it back out to the fans.
Knock it back out.
Getting quite a few people just play throwback.
Oh,
throw
good.
it back so we can crack it again.
Love it.
Some people want to keep them. Some people want to throw them back. That one's... Look, I'll remember where that is. If I have to go back out there again, I'd got... Hang on, All right, as long as he stays there, right? As long as he stays there, we'll make sure that's one of the first to go whooshka.
There's that word again.
Whooshka.
Whooshka. Right.
Marcus.
Marcus, Pepe, not El
Well, it says
Dodd,
Doddy.
as our
It says
computer tells
Doddsy.
us. What? Doddsy's in Marcus's car? Our computer is getting changed.
Yeah, because I thought, look, even if Dodsy did drive this, he'd probably still let Jen out the front backing him back. But there's
And
Jen.
he would have had to paint it green because it just doesn't make sense otherwise.
Well, there's Jen sprinting down the outside there to get in the tow vehicle. There's something there that he needs. Is she okay?
Run, Jen, run.
Careful, Jen. Oh, jeez.
You're going to cross the finish line, Jen. Let's cheer her on. Let's go, Jen.
It's a park
You're
run.
doing amazing.
It's a park run.
It's a park run.
Oh.
It's a track
I
run.
wonder why she gets 8. Mate, they're a family that doesn't party. They're in bed by like 8 o'clock, those guys. Like, I'm sure Dodsy probably partied in the early days, but you won't find him out there on the Terps at midnight. He's normally tucked into bed probably about 8 o'clock at night. They're always, especially when it's racing. Maybe tonight, I don't know, maybe if they've got an early start tomorrow, they'll probably be very responsible. Hey, that'll do. 104 in the 60-foot. Yeah, by the time we got back on it, 471.5 track, 165. And like back in the day, 757 would have blown a lot of people's minds at that time. But 757 with 3 pedals and a lift and whatever, that's still a win there for Marcus, 1 from 1. Jen's got to get her breath back now. She's been sprinting around, something that she obviously needed for Dodsy. I don't know, was it tyre pressure gauge? That's always something that you'd want about now. You know, it's the thing one of the last things you'll need. If you're sitting where you are now, one of the last things that you would normally do is just do your tyre pressure. And maybe that's just what she was after before the tow vehicle went where it went. And she might park it a bit closer than that next time. She did a good job running that far and back, mate. I've actually, what I did out there, catching the balls I hit to myself, that's the most running I've done in a while, mate. I don't normally run anymore. It's a new rule.
You can always start, you know.
Really?
Yes. Tomorrow morning.
No, tomorrow morning. No, tomorrow morning. You know what one will attempt to do tomorrow? Breakfast tomorrow. One
Get
will
to the
attempt
airport
breakfast.
on time.
Oh, that's a thing too, but I don't know. What time are you going?
12:30, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I can't remember.
Thank you.
I think it's later than that, but I'll have to triple check now. I'm paranoid. But all right, so the vehicle's
6 o'clock yours is, isn't it?
Well, 6 a.m. All right, well, I'll start walking after today to get there. So Factory Extreme in the books, Pro Compact. We've seen a win there to Marcus. Now, yeah, just looking for Dodsy, whether there's an issue. We've got him on the screen. I can't see the big green car in the tunnel anymore.
The sub-G.
You can normally see that thing on Google Earth, but I can't see it at the moment. It ain't. There it is. Hang on, there it is.
There's the shot.
There it is, just a little bit behind. Now she's come. Here
It's
she's
like-
running again.
It's like overtaking lanes, reading our minds.
Yeah, well, the front clip, is the front clip off it?
You kind of look.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so look, normally to take a win, you've got to at least put the thing into stage, and that's what I think we're still trying to attempt to do. So whatever.
Oh, she's running again.
Whatever the issue was, they've managed to get that, and he is going to make his run, you would assume, because he's ready to go. Although they are pushing it in the opposite direction of where you would expect it to go. All right, so look, scheduled for a solo. In theory, the solo needs to be, facing the tree and going from there. We're supposed to have Nelson Popperwell and Dominic Maiolo as well. Now, as it would probably show, not seeing those guys there in the lanes either. So only assuming at this stage that, and again, if they haven't said that they're out, we'll keep them in the seedings. If Maiolo could repair as well as Popperwell, well, there's a good chance we could see them in round 2. They'd have to race each other, and it'll be Marcus and Alan in round 2 anyway. So this would have been a hit for Alan anyway with no Nilsson. But I suppose at the end of the day, that car is now ready for round 2, whether it's taken a win in round 1 or not. I dare say, look, just looking at a Nostradamus prediction, if indeed we've lost both the S15 and the R100, that it will end up Marcus and Dodsey anyway.
Dodsey.
So maybe this won't matter right now. As much as that car is ready to go, maybe they've dodged a bullet by, well, they got knocked back then. Literally, whatever the problem was, they're supposed to make the call when called. There was a slight delay there, obviously, so it's safe to say that they will not. Oh, here's Frankie. How are you, mate? So nice to have got the time to come into the tower. Frankie's there in the tower.
It's all happening.
And it's very humbling to know that a guy like Frank, which I hold in very high esteem, is one of our big movers and shakers in the sport, only because he's done so much, not only in the car but for so many other people, and goes to the United States and does a lot of it over there. And really, what he's learnt throughout his career is priceless. But for him to come in here and curtsy and bow to us, I mean, that's pretty humble stuff. And what a place to watch it from. So anyway, look, we'll ignore Sup G for the moment. He's going to be back in the next round anyway. Now, Ricker on the solo. What does he do? Stage it, park it, wait for round 2. It's going to be that, I would say. Here we go. Look at this. Oh, don't be disappointed. He's playing the long game. Here, watch this. Long game. There we go.
I'll put a W beside his name.
Yeah, well, he's saving the bits, right? You just got to think about this, folks. And remember, at Jamboree this year, when he cleaned them all up, by the way, right? Overnight from qualifying to racing, they did have to change. They did have to repair the engine. So right now they're thinking, do we want an unexpected thrash on a solo when we didn't have to push it? Or do we do it in the heat of battle next round when he races? Where's our seating? So that thing is ready for round 2. So cool your jets, folks. This thing will be epic next round, no doubt about it, because he won't get a solo again. He will be having to race someone next round. So, look, if that was me and that's my money and I'm paying the bills and I've had to fix this thing before, I'd be going, no, I'm saving it right now.
He's up against young Zach.
So next round, it is Zach Zniesvik next round. So solo round 1, number 1 qualifier, that goes without saying. So, yep, got the luxury of saving your parts. Remember, if you're paying for the parts, you've got the right to make your own decision too. And I'd be exactly the same right now. I'd just be holding it. There we go. So someone's telling us the S15 broke the crank and number 1 journal. So that's why we didn't see the S15 out. It's broken the crank. So that's something you really can't come back from. Here's the Spencer team back. Another PB, 791, 781. The Barra Cutlass looking $1 million. Next round, a few more laps. Another ET. Good looking car, isn't it, Wad? There we go. So Dodsey in the tunnel.
We've had a no-show, unfortunately, for Lorenzo Galotto in this round. He was due to come up against Zach.
No Lorenzo.
No Lorenzo.
I'll have to find out. I'll have to get onto someone and find out.
So it'll be a big W beside Zach's name.
Zach's going to probably send it though too. What would you think they would do here, do you reckon?
Send it.
So they've got the same luxury. Now that's supposed to be up against Lorenzo, but you do have the luxury of 3-round format that you can repair to come back next round. Judging by what Dunko's just done, this is a run. You don't just set the wheelie bars up if you're going to do a roll through.
Interestingly enough, he will have lane choice over Ricker. I don't think there's a big difference in the lanes, not that I have noticed.
No, I think they're both mint.
Pretty even.
Lorenzo's just sending me a knock joke right now. All right, so it was dealing with it. It was dealing with it off the line. 103 in the 60 foot. The suspension, it was sort of, doing what it needed to do. I think they were just about to try some power into that thing, and it didn't like it. A little bit of rattle. So he's still going to get a win there, Zach. And I'm just waiting for the answer. Oh, okay. So, yeah, Lorenzo's sent me a photo of an oil pan.
With bits in it.
Salad bowl in the engine.
Okay, we have a Ford Ranger, 1WM, 5RT, 1WM, 5RT. We need you to move it ASAP. You are blocking the staging lanes. 1WM, 5RT, a Ranger. You need to move it right now or we will get that tilt tray out to it.
Guess what's going to happen here? Brody Zapier will race Bailey McClure. So Bailey and Brody. If Brody wins that, he's got 2 more buys because he's got the buy next round and Lorenzo in round 3. And Lorenzo ain't fixing the salad bowl. Oh, Pistol zinging the Noonan there. I don't know if it's Noonan. It's definitely zinging the Hemi in the burnout. So the storyline continues, Janie. And absent Lorenzo because it's broken number 8. Dominic Maiolo in Pro Compact. The S15 won't be back. Broke number 1 crank journal. So the war of attrition. Now do we question someone soloing and not running it when they don't have to? No. That's parts we've got to try and make last to the end of the day. It is the Hunger Games. It's a war of attrition. It always has been. Whether you're in Adelaide, Sydney or Brisbane, it's about running these things hard enough, long enough, and getting them to the final. Here's a guy that can probably do that because he's been here before. He knows how to turn this blowing Hemi around. He's no stranger to a drive job, and he's got a best of a 585. Pete Pizzolitti's been in the low 6-second zone. Could be the upset right here. Turbo versus blower. This is what Pro Mod's all about. Should have been this way for a long time to get everyone that's interested in power adders, no matter what, to race each other. All right, Pistol. Oh, that is a good run for the Kiwi. 589. Low ET so far of the round, 589, 241 mile an hour, 60 foot, 999. Half track, 386, 194. Pistol, 646, 224. Half track, 430, 181. 120, 60 foot. So you got out of there safe as you want. But hey, Carlson didn't leave much on the table there in the short time. 999 got the job done and is out and gone 1 from 1 for the Kiwis. So let's have a look at Carlson's round 2 will be Bailey. Carlson in round 3 will be Sakaridis. So that doesn't seem like the easiest way to get to a final. Right now on paper, Brody's going to have a good fight against Bailey. But if Brody can overcome Bailey, he's literally got a magic carpet ride to the final by having 2 buys after each other because he's got a seeded buy next round. We already know Lorenzo has got a salad bowl for a sump, and I've seen the photos. So that's why Lorenzo won't be back. So that's the way that will pan out. And then we've got to see who might be there. So Rick has got to race Zach next round. Round 3's got to race Bailey. And again, you would assume they're 2 competitors he might be able to cover. Could soften everything right up and run a lazy 560, 570. But you can never underestimate your opponents, and you don't know what's going to happen in the world of 4,000 horsepower door slammers. So you do not know. Super unpredictable. Nearly every single class you can say is pretty well unpredictable, but some of them are more predictable than others. This one will probably be the most unpredictable, purely because we've got numbers in this field.
Yep.
And the threat can come from anywhere. Mind you, I'm looking in the middle here. We've got the Neesvicks. We've got Johnny Ricker standing there in the middle as well. I think I saw Paul Mahayat walking around there. You can see Paul over to the side there. So he's still invested in a couple of these cars. So Johnny's just sitting back and watching the opposition go past here. Camilleri has got a race on his hands here, but that small block just loves a good zing, doesn't it?
Sakaridis hasn't got down the track today.
Yeah, so
767 is what he qualified with.
I think the master tuners on board, Con and Vic, of course, from C&V, have got to look at what we're going to do here. They've probably got to perhaps spice it down a notch or two and play the percentage game to get through round one. That's the guess. That is the big guess. That is the big guess. Actually, that's an interesting omission. What we haven't seen was the EB of Paulie Ciabotta. We saw him yesterday, but I saw him at the briefing, but I did not see the EB come out. So, Paulie, what has happened to the 8-2 deck? All right. On paper, it is pretty much the officially, unofficially quickest Australian door car at 5:42. Greg Sakaridis. Low sixes for the blow and small block Nova. He's going to give it a shot. You got to be in it to win it. And sometimes the big dogs can trip over their own chain. Tell you what, he's putting one down there, Sakaridis, 572 at 265. Talk about putting a little bit in the back to make sure. 980 in the 60 foot, half track 387, 205 at half track. Talk about softening up the short end and bringing it in big. 265 down the other end, 572, 265. You can almost handle that setup for the rest of the day, but you know you're going to need a couple of tenths. You know you're going to need a couple of tenths against the opposition. 72 will do, 265 will do. But what do you do when your opposition sharpens up? So Sakaridis next round. I had that there. Sakaridis next round would be, I'm just reading, Sakaridis ride in the next round is, Joe Gauci, so we don't know about that one. And then round 3, Carlson. So he's going to have to be a little bit ahead of the curve there. All right, here we go. John Zappia in the same lane that the Kiwi went 580. Joe Gauci in the same lane that Sakaridis just ran a pretty, like the softest 570 I've ever seen. At 265, by the way. You cold, putting the jacket on again.
It's hot and cold and...
Oh, boy. Too young for menopause, Janie. Too young. Hot flushes.
I appreciate that, dude.
Hot flushes. Well, you are. You're only 32, aren't you?
Yeah.
When is your 50th? No. Just you got a long time before the 50th.
About 3 years on.
Oh, is that all? Oh, God. All right, so again, can't take anyone lightly here. John Zappia, what do you do when you got to race the King? God knows how many times. 10 times, 15. How many times he's won Top Door Slammer? Multiple. Even if I said 6, it's probably more than that. It's probably 7, it's probably 10.
Probably 10, 12.
And in the right lane, Joe Gauci for Carl Cox Motorsport, ProFab, ProTrans, Precision Turbo, Speedfly Danny Engines and Fueltech. The turbocharged Mustang Pro Mod to take on the iconic Striker HQ. Of course, Zap sponsors, Fuchs Lubricants, Summit Racing, Crow Cams, Striker Australia, Tony's Auto Wreckers and Callies. Zappa is back. 377 a half track, 568, 254, 991 in the 60 foot, 377, 204 to half track, 568, 254 out the back for John Zappia, 036 to an 028. So Zappia 028 off the tree, Joe Gauci, 036 off the tree. A great launch, a great start line. And the win there to John Zappia, 1 from 1. Next round, John will race Peter Pizzolides in round 3. John races Daniel Camilleri. So, again, on paper, Zap kind of has opposition he could normally handle. If you look at their ETs, low sixes out of both those cars, that Zap probably could have them handled in the next 2 rounds. But the race to the final, it's still going to be an absolute corker who makes it to the final. We could have 4 with that possibility, maybe 5. And you know how we're going to determine that is how they all go in round 3, because we will take, if it's equal wins, if we've got a tiebreaker, if we've got 3 guys at 3 from 3, if we've got 4 guys at 3 from 3, we've got to take the 2 quickest ETs in round 3. That's what we've got to take. And the only guy that's got a bye in round 3 will be Zach. Brody will be on a bye against Lorenzo, but he's still going to have to run a number. Brody can't take a bye and roll in round 3 against a missing Lorenzo. He's going to have to run a good ET in round 3 to be... If there's a case of a tiebreaker and we've got to determine who's going to be in a final, you've got to be quick in round 3. Oh boy, I tell you, if the apprenticeship in the other HQ wasn't enough, how about hopping back into tried and proven AC Delco, Holden Monaro, Brody Zappia, Bailey McClure. Bailey's best has been a 6.12 at 234. Brody, as we saw, into the 570s earlier on, 577. So this will be an interesting race. If it doesn't all go to plan for Brody, he's going to have to fight for the win. If this all goes right for Bailey, Brody better hope he's on a good run here. Bailey and Brody. Where's your money at on this one, Janie?
Oh my God, the 2 young guns.
Yeah, I don't know what to do here. I don't have a favourite.
Well, they've both got experience. Bailey's probably got more experience in this particular car than what Brody does in the AC Delco Monaro.
All right.
But we've seen Brody today, 577.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
All right, here we go. Turbo versus blower. Outlaw Pro Mod, thanks to Wiseco Pistons, round number 1. We're still going. Great turbo versus blower matchups. Oh, got straight down Broadway, did Brody. Half track 380, 197. Oh, a 79 beats a 607 PB for them. Half track 380, 197. Half track 399, 975 in the 60 there for Brody. 083 reaction time to Bailey's 0135. Yeah, 380, 197 mile an hour to the 8th for Brody Zappia. 579 at 246. So that just goes to show that everything's sharpening up. The Kiwis are sharpened up. Zacharides sharpened up. Brody sharpened up. Yeah, I tell you, I don't know what to call there. 3 cars in that sort of 570 zone, 580 zone. So out of those 3, the only performances that we saw was, Brody, Carlson, and Zacharides. And, that good run by Zap, which was the low ET of the round, by the way. I think 68 from Zap. So, Zap, this could be the climb. His first opportunity to take out a few turbos. He took out one. Next round, he's got to take on another one. Pistol Pete. And then round 3, he's got to take on the blower car of Daniel Camilleri. So that'll be some exciting pairings in round number 2 and round number 3. Mouth-watering to consider. Mouth-watering to consider those possibilities. But as we said, round 2 will be Johnny Rick. He's going to have to race Zach Niesvik. So how's that? Ricker in racing his old car. Brody Zapier gets the bye. Now, that might be the one where Brody might just, that's where you probably save the bacon a little bit. Might be what we saw Johnny do, and that's roll it in, stage the car, save everything. So turn the car around, ready for round 2, put it in the beams, save it, take it back out. Because in round 3, he's against Lorenzo, so same deal. But this is the clincher, round 3. He can't save the bacon in round 3. If he's on a solo, he's got to run the best number he could possibly run in round 3, whether he's against Lorenzo or not. And, of course, Lorenzo won't be fixing that. So Brody in round 3, yes, you might see him in round 2 put that AC Delco car into the beams and then roll it back out and take the win, because he has got the scheduled bye in round 2. But in round 3, when Lorenzo doesn't show up against him, that's got to be a run that counts. You imagine being 3 from 3, it's in the bag, you're effectively, you're in the clubhouse essentially, and you could go to the final, but you need that magic number. You need one of the 2 lowest ETs in round 3 in the event of a tiebreaker. So that's how that's going to shape up already. Wow, there's a massive storm coming to our town, Janie. Massive storm.
How cool is this, though, Diggles, speaking about our town?
Go on.
The big Crouchy, watching the live stream in the lanes at Willowbank, waiting for the street series to start.
The big Crouchy.
The big Crouchy.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're taking a little bit more. Hopefully we've got some people, if we've got some people watching Jambo from Dragfest in Warwick, get on there and tell us as well.
Know.
If you can't get enough drag racing, let us know where you're watching. Let us know where you're watching this from other drag racing.
Yes.
So we've heard from the staging lanes of Willowbank. Is anyone up at Warwick at Dragfest? It was on, and there we go. So Jambo was on in the scrutineering shed up at Warwick Dragfest. 240 cars running down there at Warwick today. So yeah, lots of people watching. Can't get enough. All right, here we go. Round 2 of J275, Alex Whitehead. I think he was scheduled on a bye anyway, Whitehead.
Oh, I've got to do points.
We've got to get J275. Trying to get the power down this little, well, I shouldn't say little, it's a 3.8 litre barra, so they do de-stroke them. They want to try and get them to rev a little bit harder, so they do that. De-stroke a crank you can get for them. So 15.03, the win there for Alex Whitehead. How did he feature in round 1? I'll have to remember how it was, but
have it here.
We do have that, that fractured round 1. All right, here he comes, John Zapp. Give him a round of applause. Zapp, low ET of the round. And we've already plotted the path for the HQ for the next 2 rounds. And he's still got to take that opposition on. And remember, round 3, got to have one of the 2 quicker ETs if it's all locked up on wins. It might be up against his nephew, who knows? It might be up against Ricker. There might be 3. There could be 4 when you put Saccharides in there. If they're going to play that game where it's like, you know what? We'll take a 540 car and make it run 560s at 265 mile an hour. Is that the attitude you need to take for the rest of the day? And then when the conditions come around in the final, swing. Just go back to that 540 setup and see if you can bring it. I'd love to see what this thing does off the chain. Love to see what Zapp's car does off the chain as well. It's exciting to see him here in a Jambo. Probably the first ever Jambo for Zapp, because really before he hasn't really been a Jambo guy, but it's good to have the man here at a Jambo. Trying to get that 5K for the win. I think that's what we got for it. Josh Rawlinson now and Andrew Martin. We got ourselves a round two pairing.
There's your J275, round 1.
That was round 1. Yeah, J275 brought to us by Boostline Connecting Rods. Here we go, round number 2. Going to be fast and furious the way we're rolling here. Of course, all competitors be ready for round 2 and round 3 and so on, especially our Dial Your Own and Street Compact competitors, because round 1 we lost half of them. We need them back. And there'll be a bit of turnaround on these. So this is the second round matchup. First round win, I think, for both these guys. I think they were on solos, but now no such luck. Joshua Rawlinson, 8-1, the best for him out of the Barra-powered utility. 420 cubes for Andrew Martin from Beaconsfield, Victoria. Very tough. Nitrous assisted 420 cubes on board. he is probably 6 to 8 tenths on paper, a little slower than what the Falcon is. But who knows? You zing a tyre, you do whatever. You might have to play catch up. Here we go. Heads up Pro Tree, J275, round number 2. Oh, bit of wheel spin, 0.14 reaction time for Rawlinson. Gave himself every chance, and he's going to capitalise on that little zing there from Andrew Martin. Just gave him a bit of time. 8.26 comes through at 172 mile an hour. Joshua Rawlinson, the win. So Rawlinson, the win in round 1. I don't know how he went against Schreiber. I thought Schreiber got him in round 1. I can't remember. This will tighten up by the end of it too, Janie. You can be assured of that.
Yep, absolutely.
Because now we've got some of those buys out of the way. Here we are in round 2. This one may matter as well. Jeremy Sheeb. Now, he had a round 1 buy, I think, from memory. Keith Hards, same deal. Put your hands together for Brody Zapier and the AC Delco team. Another round 1 win, another 5-second ET, and another guy that is going to have to be mindful in round 3, especially when he turns up, that he runs it as hard as he can in round 3, because in an event of a tiebreaker and equal wins, we need the 2 quickest ETs in those classes. So let's see how this one goes down. I don't know. Do you go for the 2JZ, 3.2 litres? Hasn't really had a perfect run today with this car. I think on paper it's going to be, well, it's got enough horsepower. Anything 2JZ, you know you can't underestimate a Supra. Keith Hards beside him. History has shown this car to be an outright low 7, high 6 second performer. But do you get it all down right now in these conditions? I do think give these guys another hour, and I think, yeah, we'll be in primo round 3 conditions plus the finals. So I don't think Keithy can do too much other than just try and play the same game he's played. And you talk about practice. Jeremy Cheab, like, when's the last time Jeremy ran 3 days of testing and racing? Because last weekend, Keithy, I think, was testing this XW since Thursday, wasn't he?
Was it Thursday, even Wednesday, maybe?
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at Kenda, plus running Saturday at Kenda. Here's Slimer with a 6.0. Put your hands together for Slimer. How good do the Turbo Pro mods look as well? Just saying. Just saying. How good do Turbo... And Small Block Pro mods, for that matter, as well. Slimer. Going to have a little bit to do. Another underdog willing to nip at the heels of the big dogs. Okay, Keithy. Not bumping. Oh, boy, that was a soft bump. He gets the tree. 0.82. Looks like the Supra's trying to just get a number down, and Keithy's just going to put him to the sword. 7.32 at 200 mile an hour for the 4,000-pound XW. Yep. About the only country in the world we're going to see that. Not going to see 4,000-pound XWs do 200 mile an hour anywhere else. J275, absolutely. So keep an eye out on Keithy towards the pointy end. That's, I think, a second win for Keithy.
It is indeed.
All right, these couple of killer Commodores coming up now for round 2. Says here from Little Mountain in Queensland, Mason Potini El Haluli. Sunshine Coast Bodyworks. Okay, there we go. He's come a long way now, hey? Well, I don't know, Little Mountain, it could be. It does say Sunshine Coast Bodyworks on the front. Bradley Schreiber from Greenwith here in South Aussie, 6-litre LS. Now, I hope we actually, as much as I'm biased, and I think always made the best racer win, but God, I hope we see a whole lot of South Aussies in the winter circles tonight, because I love that they've got the bug. I love that they're turning up with more numbers every year. And, you know, they want the Jays as much as everyone else.
Yes.
The Sydney competitors, the Queensland competitors, they all come to Jambo to try and win one of those hallowed billet J trophies. It's a lot harder than you think.
And there you go, Little Mountains up near the Sunshine Coast.
There you go. You found that, all right?
Found that.
All right, so I think he ran a 7 earlier on today, 7.73. Brad has gone 8.31. So both Commodores bumping in. Bump City. Off the tree, a little bit better for Brad. Not too good in the reaction time department, both sides, but it might be a little bit better to the VH Commodore performance-wise. Schreiber on the shoots early, 8.07 at 176 mile an hour. So he's come on, storming on through there, overcame the hole shot, small hole shot, even though 397 to a 456. You wouldn't count that as a massive hole shot. Was a little bit better reaction time, but no, Brad, something there made him want to pull the shootout. 546 to half track for Brad, 531 there for Mason, but Mason the win. So Mason gets a round win now. Bradley a round 2 loss. And when we add them up over 3, it'll be interesting to see who gets to the finals of all of these categories, especially our Chicago shootout categories is what we're watching now, of course, which is 3 rounds of seeded pairings. But there's some juicy ones there. And the only one there yet to come was Phil Bennett, is that right? That's what we got still there on pairings, I think. It is too, isn't it? Okay. So
did he turn up in round 1? No, he did not.
No, okay. So again, seeded, but we did have him down here for a wheelie, but that was the Sigma, so we can assume the Sigma's an MIA.
Yes, after
yeah. So I was just looking at the other seeded there, and Timmy Januzzi, which was supposed to be there too, he was in round 1 there.
So a little bit of track room.
Didn't see
going
Timmy
on
there in the second round, so that's J275 round number 2, just about in the books there. I do see another seeding pair there that we should probably have there. Modified 10.5, there's only a pair of them. Street 289's probably much the same. Modified Compact's got a fair few in that bunch. And then we're into those 2 dial your own classes for round 2, Street Compact and dial your own. So we're doing a little bit of this only because I think there was maybe an observation in that lane. We're not scheduled for the prep unless, we react. We're normally reacting to stuff we see. Of course, we don't let anything not get picked up if we've seen something. Mm-hmm. Just another reminder, folks, please, can I just issue a reminder, and it's not me trying to be the bad cop here, but this is 100% no smoking venue. 100% no smoking venue. Yeah, I saw you, mate. I saw you. Did his own human burnout, that guy. He's walking past. I just saw a massive brrrt of smoke. He might have already been worded, I don't know, but he gave me a wave. He must have known I was talking about it because I was looking right at him. I am literally 300 metres away from him, and he still waved. He just did that whole take a hike sort of wave to me. But yeah, it is a no smoking venue, so that means you cannot smoke in the venue. If you want to smoke, you've got to go out to the gate. The only 2 places that we allow, that's in the burnout box and at the burnout pad. But there's 100% no smoking venue. I thought we'd just reiterate, just because I saw a massive plume of smoke as a fellow was walking there, whether that was vape smoke or whatever. But, it's 100% no smoking in this venue. So we appreciate you sticking to that, please, not trying to be the fun police. But it's about sticking to the rules. All right, here goes Keithy, just driving it back like a streetcar, the old fair XW. 200 mile an hour XW, by the way. You wouldn't even pick it. Whack it in a car park. You wouldn't even think that thing goes 200 mile an hour in the quarter, but it does. Just another one of our freaks of Australian automotive nature. And as we said before, laps, has he done laps in this thing since taking ownership of it? I'd hate to think, I've probably got to get onto him and ask, how many laps have you done in that XW since you've acquired it, Keithy? And I'd love to know how many laps and how many years Frankie owned it for before handing it over to Keith. Because I know I watched Frank drive that around Victoria for a week for Drag Challenge. I watched that thing go like 7:26, I think, at Swan Hill on the 3rd or 4th day. Seen that thing in the middle of nowhere doing its checkpoints and everything like that. Seen it at the garage at Swan Hill at 11 o'clock at night as Frank had the thing in the air, swapping every shock absorber out of it to drag shocks from road shocks, and changing that car from street trim to race trim, run the low 7 the next day. And by the end of the week, I think him and the late Harry Haig battling it out for the trophy. So he's driven that car for the week, Frankie, before getting that over to Keithy. So fair XW, it's a bit of an understatement. It's more than enough fair XW. It's one of the best XWs that we've probably ever produced in this country. And interesting, of course, that remember another one that was ran at the same time. I wouldn't say it's assistant car, but Steve Bazina's XW had the Pro line in it, had the very stout, dandy small block Ford that ran 7s and then put the Pro line in it. And the thing ran 6s at 215 mile an hour. That car came up for sale as a roller just recently again, and I'm not being deceived, but I'm sure I saw that thing on a trailer on Friday or Thursday in Queensland getting towed somewhere, because it fairly well looked like Bazina's XW. Whether or not it got sold to Queensland or not, I do not know, but that was a hell of a car as a roller for sale. Someone else is going to do something with that thing, and hopefully before too long we'll be able to see that out and amongst the masses, wherever it may be. Coming to a drag strip / car show near you shortly. Another one of the great cars that have been built in this great country. And haven't we got some workshops around the country that can definitely give us a world quality vehicle? And keep it distinctly Australian, i.e. XWs. Nowhere else in the world got them. Got our own versions, of course. So round 2 coming up now. This must be... Well, I don't know about our modified 10.5 guys, because that would be just 2 VLs. And we know that if we're going to stay in order, it should be them first. But this could be Street 289 by the look of it.
Yes, our 2 VLs, we will scratch that round and they'll come back for this.
They're just going to come back for the final? They're probably happy with that too,
another
are
round
they?
and then they'll come back for a final.
Okay, so they're happy with that. All right. As long as we're talking to them.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're all kept in the loop.
I'm sure they are.
All right, here we go.
Because that definitely looks like an R100.
That's
Definitely
Christos.
does not look like a VL.
That's Christos, Petros Christophilopoulos.
Thank you.
Yep. 10.5. Flexible schedule. And okay, so Petros on the solo. Now remember, I think for height, hang and haul, we had Phil Bennett in the Sigma for the wheelie. Petros came and did a wheelie, and he kind of drove it out and then gave it another crank. So it kind of did some height and some hang. It didn't quite do the haul, but we haven't had a haul just yet. That's a little bit better there for Petros. Instead of up in the air, quite along the ground. 877 with a 7, not bad. Best of an 874, so he gets a round 2 win in Street 289. And I'm trying to think what he did in round 1, whether or not after... Well, he crossed the centre line, so he was disqualified in round 1. So that's 1 from 2 from memory. Now I remember the rest of that wheel stand. It ended up over the centre line. Now I remember it. Oh, yeah, that wheel stand.
That wheel stand.
The one that ended up over the centre line.
Which one are we going to give it to?
Well,
I've got just yet.
I've got the Sigma. We're still a long way away from the end of the event right now. So there could be another big wheelie between now and the end. So right now, we've got Sigma and Petros. Petros did a bit of height and a bit of hang across the centre line. The Sigma, height, not a lot of hang, but a bit of haul because he came back into it. All right. You're not going to float away there. All right, that big weather system's coming. You know what? We've needed rain, but just, isn't it funny? When we need rain, we don't need 1,000 millimetres and a cyclone with it, you know?
No.
So massive storm front coming through into the Brisbane area, southeast Queensland area. What does that mean for Warwick?
I think Warwick's okay. Warwick's still okay at this stage as well.
Looking for some gears here. Connor Fakinos looking for gears. He's going to have to hurry. All right, so he's done the big skid. Corey Hunter's sitting there patiently waiting. Now, look, Darren's just going to go to the car and say to Corey, just be patient, or how's the temp, or whatever. They're in a pretty good situation here, the Hunters, after round 1. Petros got disqualified, so that gave the win to Corey. So right now, this could mean 2 wins for Corey. O'Candles is getting drowned.
Yes.
Of course, so if he's getting drowned, Dave's already shown us the footage of his place getting drowned. Is that not? It's not hail. It's hail. Oh my goodness, and hail.
I hope O'Candles has got Kraken put away,
Kraken would be safely in the shed.
wrapped up in cotton wool.
Okay, so it's enough time there for Corey to say, righto, righto, Connor, I've given you enough chance. I'm going to put a bulb on here, righto. We've got ourselves a drag race. Street 8289, second round. Okay, so Corey goes through and he goes a 921, that'll do, 921, 116 mile an hour. Half track was 562. 562, Corey 2 from 2. Corey 2 from 2. And half track 562. 562 at 118 mile an hour. So 562, 118 the half track. 129 in the 60 foot. There we go. All righty. Shaping up towards being a pretty decent round 3. Corey against Eric, but that was no Eric. All right, so that was, I think, the end of Street 289. And here's this great sticker on. They've really got to thank those guys. They didn't have to do that. Unless there is a separate Mazda dealership around that I haven't heard about. But that's crazy. That is crazy. I do love that Mark Thomas's... so we're in Modified Compact now. Modified Compact.
Okay.
So Modified Compact round 2. Mark Thomas dialing in 914. And our little RX2 dialing in 842. Adam. Clean greens, 020 there for the RX2.
Yeah, not a bad reaction time there for the RX2, who will take the win, an 866, 140 miles an hour. And for Thomas, a 939 at 142.
All right, so we need our... we need Modified Compact. Well, Modified Compact to the lanes now, so we need Street Compact round 2 to the lanes and dial your own round 2 to the lanes, please. Street Compact round 2 and dial your own round 2 to the lanes, please. For too long, we're pumping through them, let me tell you. We're pumping through them.
It's all happening.
Dave Reed said, thought I'd get a kick out of it by sticking it on the car. Absolutely got a kick out of it. Biggest kick out of it. I haven't felt this way since Disco Dean did the top of his golf buggy with Bump City on the top of his golf buggy.
Remember that.
So Disco, we've got another guy down here, and his name's Mark Thomas. Thanks for that. All right, Modified Compact round 2. Danny Quilty, Vaughan Cameron, that beautiful little 124 Fiat 13B, 990 now getting chased by 951 Light Stagger. I don't know where to look. Keep an eye out on the Barra Power Rodeo. Soften it up a little bit. Geez, nearly identical reaction times. Nearly identical. Half track, they're glued together. The Rodeo's just out in front, and it's going to do it. 989 to a 1031. So the win there for Danny Quilty. So Quilty, I don't know about round 1 win for Quilty. Didn't see that. Round 2 win there for Quilty. But you didn't see him against Mark Thomas in round 1 that we got. But Deb O'Connell now with a bye. Supposed to be up against Russell Wild. No, Russell. And we've got Ben Clark supposed to be against Michael Pepe. No KE20. All right. We've been trying to get our competitors to be aware that once we go racing, we're turning you around pretty quick. Got to be ready to race. A lot of the other competitors are here ready to race. All right, here we go. Right through the deep end. Deb O'Connell, 8.95 on an 8.91. I don't know where the threat's going to be coming from. Quilty or O'Connell. A couple of barras in the pointy end. Who knows? Who knows? I've just had a message there from Aaron from Black Track saying that he's trying to get some of the Black Track crew to make the trek from Newcastle to Adelaide for next year's Jambo. The bend needs more Black Track barras. So, attack of the Black Track barras next year, let's hope. All right, Benny Clark on a solo round 2 here, modified compact.
You'll get the win.
Street compact round 2 to the lanes. Entirely your own round 2 to the lanes. Doing the old streetcar walk there, Benny Clark. It's sort of sashaying down the track. 9.54 and a 9.50. So there's a few categories here that are going to sharpen up. Right now, you think in round 2, we're going through the motions with a couple of these rounds, and a few people not turning up. Maybe they're broken or they're done. They weren't ready for the round. And remember, lucky enough in some of these Chicago shootout categories, you've got the luxury of skipping around, but you've got no chance of probably winning after that. But if you do have a chance to get back for the round 3, well, by all means, wait until you're ready to go. But we're asking all our competitors that are still in the mix to be ready to get to the lanes because we need them rolling up, quick sticks. This isn't a holiday. This is a drag race event. If you want to win the Billet Jays, you must drag race.
Must come round.
Drag race, back it all up. Turn it round, get back to the lanes and repeat. And eventually you're going to run out of opponents, or the guy next to you or the girl next to you is going to be your opponent in the final, and
one will be winner and one will be runner-up.
And one will be winner. And one thing we've noticed in the past is that sometimes it is pure skill. Very rarely do you get that Bradbury luck, but you've still got a front. And Quilty's back here now with the Barra Rodeo. And an absolute fun machine that it is. So Adelaide Jamboree, starting to get through the rounds of racing. This looks like might be Street Compact round 2, I would say. Here it is, Street Compact round 2. Remember, this is dial your own elimination, so you must win against your opponent. Corin Wickham and Ali Polveri. Ali in the R100, dialing in 11.50. No problems, Aaron. Black Track Barras bumping in at the bend. 10.60. So like the VL director. Clean green, better reaction time. You can see the VL really benefiting from that reaction time advantage. You've got to be careful of the 10.60 dial in here. Got to be careful. Go under it and you lose 11.86, no chance. So he's got himself a round 2 win. Corin Wickham, one step closer to a Street Compact Billet J, but not close enough. I think if we had 20 odd, that means there was 10 left, which means there'll be 5 or 6 left. So we are whittling them down. And those guys might actually get a little break for a while as we try and turn a few around, because we are going to have somewhere along the line some gaps for turnaround here. All right. Nice Torrey on screen now. That is George Ritchie dialing in 11.01 in the LJ. Tirana, Brett Matisky, Series 2 RX7, 11.70. So 1.5 light stagger on the Christmas tree. Going to the RX7 with the Tirana to do the chasing. Street Compact, round 2, dial your own eliminations. Green, both sides, clean greens. In fact, the better reaction time to the RX7 by a fair bunch. That Tirana's going to be hauling him in. 11.70 to 11.01. We hit the stripe. Oh, 11.97. and a 13.02 at 119. So it's got plenty of ET to match the 13.02, but nowhere near the 11.70. But in that next round, the Tirana will go. Robert Daralewski, the RX-7, 13.65, getting chased by Hristo Stojanovski's RX-4. 1.25 seconds, 3 lights on the tree, bang, bang. Reaction time advantage to the RX-7, the RX-4. Got to find a couple of tenths somewhere. If he runs right on the 12.40 dial, and he might have half a chance, but that RX-7's already at the stripe. 13.38's a breakout, hands it back. 12.92 to Hristo. It does happen. It does happen. Breakouts do occur, and no looking over the shoulder, and sometimes you just need that little bit of situational awareness. All right, here we go. The only Aspo car left, I think, James for Kinos. Thomas Costanzo, 16.99, track getting chased by an 11.10. Clean green. He's given up a tenth on the start line. He's running out of racetrack. That Falcon, it's the Falcon that takes out for Kinos. I do love watching those angry little aspirated cars run down the track, but he ran out of racetrack. His reaction time, he had to wait there, 6 odd seconds, Nelly, and just couldn't cut the light that he wanted. I tell you what, Costanzo didn't do too bad a job off the tree there either, which makes it harder for the chase, especially of that gap between leaving. All right, Troy Dunning gets the solo to finish off the round, but it'll be about the only time I think Troy's going to get that, because we normally keep an eye on who gets the buys. Janie's going through the paperwork.
I've got paperwork everywhere.
It looks like you're handling it fairly well there, Janie.
It's just an illusion.
What? That you're handling the paperwork? Grab another gear there, Troy. There we go. So the easiest of solos. So the 14.00. There we go. Rolls it through. 14.00. He goes 15.46, getting himself ready for round number 3, whoever it might be that he races against. So here's our Street Compact competitors coming back.
Very cool.
And sometimes I think, you earn your win a bit more in a dial your own elimination race, because you've actually had to, it's sudden death. Every race is a sudden death race. At least the Chicago Shootout, yes, you can treat every race as a sudden death race, but you kind of know you're going to get another couple of goes.
Yeah.
So in a way,
you feel like you've got the chance to redeem yourself.
All right, Dodsy's asking, is there only 2 rounds of racing? No, there's 2 more, but it's only only him and Marcus pretty much now, isn't it?
Yep, that's all there was last round, unless someone is fixing it to come back.
Yep, so they better just check with check with the officials
marshal.
whether they do the same thing. It's like, well, do you just want to make it a final, or do you want to come back for the second round and have a run against each other or whatever? Because Dodsy's none from 1 for the moment. Marcus is 1 from 1. So if they race each other, there's a good chance that, maybe, again, if they seeded against each other, I'll have to check. If they are supposed to race each other in the second round, Marcus and Dodsy, I suppose it'd almost put them both in the final anyway, but whether or not you just want to do it as one more go.
Dodsy.
Yeah, so next round's supposed to be Marcus and Alan.
Cool beans. Here comes Troy Dunning up the return road in this neat little ute.
And what's round 3? Show us round 3 was just... Yeah, so there we go. You're supposed to be against Marcus next round, and round 3 was a solo because the S15 broke. That's right. So there's a million scenarios. Yeah, but Dodsy doesn't. He wants to just save the pieces and just roll the beams next round. But if he's racing against Marcus, he's probably got to either try and race him, or they both just decide, you know what, we'll come back and do a final when it's finals time and give yourself plenty of time. That's the luxury they might be able to have with that, purely because the other two guys have broken and dropped out. You'd almost do the same thing if you're in that situation with that car. Of course, we want to show the crowd the cars a couple more times, some of these guys, but they're not paying the bills on those cars, so you just got to appreciate the owners of these vehicles making the decisions to run it as many times as they see fit. Mind you, if we had a full field, well, you're kind of forced. You're out there every round trying to run, so you're really not doing anything other than burning up parts for no reason. So best save them, and looks like that's going to be the tactic for the Sup G team and the Boostworks team. It'll be essentially those two guys against each other for the Pro Compact final, from what we can see on the surface from that. So the R32 ran down 12.16 there for Chris Suzuko. And now Dial Your Own round 2 coming up. So Dial Your Own round 2. Dial Your Own round 2 was supposed to be at 4:11. We're 4:50. You know what? I think
we're not doing too bad.
We'll still round ourselves up here. I do think we'll still round ourselves up. I still think we're gonna get there.
Light of the night. I can't remember. Sorry.
So still 007 for Adriana.
Didn't someone go 003, or was that in qualifying?
Well, you'd have the sheets to show us anyone 003 in round 1.
We said it was just a bad job of red lighting.
Joe Gauci.
Was it Joe Gauci?
But I think that was the last
qualifying. Okay, that's all right. It's been a long weekend.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Okay, good.
Between you and me, there'd be a couple of brain cells left. I mean, I didn't hook into the 8% Japanese sodas last night like you did.
Oh, I forgot I told you that.
You still got 2 left, haven't you?
No, I only got 1, sadly.
So you did have another nightcap before you went to bed. How do you do it?
Don't tell my secrets.
What, the Japanese sodas? Well, we were trying to find a bottle shop to try and get a few more. Actually, we need to do that before the end of the day. How can we do it? Get Jimmy Brings here or something. Oh, that bottle's still somewhere. That was at the Krakens. We left that at the Krakens. That's where we left it. It could be somewhere in the Krakens pit trailer.
Not in the party bus?
Or the party bus, one of the two. Could be in the party bus. That's a Jambo. You know what? I haven't partied that hard at a Jambo for a long time, eh? That was pretty good. Saturday night and Sunday night. I had literally no voice on the Monday. Couldn't even ring the boss. I didn't have a voice. What's it like when you try and ring him? It's like, you think I'm joking. You'd think I was putting it on, but that's exactly what the voice was. It was gone. Round 2, Dial Your Own, just about ready to happen, and I can see a Chimera in front of us here. And HQ, the HQ's still in the mix. HQ still in the mix. Here they go. Darren Patelli, 800. Stephen Nuzbachel in the Chimera. Out of all cars, 9. Oh, righty.
Oh.
Choices, tough decisions. Tough to sit. Ladies first.
Oh. I'll have to go kick it.
I will have one of those, mate.
Thank
you. Puts me on the right planet. Puts me on Mars. Right. So this Chimera is the first ever John Taverner Chimera. Look, still cuts a good look, I reckon, the old Chimera. Still cuts a good look.
I think you've said that once or twice today already. Maybe? What about the old HQ? 540 cubes of Chev on board for the HQ. Let's see what Darren Portelli can bring to round 2 of DYO.
All right, 9:45, getting chased by an 800. Clean green, 059 to a 273. QE seems to have all the power coming in the top end. The Chimera is right there, but here comes the HQ. Wow, 766 is a massive breakout for the HQ, but they're all smiling. They're all smiling. Frankie, it went 201 mile an hour. I think they saw that, didn't they? 200 and... Did you see 201 mile an hour?
That would make anybody smile.
Hey, Frankie, that thing went 201 mile an hour. 201 in the HQ. 766, 201. I wasn't expecting the HQ to go 201, but it just did. Holy dooly. Vlado Churik back, Peter Cates. Have a look at this. Talk about a couple of elite top sportsman style cars. 694 chasing an 832. I just reckon one of these Mustangs with a billet barra in it, like if I was going to pretend I was a Ford racing team, I'd do that, I reckon. Because that thing would just handle a billet barra so good. And I just, for some reason, love this model as a drag car. I just think they are just a, I don't know, there's a million Mustang drag cars out there, but for some reason, I'm a big fan of this particular one. I think they're about 2006, I think, these ones. Peter Cates, what can you say about the 2021 Dodge Drag Pack? It's making all the right noises. Red light to the Mustang. Have a listen to that thing singing through the finish line. 8:35 on a 32. 003 red for Vlado. He had a crack at it. 003 red. We can't give you the best reaction time with a 003 red. Sorry.
No.
Can't do that.
Doesn't work. Next pair. Casey McClure about to move forward in the dragster. And Sheriff Tawaf in the Commodore.
Yeah, he's still here. He's still in there. 800 against the 700 for Barra. License plate for the VF GTS. Very cranky sounding 427 Agro LS in the in this VF, and that 393 cubic inch Buick headed supercharged dragster 700. Here comes that Chimera on the way back. It's a rolling history lesson. Teach your kids about what these cars are like. They might go, oh, I've never seen one of them. They go, listen, son, we won't spend too much time talking about what sort of car it was when it came out, because to be honest, they weren't the most impressive thing. They don't have a list of achievements. I think Chimera's achieved more racing success on the drag strip than anywhere else. Because you never saw them racing anywhere else.
I was going to say, did they race anywhere else?
I don't think they did. All right. 1 second difference here between the VF GTS and the rail. Who goes into round 3 of Dial Your Own here today? Red light, there we go. Should just take this all the way to the stripe. 703 and a 700 puts her in good step. Sharif Tawaf, the red light, the wasted, 913, he must have backed off after that. But 102 in the 60 foot there, and she has got the win. Casey into the next round. Just like a lot of the other categories, you're still going to have to be good to get to a final. Small amount of fluke may occur. Bit of luck. Fluke and luck, different words.
All right, Michael Dennison.
A fluke is something you achieve when you're trying to achieve something. Luck is just something that can happen to you randomly without expecting it. Flukes are normally you trying to do something and it either pays off or it doesn't. So we're still in that situation. Dennison had the solo in round number 1. Here he is in round number 2. 262, the difference on the tree. So what's that? 6 lights, 6.5 light stagger between the Cortina and the 57 Chevy. So that is a fair chase. So good to be walking around the pits there before, you know. Random legend walks past, you know. Here's Maurice Fabietti walking past. Here's Bob Sherry walking past.
Fabietti's not a random legend.
Well, when I mean...
Gosh, don't flatter him.
Well, okay, well, I'm not saying he's random. I'm just saying, you know,
He's
when you look around and you see people that you recognise and you go, well, legend of sport, legend of sport, legend of sport, legend of sport. All right, clean green, clean green. Tell you what, 056 is a good line.
Dave Foster's on a mission here, looking good. The Chev's going to go through for the win. 754, 164 miles an hour, 1050 with a 7, 128 miles. Lose for the Cortina.
Yeah, that's a big win to try and pull that one off.
Adriana Cartledge about to move forward. Pro Street Transport Dragster.
Could even end up, imagine if it was the two dragster girls out of the whole lot. There's still a fair few to get by here, though. There's still a fair few to get by. But Adriana gets the solo in round number 2. Puts a 707 dial in on it. And there's one thing you'll know about these races. There are no little, let me just stage it and roll it back. I'll save it for the next round. They'll run this all the way out. This is a test hit.
Yep.
This is a simulated if I was racing someone deal. And right now she'll be racing herself. All right, all to herself.
Sharp on the tree. Goes on through 708, 189 miles an hour.
Yeah, that'll do.
So 7 thousandths of a second off her dial-in. Yeah, I'd say she's got a pretty good package happening there.
That'll do for a hit by yourself, isn't it? 08 on an 07 wouldn't change anything. 014 on the tree, half track 450 at 153 mile an hour, and you would say that's a fairly safe bet to be going into round 3. And I don't know, if we've got seeding for that though, don't we? So they have got people they've got to race next round.
Should be up
so
against
that'll
the Chevy.
Oh,
Dave
really?
Foster.
So this is where it starts to get a little bit harder because we've got some of those. And again, you would normally not associate, you know, the drags just normally race in modified and cars like the Chev run in top sportsmen, so they never really get to run each other.
Yep.
But here we are in the dial your own categories doing exactly that. All right, so we are doing that track prep as we have on the schedule to get ready for the next round, which will be heading up with Thatcher Extreme round 2. Pro Compact, I don't know whether we'll see those guys up for that and whether or not that's going to be an arrangement they'll have to make, but it will be, I think, only 2 left in Pro Compact, which will be Marcus Pepe and Alan Dodd. They are scheduled to run each other this round. However, Alan wants to save everything for the next round after that, and I'm sure Marcus would do the same. And essentially, those 2 guys had probably sorted out with themselves that to say, listen, when it's finals time, we'll race for the final, the only 2 of them left, because we've had 2 withdrawals due to breakage. Pro Mod, of course, Thatcher Extreme, we've still got, I think, a good field of 5 in Thatcher Extreme, and anyone can still win that at this moment. Pro Mod, exactly the same deal. Anyone can win that. Round 2 of that is going to determine, well, essentially maybe who firms as the possible favourites, plus a bunch of scenarios that we cannot yet plan for. But we'll have to see how round 2 of Pro Mod rolls up very, very soon. We are at that stage ready to do. We're doing that track prep now. Breeze has sort of been picking up a little bit. You can see a whole bunch of glue getting put down wall to wall right down in that lane. We'll come back and do the same thing. A couple of minutes of that prep to happen, and we'll be into that Thatcher Extreme Pro Mod round 2 of that. And the rest of our categories here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Adelaide Jamboree. Weather has been mint. The weather always likes to play a factor once in a while. Too hot, too cold. I wouldn't worry about too much cold. I know a little bit later on when the sun starts to go down that you will probably feel a bit cold. There's an opportunity, if you wish, to get down to the Jamboree merchandise tent and grab all that great Jambo merch. Hoodies especially go off when it starts to get cold. So we do see the hoodie sales go right up. But it's one of those things you should be starting to grab now as we start to get the traction compound applied down. And also, I hear a whisper that there might be a skid or two coming up here. Is that what we're trying to do? Get a skid or two happening? So I think that's coming up shortly. A big shout out to a few people I've seen around. Speaking of superstars, I see Billy Nabbin. I saw Billy there before. G'day, Muck. How are you? I can see you over there, mate. Road to Jesus, as we occasionally call you, of course. But I see Billy there. I nearly hit a ball to Billy there before. I saw him there in the crowd. So good to see Billy taking in the Jambo. Good to see. He's been on both sides of the world this year too, taking it all in. So it's good to see that it still burns for Billy to. You want to come back and steer again, Billy? What would it be? The Escort? What would it be? Back in send me some text of some of the equipment coming up out of the 7. It could be any combo out there. I know that one of the favourite ones that we love from the early days, especially the 28.9, the Escort. The way that thing was. Power wheel standing down the track. Honestly, you could crack open, and this is how old we are now, Billy, you could crack open some 10-year-old footage of you and the Escort, probably 15-year-old footage now. I think 760s back in the day even, like back in the day. A crazy 28.9 car indeed, I remember that one. Plenty of the other Maz Sport cars as well. All right, it's a bit of skid time while we do a bit of track prep. Let's distract with a bit of limiter bashing barrel. Why not? Get stuck into it. The wind is blowing in a favourable way for us, actually, when you think about it, while we get the glue down. Luckily, we got the glue down on that second layer just then, but enjoy a couple of skids. Clap, cheer, and whistle for them. And yes, it is a motorsport course. I wonder, is there someone who do a burnout skill? I'd like to go to a pad. I know you don't need to go to a school to learn how to do them. I suppose you just got to get out there and just try. Yeah, I know you could watch the old Grunt Files videos or something like that. Take that in for a sec or two. We're doing that track prep, but we're looking for round 2 of Thatcher Extreme to the lanes. Round 2 of Pro Mod, J275. You name it, we need them back for round 2, back to the... All right, there we go. There's the Falcon. Give him a round of applause, clap, cheer, and a whistle. Don't give him too much. It might encourage him to get looser. Oh, thanks for that, Tatey. All right, so little whispers out there. Thanks for the information. Billy, you didn't have to tell me the info about your RX-8 Pro Compact car. I've already just had that info from Tatey. Tatey's told me about your RX-8. So there we go. The information superhighway works well through the live stream. There we go. There it is. Oh, okay. And thank you, Billy, for your text just turning up just then. There it is. Wow, 13B Pro car coming from Puerto Rico. Can't wait to see Billy back in there having a crack. Good to see. Big shout out there to Billy. Big shout out to Chris Tate watching. Aaron Murphy, they're throwing a few tins down by the sound of it. Plenty of drinks going down watching the live stream. Wishing you were here. Yeah, big a whole bunch of FOMO going on. Now I've lost complete vision. Thank you, Breeze. Thank you for that. I know it's no secret, Tater, but, you know, it sounded spectacular at the time. And how about this? For a big happy birthday, it's Moose's birthday today. So, happy birthday to Moose. Wherever you are, Moose Sakita, happy birthday to Moose for today. Funny that it falls on a Jambo day. You think if you knew your birthday was falling on a Jambo day, wouldn't the best place to be to celebrate your birthday would be down at a Jambo? I know, not possibly racing. That'd be the ultimate, but happy birthday to Moose. Oh, that would be good too. But we wouldn't ask him to cater for us on his birthday, but I haven't tasted too many better kebabs than those ones, I can tell. Boy, they are really smoking this joint out, I can tell you. Because that's blowing straight back up to race control here, and I can't see much. So anyway, is that where is he? There he is, our second Falcon. Give him a round of applause and a clap, cheer and a whistle. That's a fairly decent attempt as well. Thank you for that, thank you. The FG Barra continues to deliver. That 195 aspirated kilowatts. Looking resplendent in its with its plastic intake, all that stuff that last Barra had on them. How is that smoke getting through the ventilation system? Because why am I now smelling? We're double glazed, right? We're double glazed. This place is sealed tight, right? But it is in here. It is in here. How is it in here, that smell? How do we get the Aussie all-rounder smell in here, like the burnt Aussie all-rounder smell in here? I know we must have some ventilation intakes on the top of the race control, but man, I have got that stuff in here now. Whew. Anyone watching the bonus footage here on the Real Street live stream with, of course, smell-o-vision, you can. It's an extra pay-per-view. We're working on that. Smells of the Jamboree, you know. You want the M2 methanol smell. You want the tyre smoke smell. You want that strawberry methanol. Can you imagine the smell of the food court? Sorry, not the food court. The pits. Pretty much is the food court at Jambo. Brisbane Jambo was like a food court, wasn't it? In between smells. All right, our smoke alarms have gone off inside the building. Our smoke alarms have gone off inside the building. Thank you, burnout people. I knew that was a good idea. There we go. God, I hope the fire department don't turn up. Boy, oh boy, it is going off in here. Yep, that has somehow triggered our smoke alarms inside the building. It must be one of those smelly ones. You know, the ones that can smell the smoke, don't have to detect it, they just smell it. So that is crazy, folks. I hope you're enjoying the live stream right around the world, the Real Street live stream. Garrett advancing motion, Adelaide Jamboree throwing a few burnouts in. We've got our track prep just about done. Thank goodness the breeze is blowing it all away for us. And I don't even know what to call this little thing. I know they're a Ford Econovan utility. We've even got Kelly laughing. We've even got Kelly laughing on the stream. She's watching the stream. She can hear the fire alarms going off in the background. It is all happening down here in Adelaide. That's a good question to ask me on the live stream, Nigel. Do I have any spare head bolts? Yeah, I've got 1 million spare head bolts. I can't quite send them to you right now, but when I get back to Brisbane, I can send you some head bolts. Remind me on Tuesday about that. Well, there's our burnout, guys. Oh, my goodness. Well, never have we had that situation here before. We don't get that in Sydney, do we? We do not get that anywhere else, where a burnout demonstration ends up somehow infiltrating our ventilation system and setting off our fire alarm. So there they go, the Ford Econovan. I'm assuming could be Barra powered there. I couldn't quite tell. Everything's covered up. We definitely know that the EL is, and I'm assuming Barra in the Falcon. So thanks for killing a set each for us, guys. That's a nice bit of entertainment. It does constitute motorised entertainment. Yeah, definitely, it does look like a barrel. Well, while I go and quickly blow out my lungs, we might have a little quick break, play a couple of ads from some of our amazing sponsors, and we'll be back soon with a clean set of lungs, hopefully.
The biggest sport compact event anywhere on the planet. second fast ever at the Jamboree.
Mr. 6 Second is now Mr. 200 miles per hour.
Scaramouche, the world's quickest RX3.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory.
Willowbank Raceway makes some noise.
Oh no, hang on to it.
Caught short a little bit on the start. Oh, problem for Wilshire. That just became the quickest street tight GTR in the world.
No, it's got a triple rotor in it.
The quickest 4-cylinder powered car in Australia.
Bring your racks to the school, then line up.
We had to get out of it.
What a wheel stand from the Grimace.
The quickest car in the country, second quickest Emo in the world. The world's quickest sport compact drag car.
The Pack Performance team back up here in Queensland for the 6th year. Rocky, how's the car going?
Gotten to a point where it's not actually horsepower anymore, it's just getting it down to the ground.
Now Rocky out hard.
The dream Jamboree for the Pack Performance crew.
That is the first Australian 9-second front-wheel drive race ever.
Glenn Suckling in Australia for the first time.
Track's definitely better than our country, that's for sure.
That just became the quickest street tight GTR in the world, right in front of us. Dominic Rigoli has just broken the Australian WRX record.
Archie Gierski absolutely on a mission.
Heaven 29 still has to chase the Tack Boys though.
Here's this awesome quad rotor of Bill Nav, the only engine of its type in the world.
If there's no competition, you're not drag racing.
It is getting a bit out of control.
Fire, big fire from over.
Oh, we've got a fire for the RX3.
It all comes down to 28/9. These things dance around.
Mate, I love it, mate. There's chicks everywhere, there's cars, burnouts, horniness. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great day, and heaps of women.
Oh, it's a spiritual experience.
How are you enjoying today?
Yeah, it's good, mate. Good. The girls are good. The cars are good too.
Rumble drive burnouts.
Grump is ready to ride.
Expecting big things from him.
Scotty Wilson in the
Oh! Talk about keep the power down. Tail shaft everywhere.
What do you contribute that to?
Hard-working crew, mate.
What do you like most about the Jamboree?
4 cylinders and rotaries. Still burnouts.
He loves the burnout, this Tony Wedlock.
Colin Wilshire, we've just seen him run his first 7-second pass.
Daddo's at home parked up, but we've got the Celica now.
The quickest car in the country.
A brand new sport mod record.
Or maybe you'd like to see the little supercharged Fiat-powered car of Phil Penny.
I tell you what, I think it likes laughing gas.
The entire quarter-mile to unleash that horsepower. 655. Oh! And the car blasts out of the hole, but the deck has the edge. There's a pair of the baddest Nissans anywhere in the world on track right now. Leaves the line hard and then breaks the axle. Road compact. And the crowd love Mr. Mad.
He is the quickest street tight GTR in Australia.
Stay tuned for more of the Jamboree.
For nearly 2 decades, the sport compact scene in Australia has predominantly been dominated by rotary engines.
Joe Signorelli back again, the Rotomaster Series 6.
I told him when he made the switch to the 2JZ, he'd love it, he'd never go back.
The Celica's coming home hard. Joe Signorelli, new world record. The quickest, the fastest pass by a sport compact drag car in history.
It's beautiful, unbelievable. Couldn't happen to a better event.
Mick Baghdadi goes to the #1 SR20 spot on the planet.
Apparently we're the fastest in the world now.
This is a good pass from Rod Harvey. Oh, 75! 575!
Rico. All of his passes was 6-1-4 or quicker. Makoto Watanabe from Japan made it to the finals. He went up against Kelly Beth, who had been pushing hard to run the first 6-second part in the Dayton Youth.
Rodney Raham in the RX-8.
There's the first 640 in the Australian drag racing history.
And what's your favourite type of race car?
Rotary, of course. The noise, definitely.
This is a fairly even matchup.
Oh, yeah. Never get sick of that, I tell you. Never get sick of that. What a great history. And 35 years young, and I'm out the back just watching everyone toe up, and the vibe, the buzz, everyone's having a good time, smiling and laughing, and then it was time to roll them forward, and it was business. Here we go. Round 2 of Factory Extreme, brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine. Jay Sadek, George Jezewski. Sorry, as planned. No Eddie. Well, unless Eddie's way back, because I didn't quite catch Eddie, but I did see some gas guys a bit further back, didn't quite see. So whether he's towing through right now, but this does matter. Round 1 win to Jay, round 1 win to George. So who goes 2 from 2? So who goes 2 from 2 here? It's anyone's race. Now, look, do they go back? And right now, I think track is nearly probably got to be back to gold, premium gold. If we had like platinum, gold, silver, whatever. We've been sort of dancing on silver for a little while, but now the temp is down. I still think we got that spray, that prep in there, that this is primed and prepped to see some good numbers here if they want to be bold enough to do it, Janie. If they want to be bold enough to do it. Jezewski, do they put that power back in it? Remember, I think that's one of the reasons why the thing went left. It just, normally when it's got all the power in it like yesterday, it was going straight down the track, taking some out. The thing's kind of off to the left there. So I think power back, business as usual. RB versus 20B. Here we go. Big important moment maybe towards your journey to the final tonight in Factory Extreme. Been a while since we've seen a rotary in the final. Oh, Georgie! Georgie's gone the Phantom Amber. Jay's going to take it. Georgie won't get an ET, but it will be another 6.24. Another 6.24 for Jay Sadek. He was keen, he was composed, and an 057 light, 104 in the 60, missed the rest of it, but we will go back for a quick flick of the replay there. It's just that pro tree moment, that one moment, that flicker. Georgie just was so pumped to leave the line, that that Phantom Amber sometimes gets you, that staging thing just sometimes gets you. Here we go, that flicker, that double step, he just went and let it rip. Absolutely let it rip. I don't know what that ET would have been, but the data logger's at least going to show that. It's going to be a little disappointing probably to him. Now, scenario. We'll get this, Janie. Get this scenario, Janie. Jay Sadek, 2 from 2. Round 3, Jay Sadek has the solo. So we're going to see him go 3 from 3. Now, win for a win there for Eddie Howack. Eddie against Jordan Spencer on paper if they both turn up. If Eddie can take out Jordan, Eddie's 2 from 2. Eddie has to run George in round 3. If any of these guys go 2 from 3, hang on to round 3, what happens in round 3. Because it's going to be Jay Sadek versus the rest of them. 1 20B left. against the 6 cylinders, and that's what it looks like. Now, look, Rob, no burnout. Rob's just going to play the game right now. He's going to go he's going to go 1 from 2 now, because in round 1 he sat there waiting for, going to get a clean run in there and decide about how he fights his way back from here. So here we go. This won't be a big percentage run for him. He's done it. He's put it in the beams. He's rolled back. He has got himself now 1 from 2. He's got to go against Jordan Spencer in round 3. So this is what the scenario looks like it's going to be. Terry Dale, go the rotor. There we go. Terry's on to it already. Few rotor people watching right around the world thinking, could Adelaide Jambo be the time that a rotor rises to the top? So Croydon gets to drive Zeus back to the pits like a streetcar. That is 1 from 2. So margin in round 3 will take on Jordan Spencer on paper. Right now, you would assume if we've got them there, and I can't quite see whether they've rolled through, that we would have Jordan Spencer now against Eddie Howark. Eddie 1 from 1. Jordan none from 1. So if Jordan can turn up, and I can see Eddie there, and I just wanted to see whether the cutlass is there. But if Eddie and Jordan go at it, and Eddie, just for example, Eddie takes that, Eddie would be 2 from 2. Round 3, he's got to go against George, and George has probably got to hope he doesn't have that adrenaline overload that sometimes just gets you to do something with your thumbs or the button or whatever that we've seen before on pro trees in the past, that bump infringement. We haven't seen too many of them today. And I think from memory, Georgie's been to the pointy end here before, and boy, it's a big fight back now. Isn't it amazing how one run can just sort of throw it all back up in the air? And that was the run there between Jay Sadek and George Jezewski. So the track all clean. Looks like it's all ready to go. I can see the gas team out there in that one lane. I can see Eddie Eddie under the tower. I'm just looking for Cutlass. I can't quite see the Cutlass just yet, and whether or not that's a late scratching. But if this might just be Eddie playing the percentage game as well. But remember, rest assured, folks, round 3, there ain't going to be no roly-poly through the beams and take it back to the lanes, back to the pits. It's going to be a fight to see who gets in the final, pure and simple. Round 3 will be that fight to get to the final. I don't know what to say or offer commiserations to Georgie, but I won't. But it just goes to prove how pumped you can get to cut a good light. He's been cutting good lights, even yesterday in testing, cutting good lights, and just have that one moment, that adrenaline, the flinch, and it can just get you. Now, the data log is probably going to show probably a very good run, which is going to offer very, very cold comfort when that potentially could be, no, it hasn't essentially cost anyone a spot in the final just yet. However, wait till round 3. We're going to have to all fight. They're all going to have to fight in round 3. So no, I don't see any barra-powered Cutlass. So we might be able to rack up Eddie 2 from 2. Eddie's going to have to fight against George in round 3. And you know what? That run between George and Eddie might just... Well, Marjan's there too. Like, he's got to... If Jordan Spencer's not there, if Jordan can't get back for round 3, Rob's going to have to run Zeus to the stripe. Eddie and George are going to have to run to the stripe. Jay only give up lane choice.
Yep.
Jay is the only guy with the luxury of rolling that. God, if Eddie beats George, that's 2 that are 3 from 3. But Rob, if there's no Jordan, Rob's 2 from 3 needs a big ET because of round 1. So Jay, look, whether they send it one more time or just give up lane choice and watch what the other guys go. If Jezewski wants to be in the final, he's going to have to go past Eddie. If Robert wants to be in the final, he's got to run a good number in round 3. All right, so Eddie, here we go. He's going to run this thing here. Nice run, 031 off the tree, 418.5 track, 636, 223, 107 in the 60 foot. got the thing down there through the middle, and that is a win there for Eddie Hawak now. That is 2, according to my calculations, because remember the run against him and Rob, they both sort of sat there. Rob waited, got his run in, but didn't get a win. Eddie did get the win. Eddie now gets the win. 2 from 2. Eddie in round 3 is going to have to fight against Jezewski. Margin's going to have to put the number down to try and fight. So those two teammates, essentially Jezewski and Marjan, are going to have to really stretch the stuff in round 3 to face Jay Sadek in the final. That's what I'm figuring. Only one guy can stand in the way in that one, and that would be Eddie. But get this, ET-wise, if Marjan, Jezewski and Eddie all end up at 2 from 3, the quickest ET out of those 3 guys to be up against Jay. Jay will be undefeated 3 from 3. Eddie, if he goes 3 from 3 for some reason, then it's Eddie and Jay in the final, no matter what Rob runs. All right, so what up, G? This thing's ready to run for the final, but he's just going to do what he's got to do here. Put it in the stage. Got to wear all the gear. He's got to do all of that. He's got to make sure Jenny's back behind the line. Puts it in. Throws the tree. What up, G gets a win. Now, of course, round 1. He lost. He wasn't able to front, and I still don't know what the problem was with the car in round 1, that they had to take the clip off. They officially missed the call. And he had to... so in round 1, he was supposed to... Well, look, he was supposed to take Nielsen on, but he was still supposed to also stage. So technically, didn't do either. And again, if we stick to the hardcore rules of the sport, is that's still a... no result. So there we go. Even if he's 1 from 2, there's only 2 left, him and Marcus. So Sup G will be ready for the final whenever that will be tonight. Round 3, though, he is scheduled in round 3 to have run Dominic Maiolo, of course, in the S15, which broke the crank. There's been a bit of carnage here, Janie. There's been broken cranks. Of course, we had that big mission, that big moment, of course, in the first quali there when the RX-9's gone over for a broken tail shaft, which of course turned into a horrific crash. Broken crank in the S15. A sump full of salad in the Pro Mod pits there from Lorenzo. There's been a little bit of carnage, which always happens. And I suppose when you're pushing stuff at a world standard, the carnage is going to come in. It doesn't matter which motorsport it is. Alrighty, so... let's ramp it up one more level and look at round 2 now of Wiseco Pistons Outlaw Pro Mod. Here it comes. Johnny Ricker, Zach Niesvik. This time, Mr. Ricker will be challenged by the young gun and his old car. Okay. This track is definitely sticky when Johnny can't light the bags up. So I don't know where to put it on here. Mr. Ricker, 1 from 1. Mr. Niesvik in round number 1. I'm just flicking that back to find it. Tony's got a few pages on there, and I'm just happy to flick back. There we are. So Niesvik in round 1 against Lorenzo got the win. So Zach is 1 from 1. Johnny is 1 from 1. Niesvik in round 3 gets a bye. God, this would be a hell of a scalp right now. It would be a hell of a scalp right now. But Ricker, so much seat time, not only in this car, but various other vehicles. But now this is pretty much, he's pretty much got the epitome of drag racing cars in the stable. Joel's Garage Gear, Mowers Online, Maritzi Civil, Tough Streeters, of course. Zach Niesvik, early 20s, I think he is. Addictive Performance, Martini Racing, GJ Drivelines. Both Victorians, Turbo versus Blower, Camaro versus Camaro. 1 from 1 and 1 from 1. Turbo versus Blower, here we go. Ricker in round 3 has to take on Bailey and McClure. Niesvik has drawn the bye in round 3. Here we go. Oh, he must have flickered the beam. He must have flickered the beam, Zach. He must have flooded the bottom beam or something. Ricker, 549, 262, 952 to 60 foot. Half track, 364 at 210, 549, 262 mile an hour. And there's got to have been a flicker or something on that bottom bulb. Like that thing was going in shallow. That thing was going in shallow. I don't think it was a 7-second thing or anything like that. Good run down the track there for Ricker. Point A to point B. 246 to 330. 364 at 210 to half track. 549 at 262 mile an hour. Zach, he did have a shot at it, had a big shot at it. Was in the stage, and it's just got to be something like that. I don't know. Just a light flicker. Whether the thing was in so shallow, I do not know. That thing kind of, I don't know. We'll have a little flick here. We're having a look at the replay, just what's coming up on the screen. He comes in and he bumps here. All right, so here comes the bump. Now, do you see that thing flicker even right at the end there? So even while the tree was sort of getting engaged, there was still a flicker on the tree after the red was thrown. So that can be a super shallow stage. It's probably hard to really sort of bust it down any more than that. But if you guys go back and have a look at the replay, look, there is enough evidence just from we can see on the surface that, you know, when that thing's in pretty lightly staged, shallow stage, you've barely got that tyre, you know, in the guard beam. The guard beam, you've very rarely got that tyre in. It is so shallow. He bumped it in. The thing was still flickering. Go back and have a look at that, boys, if you can. It was so shallow flickering. Even when the light was thrown red, after the light was thrown red, it flickered again. So that's shallow. And again, the bump infringement. We saw a bump infringement from George Drzewski this round, and now we've seen Zach with a bump infringement. So Zach will end up 2 from 3 because he gets the solo next round. But he decided, you know what, I'm not going to run that thing. We can save it now. He didn't budge. Well, he's claiming he didn't budge, but when we do have a look at the replay, there's a little flicker there on that bottom amber. So lightly staged can cause that to be a problem. And really, in the scheme of things, you've got to defend Zach for this reason, is that you would assume when you see that light flicker and it's on, you don't need any more bumping. And that's what he thought. He didn't need any more bumping. It was that shallow. But I think when the thing goes to the chip, the thing can vibrate and rattle and do all sorts of things. And geez, if that thing is in so shallow, that any movement from the vehicle, that tyre, whatever, it's just throwing the beam to red. Ricker right down Broadway. Geez, he would have had to have brought a fair bit, young Zach, anyway. Ricker certainly hit the tree and did everything. All right, now here's a guy that could be on a streak. Steve Carlson, Chicken Hawk Motorsport. Got another 5-second run in the bag. Let's have a look. Bailey McClure. Oh, wouldn't they love to run a 5 with this thing? 6 O's this car's gone, with 386 cubic inches of shed against 521 cubic inches of Hemi. So let's have a look at how this goes down. Bailey McClure, round number 1, lost to Brody Zapier. Carlson in round number 1 beat Pistol Pete. So either 2 from 2 for Carlson or 1 from 2 for Bailey McClure. Turbo versus Blower, Wiseco Outlaw Pro Mod, round number 2. Tell you what, they both got to drive it. Bailey with the hole shot. Oh boy, 606 gets beaten by a 590 by a 10th. Hole shot there for McClure, 093 to a 150, 990 for the Falcon at the 60 foot, 102 for Bailey, 386 to a 396 at half track. They were glued all the way down. What a great side-by-side drag race. I thought the Slimer had it. I really did think the Slimer had it. 590 overcomes a 606 by the barest of margins, not even a tenth down the end. Great drag race, gentlemen. Great drag race indeed. That's what we've come to see. Awesome side-by-side drag racing. Wiseco Outlaw Pro Mod continues to deliver it. Turbo versus blower. Turbo versus blower as Dave Reed takes a photo of the guys coming past him. It is Slimer by a nose where it came past him. Yeah, that's what the whole shot definitely would have looked like for a fair while. They kept winding the boosting in that little small block. You're thinking, well, it's 386 cubes. How much lung can we give it? And Carlson, 521 cubes, winding up that screw blowing Hemi, 590 at 240. Ekes out the win, 2 from 2 from Carlson. Round 3, Carlson's got Saccharides in round number 3. So there's no easy runs, no easy targets for some of these guys. Their path to the final is going to be, some of them are harder than others. It's the luck of the draw. Let's see what this brings, the next pair. Well, the underdog. No Lorenzo, so Camilleri on a solo. And it sounds like he's either going to do two things here. He's either going to take it and leg it. Let's have a look. Burnout, no. This is the save the bacon. Round 1, he lost to Saccharides. Round 2, he's going to win because no Lorenzo. Round 3, he's got to do it all against none other than John Zappia. So if I was him, I'd be doing exactly the same thing. That highly strung small block, you would say, is ready for battle. He's got to take on John Zappia in round 3. So he figured there's no point risking damage, breakage, whatever, on a solo. He was scheduled to run Lorenzo, but as we've seen some photos Lorenzo sent before, it's hard to bring the Mustang back in this round when it's got a sump full of connecting rod and broken bits. So that is a win to Dan Camilleri. That is 1 from 2 for him. As we said in round 1, he had to race Saccharides and had to watch Greg go 265 mile an hour beside him. But now this car is ready for round number 3. And the opposition doesn't get any easier when he's got to race none other than John Zappia. Probably be the first time he's probably run Zapp as well. There'll be a lot of situations here that people are running John Zappia for the very first time. Bailey McClure versus Zapp wouldn't have happened. This round, Pistol Pete running Zapp, that probably wouldn't happen. And round 3, Camilleri and Zapp. So that's what it would have to be. But let's see how the next pairing goes. Check this one out. Saccharides and Gauchi. Now, they ran each other in quali. But here they are now racing for what? One's racing for survival, one's racing to try and dominate. Put your hands together for Johnny Ricker and the team as they bring back, I don't know, have we got a nickname for this car yet? Like, I love to call it the Black Mamba, but I know it's been called, a lot of different cars have been called the Black Mamba. But this thing, it's the beast. I almost called it Darth Vader. Of course, we've got that Nova called Vader in Queensland, of course. That cleaned them up in J3, in Outlaw 315 last weekend. Or OG, I think it was Outlaw. No, OG 315. Yeah, it was OG 315. So that was Vader. But that could be, I don't know, the Dark Knight. We could call it the Dark Knight. That Camaro next round has to race Bailey McClure. So that could be dominate. Like, honestly, Ricker needs to go 3 from 3, right? If Ricker wants to be in the final, you know that 3 from 3 gets you in there. But you have got to race Bailey McClure round 3. And if McClure can turn that car around and be there, they're going to be the fly in the ointment. Ricker can't underestimate that. So there's no easy run to the final here just yet. The only guy that's probably got a run to the final is Brody Zappia. So he's going to be the first guy that's 3 from 3. It's about who else. This is going to be crazy. I'm just looking at that. I've got to look away from those scenarios just yet because we haven't even factored in Saccharides yet. He's needing to get this win right now. In round 3, he's got to race Carlson. There's some hard ways to the final, even for Ricker by the look of it. But right now, on paper, Brody Zappia is at least 1 in the final. Bump City! Whoa, whole shot, but there, Sacramento. They both had a bit of rattle down track. He had to pedal it, Greg, and a 35. Joe Gauchi, 003. 003, Joe Gauchi. And here's someone else commentating here today saying, oh, that's just a bad attempt at a red light. Someone else said that here today. 003 then in competition, cracking the tree. So I'm just... It was a prediction, Jane, but, you know, I'm not going to dump you in it for making those comments. But Joe Gauchi, 003 on the pro tree. Got to be a shot at trying to get a hole shot. That's what it's got to be. And an epic hole shot there for Joe Gauchi, but just couldn't keep the power contained for the rest of the track. You could see it starting to chatter earlier than Greg. Greg's obviously power coming on a little later than that. They still had to pedal. Still a fight to the finish line, but at least that's 2 from 2 for Sacarides. And for Joe today, that's none from 2 so far. Round 3, Joe's going to come back against Pistol Pete and try and at least claim 1 from 3. But this is a race that we already seen him go out there in round 1. If he wants to get in the final against his nephew, this man has to show what he's done for years and dominate from now on. John Zappia, you would think against Pistol Pete he'd have enough. Pistol loves zinging that Hemi. How's Zap in the burnout? Right, he must have seen, sitting in the car looking down the track, seeing some of the numbers come up, thinking in the back of his mind, okay, well the turbo cars sort of suffered. This is the same lane. Ricker ran a 40. What did he run then? A 49 or something then? I can't remember. That round. So, I mean, Ricker had plenty for anyone in that lane. So, here we go. Zap knows the lane is good. It's handled Ricker's 540s. But it couldn't handle Sacarides' turbo power delivery on that run. And remember, Zap's not like a turbo car. It's not like he can shift a gear and get more boost and make more horsepower. Yes, you can play with the ignition timing, you can play with the fuel system, but essentially the supercharged horsepower delivery is a lot different. It's related more to RPM than more RPM, more boost pressure, but at least then all of that is in relation to each other. Turbo cars, you can just get more horsepower, not in relation to RPM, just engine load. All right, here we go. Pistol Pete, have to put a bulb on. Maybe they're going to play a game. Check this out, little game. Tiny little game. Getting to a bigger game. Pistol's going to light it up now. Here we go. Here we go. Zap will go straight in. He got left on the line by Pistol, but Zappia half track now, 371 the finish line, 563 for Zappia, 256 mile an hour, half track 371, 205, 60 foot for Zap, 960. So that is a dominating pass there from John Zappia. Pistol put it all on there, just had that tiny little hold up there on the start line as he got himself in. He strapped the whole shot on Zap. He knew he's going to need everything. 6:32 at 2:21 is no slouch any other day of the week, but when you've got to run guys like Zap, you've got to be taking every trick you can, and he had to. He bumped it in. They both sat for a bit. Pistol then decided to light it up. Zap went straight in. And again, that's exactly the sort of game the guy plays, and that's just straight up, let the turbo guys come in, not going to hold him out, he just bumps it in straight away, and that's dominating. 63 at 256 mile an hour. Yes, it's a tenth and a half down from what Ricker ran in that same lane, but Zap's now 2 from 2, and as we said in round 3, he's got to run Daniel Camilleri. So again, another opponent that you think he should have covered. But guess what he's got to do to win? Not only go... Look, if he goes 3 from 3, there's a very good chance. If he goes 3 from 3, there's a very good chance, yes, him and Brody would be in the final, but we don't know what John's going to do against Bailey. Brody will have the solo. Brody's going to have to run it. He can't roll through and just cop 3 from 3. If he wants lane choice, he'll want to send it all the way out the back door. Zap's got to do the same thing. Ricker's got to do the same thing. Who else is in contention? Pretty much. Oh, Carlson's in contention as well. He's got to take on Sakaridis. So there's some big ones to come in round 3. If they want to get to the final, they've all got to fight. Ricker's got to fight. Look, Brodie's essentially there 3 from 3 because he'll have the bye in round 3. Carlson's going to have to fight against Sakaridis. Zappier's going to fight against Camilleri. And as we said, Ricker's got to fight against McClure if there's a chance of making it into the final. Sounds like this guy, well, we don't know what he's going to do here. Is it? All right, here we go. Well, no, this is going to be a run. This is going to be a run. So Morris is deciding that this is the lap that we are going to check everything out. That we are going to see what we might have. Because the next round he knows already that it's a bye. Well, does he? I hope. And I'm sure, well, I don't know. If he's keeping an eye on the rest of the opposition, he's got to bye against Lorenzo because Lorenzo can't front. So if he rolls into stage and takes the tree in round 3, he will finish at 3 from 3. You've got to be in a final. The only way I think I can see him getting bumped is if John Zappia goes 3 from 3 and Ricker goes 3 from 3 and they run an ET quicker than Brodie. Brodie's not in the final. If we got 3 cars at 3 from 3, Brodie can't roll through in the bye in round 3. He's got a leg. Every run's got to be legged to the finish line. All right. Yeah, this is going to be a crazy scenario to see who wins Pro Mod here today. We couldn't have written this at the beginning of the day. You can't write this stuff. This is crazy. But this is the run you would think he could just save the bacon and do that again in round 3. But he's going to have to run this thing to the finish line in round 3 in case Ricker and his uncle come around him 3 from 3 with a quicker ET. Hope they understand it, this crew. I hope they do. They've been around the sport long enough. .970 to 60, half track 379. Here comes a good number, 578, 246 mile an hour. Remember that run. Remember that run, Brodie Zappia, 578. If they can repeat that in round 3, 3 from 3. Okay, here's a scenario. 3 from 3. If he comes to the next round, Lorenzo's not there. He's got the bye. 3 from 3. If he goes 3 from 3 with a 578, he can sit there and go, well, I'm 3 from 3 with a 578. Ricker comes through, goes 3 from 3, say, with a 550. John then comes out and goes 3 from 3 with like a 562. Well, Brodie's not in the final. Yeah. So that's the scenario. And we haven't even talked about Carlson, the Kiwi against Sakaridis. Like, Carlson, if he pulls out another 80 or a 70, like, goodness knows who's going to be in the final for that one. Let me get a large towel to clean up all the drooling I'm doing in regards to what that round 3 even looks like, to who's going to... This is the sort of way we wish the 20 grand went in Brizzy. Even though that was the toughest day of door car racing we've ever seen, this is more lip-smacking here right now, just because of the Zap factor. Ricker and Zap could be in the final, but then so could Carlson and Brodie. It all depends on how they go in the next round. But anyway... Bit of a breath, slap across the face. All right, there we go. Round 3 of J275, thanks to Boots Line Connecting Rods and this guy, Joshua Rawlinson. Who was he supposed to run in round 3? Oh, Mitch Tuddenham, but Mitch ain't here. So Rawlinson, round 1 loss, round 2 win. This will be 2 from 3, but what ET? This is where it's important. This is now round 3 of J275. This is the scenarios that we've been trying to explain to everyone up till now in the other categories. So here's the first real test of everything. We are getting, this is the last round of racing for all of our Chicago Shootout competitors, right? So Rawlinson, after round 1 loss, round 2 win, round 3 solo, needs to run a good ET if he's even in a factor. If he even wants to factor in the final, he's got to have a good ET this round to even maybe factor in case there's a tiebreaker, someone goes 3 from 3. All right, let's have a look. It's going to be this low 8-second ET. Is it going to be enough? 8.06 though, 8.06. They're all looking for the 7, but 8.06 in round 3. So 2 from 3 with an 8.06. Let me write that down there just for my own scenarios. A win, and he is 2 from 3 with an 8.06. Right, just writing that down. That may or may not feature. That may not feature. But anyway, we've got to start writing a few things down, a few scrawlings, to see whether Rawlinson might be in that final. Now, it says here Brad Schreiber. That ain't Brad Schreiber. 7.409. Andrew Martin. You're right. She's all right.
I'm good.
All right, so that's 7.409. That's Andrew Martin, not Brad Schreiber. Hopefully that'll get changed. But yes, that's...
It's in the wrong lane as well.
And in the wrong lane. Flick that, change that.
Scratch that. Redo
Scratch that, flick that, change that. We know ourselves what we're looking at, Andrew Martin. And I will write Andrew Martin's name here as a win. Andrew Martin in round 1 was a win. Andrew Martin in round 2 was a loss. Andrew Martin in round 3 is going to be a win. 2 from 3, and what ET? Let's just see. There we go, getting the number right. So, yep, let's have a look. Andrew Martin, round 1. Yeah, Brett Matthew didn't turn up, got the solo, that's right. Round 2, had to race Joshua Rawlinson, who we just saw, and the Ute beat him. Round 3, supposed to race Mason, but it looks like Mason's not here. So we are just checking. Mason in the blue VH Commodore. So that will be a 2 from 3, but what ET? Let's have a look. Love the Chicago shootout. I love the 3 rounds. I love to see the scenarios start to change and swing. I do. What's sad is the guys that sometimes do everything everyone else does, except they're just too slow in the final. Sounds strong, sounds tough, making all the right noises. 8.89. All right, there we go. All right, 2 from 3 with an 8.89. If we had to choose one guy that ended up 2 from 3, at the moment it'd be Rawlinson at an 8.06. We're looking at who's got 3 from 3. And Brad Schreiber is not one of those. He got a win in round 1. He lost to Mason El-Halouli in round 2. And here he is in round 3 on his own. So let's see what Bradley does here. He'll end up 2 from 3. Supposed to run A-hand, of course, but he did bin the super into the wall early too, unfortunately. So a couple of early morning incidents that we saw. And if you haven't watched the stream, you could probably flick back and watch a little bit later. But we had a fair share of action in Q1. But here's Brad Schreiber now. Last run potentially of the day for Brad, potentially. Here's a question. Did he even take the tree then?
It doesn't look like it. We've got no...
He rolled the beams. He didn't wait for the tree. I'm going to put there 2 from 3 with no time. And that essentially, if we did have to have a tiebreaker, he's not in it.
He's not in it. That's right.
He's not in it. That's how much I love no time racing. That's how much I love it. Throw it in the bin.
Keith Hard's now.
All right, Keith.
He's obviously, he should be 2 from 2.
Oh. Yeah, I think he definitely is. Put your hands together for Brody Zapier and the AC Delco team. A great number, but you know what's going to happen in round 3, Brody. He's got a solo in round 3, but he's going to have to probably fight for his position in the final. If some of the other opponents go 3 from 3, he's going to have to fight to be in the final. So another big number needed in round 3. Can't lift for a second. Keithy Hard's round 1 win. Keithy Hard's round 2 win. Supposed to run Phil Bennett, the Sigma not there. Keithy, probably our first finalist, 3 from 3. So Keithy in the final against perhaps the what, sorry? I just pulled them out of there, so whatever else might be in that pile, Janie. Oh, the results from previous round. Okay, they're in there somewhere. That's all I got. That's all I need. Oh, okay, keep them together. No stapler, eh? We haven't got a billet stapler yet.
Waiting for Kelly to buy me a stapler.
A billet stapler?
Billet stapler.
That'd be the way to go.
Blaze can build me one.
Billet Blaze stapler. All right, so Keithy's going to be 3 from 3. This looks like a serious run where it doesn't have to be, because technically 3 from 3. He's not looking over the shoulder, Keith. He is just going to run his own race, see if it counts. Quickest ET this round, if in the final, whoever it is in the final, quickest ET will get lane choice. So he's probably happy to have. He loves this lane though. God, that thing's got some out the back end. That has got some out the back end. 733, 200 mile an hour out of the XW. You cannot tell me that's not an impressive car. The way that thing comes off the line. 131 in the 60 foot. And half track 490 at 160 mile an hour. Isn't it scary to think that last week at Kenda, it was running half a second quicker to half track?
Nuts.
Half a second quicker to half track. 733. 3 from 3 with a 733, Keith. I would not only say on the top of things, that is a finals berth coming up in J275 for Keith, but lane choice if he wants it as well. All right, Jeremy Sheab, round 1 win. Jeremy Sheab, round 2 loss. So here he is, going to be 2 from 3. But what ET? If he's to pull out a magical finals berth, it's going to have to be quicker than an 806 right now, just looking at that. That is what it looks like on the surface. We've got 3 guys 2 from 3, right? Josh Rawlinson, Andrew Martin, and Bradley Schreiber. Jeremy Sheab will be the 4th guy at 2 from 3. But we've got an 806 from Rawlinson. So again, we're going on paper from the very basic way that I work it out. Again, this is all pending a race control decision, of course. Me spitballing these ideas pretty much is what we do. Did it last weekend for about how many categories? 9 categories pretty much.
10, isn't it?
7, 10.
There's a lot.
Nearly 10 categories last weekend. We do this exactly the same way. So we've had a bit of practice 7 days ago doing it with about 10 categories. So here we are doing it with a couple. So 2 from 3 for Martin, 2 from 3 for Rawlinson, 2 from 3 for Bradley Schreiber, 2 from 3 for Jeremy Sheab. And the way that I normally work it out, and again, it's pending a race control decision on how they work it out. I'm happy to discuss that with them if they think they want to ask us.
Speaking of asking us.
Stephen G. Solos, mate. People dropping out due to breakage. So he was supposed to run someone in the other lane, but we've got breakages. That's why you're seeing solos. It's the only seated solo in this round was no one, actually. All of these categories. Tell you what. Oh, here we go. Puts the shootout, and it goes 8:49. 2 from 3, 8:49. Oh, boy, I tell you what, I was thinking about it there for a sec. So, from what I can see right now, 2 from 3 with an 8:49.6. 2 from 3 with an 8:89, 2 from 3 with no time, and 2 from 3 with an 8:06. On paper, it looks like Josh Rawlinson and Keith Hard's in the final, the first determined final of Boost Line J275. I'm happy to, of course, let race control ultimately decide that decision. But going off your wins over the rounds, round 3 is where it really matters on the count back as far as ET and running quick in round 3. God, I thought the super was on it then. I thought it was on it. Good. I thought if that went 7-something, poor old Josh Rawlinson was thinking he's there and he's not.
They had the puff and
the
shoots.
So, of course, one of the questions was on the live stream, why all the solo runs? The answer is yes. During the day we've had breakages and that stuff. That's why we've got solos. We're seeded per round.
All the pairings are predetermined.
The pairings are predetermined. And breakage means solo, sometimes solo. Just in that class, essentially, we've also busted a few up.
Yep.
Alex Whitehead. Well, let's have a look at Alex Whitehead. Let's have a look. Whitehead, round 1 win.
I'm sure he's got 2 for
Round 2 win. He's going to go. Hold the phone. Guess what? Just guess what happened. Didn't know he was there. All right, well, guess what? Rawlinson's not in the final. 3 from 3. 2 guys, 3 from 3. There we go. So round 1, Whitehead, didn't see him there. Whitehead, round 1, beat Mason. Win to Alex. Round 2, win against Michael Tuddenham not being there. Now round 3 solo, supposed to run Brett Matthew. No Brett Matthew. So that's why Stephen G. Breakages.
Lots and lots.
Survival of the fittest.
Exactly.
Barras, couple of barras there. Potentially an all-Ford final anyway. So this looks like the scenario. He will be 3 from 3. Only 2 cars are 3 from 3. That's Keith Hards and Alex Whitehead. So guess what? Here we are, Gina Rawlinson potentially in the final. One more guy. Whitehead 3 from 3. Needs quicker than a 7:33 for lane choice. Maybe not going to get it, but let's have a look. It's been a good couple of runs for Whitehead. 787. Well, 787, 3 from 3 with a 787. It's not bad. Hey, and hats off to all our other great guys. 2 from 3, 806, Joshua Rawlinson. 2 from 3, 889, Andrew Martin. 2 from 3, 849, Jeremy Sheab and Bradley Schreiber. 2 from 3. Wish I knew what you ran in that third round, but it would have been definitely a low 8. So J275 still throwing out the great radial quarter-mile racing heads up, but just looking on paper, it's nearly academic just looking at that. Whitehead 3 from 3, Keith Hards 3 from 3, the only 2 I can see that are 3 from 3. So that very well could be our J275 final right there. We'll wait to see how that all pans out a little bit later on. All right. Modified 10.5, are we making this round 3 all the final? Because I think these are the last 2 guys. Do they want to have a round here? Do they want to have a little run and then go, we'll come back for the final? I don't know yet, Janie. We could be calling a final now or we could be calling them again later. Let's just see. The category, I think we had 4 at the start and that got whittled down pretty quickly with a bit of breakage. This stuff happens.
No one likes breakage.
Look, no one likes it, but when you start to play with the horsepower that everyone seems to be bringing to a Jambo these days, there's going to be a weak spot somewhere until you engineer all the weak spots out, i.e. gearboxes and connecting rods. The best thing you can do if you ever break a connecting rod is go get some boost line ones, of course, proud sponsor of J275. Could be that. I'd love to actually get a list of breakage stuff. I wish we had a list downstairs, and when you break stuff, you came up and you actually had to write on the list. It's almost like a sickie, why you're not here anymore. Write why you're not here anymore.
So Georgie,
tell me what you broke.
Tail shaft.
Georgie, essentially just say tail shaft. All right, don't have to say anything else, right? Ahan, crash. You know, hit the wall. You know, broken headlight, broken headlight. You know, Lorenzo, oil leak.
Yes.
You know. Don't have to over-dramatise the excuse. You can just say why you broke, because we've got a few that have broken. Like, you know, we lost Brett Matthew, we lost Michael Tuddenham. I know how we lost the Sigma, right?
Yep.
In the with Phil Bennett, that was the wheelie into the wall.
A meeting with the wall with his.
Whether that was it or not.
Right-hand tyre.
So there's been some carnage in some of these categories, and that's why we're seeing the odd solo. But here we go. Peter Kagorski and Sean Lazarovsky. The 2 VLs.
And this is, of course, modified 10.5.
Brought to us by Mainline Smart Dyno Technology. Be it the final or be it round 3. If they want to come and run again, they're probably more than welcome. If they want to decide that this is the final, I guess. What were they seeded? They were seeded to run each other anyway in round 3. All right, well,
cool.
Let them run and come back and probably go again.
Best out of 3.
Best out of 3. What are we up to now? They haven't. 2. Okay. Oh, again, just Rolled and zinged and rolled. That was interesting. Maybe, well, that was a situation. That was deep. But, you know, when you're deep and too deep, normally you take out both bulbs.
Both bulbs did go out, so
It did. So do we have that tiny flicker on the bottom bulb again? Now, remember, of course, that caught Junior Niesvik before when he bumped in, and then he was so shallow that the bottom bulb was flickering. In that case, he might have been so deep because the top bulb was out that, again, he's flickering away there. Anyway, no harm, no foul. Well, a foul.
A foul, yeah.
No harm. Zing the tyre. Zing the tyre anyway. So, and the VL has pulled up, just up the hill there. Issue or not, we will probably have to send recovery if we can't get going again. Nope, he is moving. He is moving, so up he goes. But I don't know whether we got a chance to just go back to that start line replay and just even check that one out, just for fun, just to check out whether that's very similar to Zach's, except instead of being too shallow and flickering, that was too deep and flickering. Anyway, here we are, Corey Hunter, Street 289.
Just going to accept the green as Corey.
Round number 3. Would this make him 3 from 3? I think it does.
Yep, it does.
All right, considering the beginning of the day, how tough it looked when the thing would not perform, to now looking like pretty much into a final. Corey, round 1 win against Petros when Petros goes over the centre line in a wheelie. Round 2 against Connor. Cleaned up Connor for Kinos. Round 3 was supposed to run Eric Sligo, which we have not seen all day either. So a 3 from 3. Let's see who we might race in the final. A win to Connor in round 1, a loss to Connor in round 2. Now he's up against Petros. Is it all SIC 100 race here, right? Okay, I think it is. No team orders, just first to the finish line. Someone's going to end up 2 from 3. Someone's going to end up 1 from 3. Connor's already won 1. Christos has already run 1. So, yeah, someone's going to be 2 from 3. Someone's going to be 1 from 3 at the end of this. These boys are seated to race each other. I don't know why one's sort of standing back and waiting. As far as I can see, on the seating, it's Connor against Petros.
They're just waiting for race control to allow them to run.
Just to make sure everything's A-OK. All right, yep, turn it off Friday. So that's where we are at. The winner of this, you would assume, is going to race the Gemini in the final of Street 289. Street 289 brought to us by Summit, of course, located in the USA, an automotive parts retailer with 4 retail stores and distribution centres located throughout. A huge amount of support around the world to races, events, series, sanctioning bodies and more. And a part of the partnership, Summit Racing Equipment will be rewarding each winner, runner-up and top qualifier at all 3 events. Vouchers to spend at Summit Racing as Janie cracks open a Red Bull. I'm still sipping on the Monster here to keep pumping. We've got one more Panini. I've got a Mars and a Milo lined up as well, so supplies have been... well, no shortage of supplies today. It's one of the other things I love about this facility, Janie. Down the steps, there's the food, like immediately downstairs. Another thing I love, outside, bathroom right outside. How good's that? Spoilt in a way, aren't we? Fire alarms though, so not completely airtight this place, but look, you know, we'll put it in the suggestion box and see what happens. All right. Okay, Connor Fakinos, Petros, Christa Philippoulos. Can't get any more Greek in the one run. SIC 100 racing both sides. So here we go, boys. Who races the Gemini in the final of Street 289 tonight? 2 New South Welshmen. It'll be 2 good ETs. He jumps on the picks there, Connor. 908, I tell you what, 908, 877 there for Petros. Connor may be coming good at the right time of the day, and the win there, that's 2 from 3 with a 908. Won't particularly matter other than Lane. Well, no, he's got 3 from 3, Corey. So normally, I suppose if you got the higher amounts of win, you probably got a chance at lane choice there. If you were split on wins, you'd have to probably go on quickest ET and round 3. All right, so there you go. The pair went through as
what?
The pair went through as 2 singles, but according to our seeding, that was them together. But any which way, race control will figure that one out. All I know is that Gemini can't do much more than 3 from 3. But anyway, race control will work that one out. All right, here we go. What are we here? Modified compact? Round 3 of modified compact. All right, brought to us by Speedflow. Hang on a sec. RX2JZ. So finally, all the puzzle comes together. We've still got his name there too, isn't it, Aidan?
Yep. Adam,
Here I am thinking all day it's a 13B on board. We've got 2J in the RX2. Not the first time we've seen that. Remember a few years ago, Gas, Hagenson, back in the early days? Yes. Street 289 car. Here's a 2J in an RX2.
Adam is.
All right. That's why the thing's so darn quick. Not saying 13Bs in RX2s can't be quick, but that just slid under the radar. It's the first time I've even clicked on the licence plate, honestly. Sometimes you've got to tell me things 900 times before I'll even believe it. But remember, parachutes get in the way of licence plates, and that's why I'm sure if we look at the back of that car, it's not as clear when you have a look at it. Where is it? See, when you see it? See, the JZ from that angle, yes, I can see. But when you look at it from the other side, you just think, yeah, we're an RX2 with a 13B in it. All right, 8:45 chasing a 950. Benny Clark. Been in the situation before, Ben Clark. Let's see how he goes right here. He's got some competition to try and get to that final of modified compact here tonight. Clean green. Oh, red light. All right, Benny Clark. Benny Clark in round 3 of modified compact. Gets a win, 9:47 on a 950. Doesn't matter about the breakout, the red light. And a losing, 48 on a 45. God, that must have been a hard one. That must have been a hard one. That's a hard one to take. That is a hard one to take. 48 on a 45. 005 red. If only we could award trophies for the best almost perfect reaction time. 005 minus. Nice photo of the skid there, Dave Reed. Nice afternoon, sort of Justin Gregory. How good's a 2J Mazda? Oh yeah, it is good. We've seen it before, of course. You know, the RX-7, LOL 13B. Janie's still rotary through and through. She hates that 2J's replaced the rotaries, don't she? You seem to just.
Hurts my heart.
You have zero tolerance by the sound of it.
Hurts my heart.
Oh yeah.
But
oh, careful with that car! It's for sale. Careful.
A rotary in a Fiat. Now that is cool.
Oh, now that's cool.
Now that is cool.
You'll have 100 Fiat people going boo boo.
Just 2 litre double overhead cam.
You'll have 100 Italians on your back going, no. Yeah, isn't it amazing how you can go, no, I don't like I don't like piston engine. I don't like 2Js in Mazdas, and then 13B in a Fiat. All of a sudden, the world's righted itself again.
Place.
Tough race here. Identical 895 dial. I tell you what, Vaughan Cameron, what's he doing? Why is he throwing the 895 up there? This is a tough race. Deb O'Connell. She might just, it's like lambs to the slaughter here. Unless he's been on the laptop and land a bit more 13B horsepower into it. Here we go, 895, 891. Oh, wow, a Bradbury. That's a Bradbury. 891 on an 895. Deb O'Connell, Vaughan Cameron. Snaky 895 dial-in, had no chance of going anywhere near an 895 dial-in. Did cut the whole shot.
Yep.
Deb didn't look over the shoulder and think, you know what, I'm ahead of this 124 by a long time. A little roll-off, perhaps, Deb? She has cost herself, perhaps cost herself. Can she come back from that, Deb O'Donnell? Deb O'Donnell she lost in round 1 too. Deb O'Connell, round 2. Yeah, okay, no, well, that's it, Deb. Oh, well, it's looking like a pretty good resume up till then. And how's the Fiat 124? Wow. Vaughan Cameron.
Be a great race car for Mick Diggs.
It would.
Buy me that race car if you want.
A 124, do you think? Oh, I'll think about it. Where's commentator's choice award today? He knows I'd have to give it to him, Mark Thomas, because you just don't get to sticker up your own car with my name on it and expect not to get any attention. Nearly all day, I may not have even seen that if it wasn't for Dave just kind of quickly taking a photo. And now it's like, wow, Mark Thomas from Salisbury Park here in South Australia, he's got the Bump City bug. You thought, wow, finally. I know what city I'm in every time I go into stage. There it is. Can't believe it's on there, but there it is. All right. Mark Thomas gets the bye. Now, was he supposed to run someone there? It does say bye on the screen here. So, Russell Wild. Okay, so Russell's gone MIA. Oh, nice launch, but then... Oh, yeah, pull over just in case. I can't see anything coming out of the little Mazda, but it just all went silent there if that's the case. Can't see anything under it there, Mark. Great little car, but just on this occasion, does not want to play the game. Potentially, let's have a quick look at some of his other runs. Against Quilty, Quilty might have done him on that run. Second run for Mark. Adam Ince beat him. Round 3, he was going to race Russell Wild. Potentially will get a win, but we've got no ET for round 3, so it makes it hard to come from behind when you can't get an ET in round number 3. And again, the buggy comes racing up from the bottom and gives him an ET at 38.73.
Good job, buggy.
triggering the beams from the other end. And we'll, I think, look, it's important to stop and make sure that you're not leaking anything, nothing's on the surface. And yes, if it's all A-OK, then disappear off the track, which he's done. So commiserations to Mark if you have indeed broken it, but loving what you've done with the car, mate. That's amazing. That is amazing. I did get a kick out of it. For him to say, I thought he'd get a kick out of it, absolutely get a kick out of that, mate. That's really flattering in a way that people get the Bump City deal. There we go. We've got eyes and ears everywhere. Not only Dave Reed with the photography, but the ears, thinking it might have jumped out of gear or neutralised or done something in the auto, and he said he might have just pulled over to check it all. Well done, son. All right, thank you, Mark. He's on his way back now, just trickling it back. Here's this nugget of a thing. I tell you, what a nugget of a thing. Even in beige. Back in beige, that's what it is. Danny Quilty. And I just love that the back half has happened. Shorter wheelbase, nice big slick on it. Don't know what he's got under the back there, whether it's a set of rollers or something instead of wheelie bars. I don't know what he's got. Is he going to give this a crack here or not? Let's have a look. Danny Quilty. He hasn't done a big wheelie during racing, so at the moment, we've already got someone for wheelie, if we've got a wheelie award. Oh, nice. That is a nice wheelie, but right now we do have someone in there. That would have been a chance for Danny. Look, if he makes it to the final, he might have another chance. He's got to be torn, isn't it? If he makes the final, he's got to be torn. Do I go for the win or do I go for the wheelie contest? Could you do both in the one go? That'd be a cracker if you could do both. 975 on the 950 and the win there for Quilty. So we're going to have to start crunching numbers in modified compact as well real soon to see how that all ends up. Ooh. No. Right, okay. Janie, all right, okay. Let's find out. Got a few to choose from, but not many left. So we will we'll find something between now and then. And burnout. Oh, mind you, the 124. That was a good burnout.
Yeah, actually.
Find out that guy's name.
We'll add him down to the list.
What was his name?
Fiat 124 man. Smart man.
Was it
clever man.
Was it Vaughan Cameron?
Yes. Very clever PC. Putting the rotary in a
That was a big burnout that he almost binned it in, didn't he?
Yeah.
Almost binned it.
Yeah,
so yeah, that's
the
pretty
entertainment factor.
Yeah. Already nearly binned it.
Troy Dunning now is back into the Mazda 1000 Ute. 13B on board.
All right, and remember now, this one's a cutthroat one. Someone's going home. Corin Wicken or Troy Dunning. No Chicago shootout here. Whoever wins gets to the next round. Clean green, reaction time, massive reaction time advantage to the VL. Corin Wickham, he's got to be careful of the 1060 dial in though. He's got to stay in front of Troy Dunning without breaking out, and he's done it. 11:35 says goodbye to Troy Dunning in that cute little ute. Great little combo. Great that you're part of 2025 Adelaide Jamboree, but thus ends the day for Troy Dunning. As is any of our cars that we've seen in round 3. Potentially that's all their last runs, except for obviously ones that would feature in a final, which, as we said, we can only half predict a couple of them. And we've still got round 3 of Thatcher Extreme Pro Mod to go, which will be, you would assume, sooner rather than later. And then how do we turn those guys around in quick succession? That is a... That is something to consider, righto. Because we do need to turn some stuff around before too long, because we've got round 3 of a lot of things sorted and a few more to organise as well. So that was the end of well, only one pairing so far in Street Compact. The rest to come up shortly. I think we've got a couple of more balls to crack around and hit out too. I think we still might have a couple of things that we'll flick out to the crowd before too long. If we do need to do some turnaround and turnaround time, because we're doing pretty well for it. So where are we up to? Righto. So round 3 of 5 Street Compact, still a couple to go. Dial your own to come up as well. And then, yeah, round 3 of Factory Stream coming. Just hold them up for the moment. Whatever might have come out on that run there from maybe the VL. Got George Ritchie and Hristo Stadjanowski. The RX4 against the Holden Tirana, round number 3.
Just an update on our Castrol Edge Workshop Wars as well. It's actually looking like, believe it or not, Dandy Engines is in the lead.
Wow, there we go.
Keith Hard's flying the flag really hard there for Dandy Engines.
And you've been crunching the points on that, so that's Keith has done fairly good for the team to get him there.
Just those wins and his reaction time. He's picked up a couple of bonus points there. So.
All right. The heart rate might be up here for everyone. Was getting to round 3 of Street Compact, where this is the fight for survival. And look, Chicago Shootout's good. We wish we could give it to every competitor, but, you know, when we've got bigger fields, we've got to knock them down and get them to the pointy end. So here we are, literally nearly semi-final, probably almost semi-final time. George Ritchie, 11:31 in the Toronto. He'll be leaving after Christo leaves in the RX4. 1.09 seconds. Clean green. Clean green. Now, reaction time a little bit better to the RX4. Nothing to write home about either side, by the way. Nothing to write home about. RX4's out there, coming to the stripe. Toronto's got a bit more top end. Not enough time to hit the brakes, but enough time to roll off the throttle. And a 12.93 on 11.31 is enough. Christo, maybe some issues, missed a gear or something. 14.83 for him. He is out in round 3. Hope you had a good day, Christo. But the Toronto continues on to round number 4. Dial your own elimination format. Chris Sajiko in the R32 up against Thomas Costanzo, the Falcon from Brooklyn Park here in South Aussie. Chris Suzuko from Old Norrlunga, 11.50, chasing a 17.02. And this is to prove that you can still take cars like a 17, 15, 16 second car and still turn it into a Jambo heavy hitter. Just got to go rounds, stick to your dial-in. Street Compact's where you can do that.
Stay calm.
Stay calm.
Take your deep breath.
Take a deep breath. Here we go. Big weight here. Big weight. Clean green. 5.5 second weight. Here comes the lights for the skyline. Is that a clean green as well? Looks like it is. Reaction time a little bit better to the Falcon, the R32. He's running out of space. He's running out of time. The Falcon better get on the brakes. Oh, watch out.
Oh, he broke out.
Breakout, 12.54 to an 11.50. And here I was telling everyone you could take a 15, 16, 17 second car, make it a weapon, but you've also got to probably still use a bit of brake light insurance or a little look over the shoulder or look in your mirror. That was nothing more thrilling racing street meets back in the day when I was always in a slow car getting hunted by 12 and 13 second cars in my 20 second car and looking in your rear view mirror and watching them come.
Next year, we'll have to do it again next year.
Watching them come through in the deep end. So, yeah, a little bit of rear view would have helped there probably for the Ute, but hey, the R32 into the next round of Street Compact, so we're pretty much down to the semi-finals of them. And here is our Dial Your Own class next round, I would say. We've got dragsters, we've got the drag pack here still in the mix. So we are into Dial Your Own round number 3. And whoever wins this one, I think, is also a worthy winner because this is going to be a tough one against all these hot shots in here. Stephen Nusbatchel in the Chimera and Peter Cates in the Dodge Drag Pack. That 354 late model Hemi, it definitely got a nice set of lungs on it. The Chimera from Williston in South Aussie. From Roseworthy is Peter Cates. South Aussie's in this one, getting towards the pointy end. Dial Your Own elimination format. 8.32 chasing a 9.45. Chimera got bulbs on and everything. I didn't see much skid from the Chimera myself. Here we are. You can never remember, he took out the Mustang, Peter Cates, in the last round, which was a 6-second top sportsman car. All right, here we go into stage. Here comes the lights. Bang, bang, bang. Chimera out and gone. Bang, bang, bang. Drag pack out and gone. Reaction time favours the Chimera by a fair bunch. The drag pack trying to haul him in. That top end charge. The Chimera. 9.57 on a 45, beats the 38 on a 32. Yeah, that's a great side-by-side battle. Better reaction time for Stephen Nusbatchel in the Chimera. Could we see a Chimera in the winner's circle again? Oh, got to get past these now. This is a race. Didn't know it was going to happen, but here it is. I know we talked about it. Adriana and David probably have never met in a race. Normally in two completely different classes, of course. Adriana in modified eliminator against dragsters and altereds. Dave Foster in top sportsman, so the quickest sedans around. 6 and 7 second sedans. So look, it really shouldn't matter any different. The Christmas tree still looks the same. Yep. but your opponent, a little bit different now. He's not chasing anyone, David Foster. He is the tortoise getting chased by the hare, but it's not much of a difference. It's not even one light stagger between David and Adriana. So here they are. The cream of the crop in Dial Your Own, round number 3. Just as much adrenaline running through these guys' veins as the Pro Mod guys. All right, here we go. One light stagger. Carefully stages it, Adriana. So close. Clean, clean. 039, 024. Adriana, 024. Half track. I tell you what, Dragster just out in front. 07 on an 06. Beat the 38 on a 37. 10 thousandths at the finish line. 10 thousandths at the finish line. That is a tight race. 2 3/4 feet at the stripe. That is a hell of a great race. And you know what? That is just typical of the best Dial Your Own races we've got around. All the way to the stripe. The Dragster barely out in front. 07 on an 08. 38 on a 37. Both over 180 odd mile an hour, by the way, too. So it is Corey Hunter against Connor Fakinos in Street 289. It's Peter Kogorski against Shane Lavarowski in Modified 10.5.
Keith Hards and Alex Whitehead.
It is Keith Hards and Alex Whitehead. Okay, that's good. And this will be, I'd say for Casey, watch this. Stage it. I don't know, no burnout, so put it in, back it back. It's a blowing combo. There she goes. All right, and why would they might be doing the same thing as well? Remember, they blew a Welsh plug out of this thing today. They were on the hunt for a Welsh plug. Whether they got one or whether they were able to put it back. But there we go. So that is the next round coming. Will it be Casey against Adriana? The Chimera is still in the mix there as well. So there's some scenarios to come even in the Dial Your Own bracket for the next round. Or is that a sign of things to come? Chimera versus Dragster next round maybe as McClure's pushed the rail back around. In comes comes in a Chimera coming in hot. So maybe they might be the next pairing next round against each other. Who knows? But that Dial Your Own round means that we'll be giving that track a tickle. We'll be looking to get round 3 of Factory Extreme Pro Compact if they do indeed to come out. I think it's Marcus and Dodsey, whether they come out now or come out for finals, it's up to them. I think that's what we're down to there. And our Pro Mods, well, that is the third round coming up shortly. Great opportunity right now. And don't take too long. Grab that Jamboree merchandise before too long. If there's still hoodies for sale, grab them now. Grab that Christmas shopping now at the Jambo tent if we're still open. This little bit of track prep is going to be essential because when we come back from this, Factory Extreme round 3, will it be Jay Sadek in the final or Rotary in the final against 2 RBs and a 2J? So it's kind of shaping up look like, because he's got the solo in this round. And if he ends up with 3 from 3, he has the luxury, Jay, of probably just rolling it through to get 3 from 3. But I don't know whether you push the friendship or not. It's, again, whether Margin wants to go through 2 from 3 with a quick ET, Jozefsky 2 from 3 with a quick ET, or Eddie. If Eddie could somehow take out Jozefsky, that's only Eddie and Jay 3 from 3. So I don't think George is going to sit back and let that happen. So Factory Extreme, that's what it's going to look like in those pairings coming up. Pro Mod, oh my God. Folks, if you haven't heard the old digs get excited, wait till this round 3 comes up of Pro Mod, because there are 4+ different drivers that can probably make that final, dependent on how the cards fall in this last round. We already talked about some of the things we've seen, the hypothetical. Oh, we've got Steffi Graf back out there hitting a couple of balls to the stalwarts. Good on you. Good on you. Crack a few up there. She's doing a beautiful little lady underhand there. But have you ever thought of cracking one? They are.
Steffi Graf. It's Leanne Barty.
Oh, Leanne Barty. Sorry.
On.
Ash Belt. One of the 3. Don't know what to call her. But she's got that lovely little lady's underhand there, which is a beautiful hit. It actually guarantees people can see the ball. I was actually enjoying my massive Mark Philippoussis down there. My 200.
That's what I was going to say. We have to call you Chris Philippoussis because the name it fits in a lot more with the Jamboree thing.
Well, I might have to go down there and start cracking a few. And you know what? I will. I feel like I will. Where's my headband gone? Put my head. Oh, here we go. Here it is there. All right. Might go down and do that. We'll crunch some numbers.
We'll put some ads on.
Get some prep on, and hold on to your hats for round 3 coming up here soon.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
You go to any racetrack, whether it's like dirt bikes or four-wheelers, automotive or anything, you say the name Wiseco, everybody knows that name.
I always say the goal is always to make a piston that no matter how hard you run it, you want it to look when you take it out like it never touched the cylinder wall.
I started in the tool back in 1979, and we've been improving ever since.
Nice to be able to be part of the team here that tests a product. It's been a great tradition to make our product better. The relationships outside of Wiseco, the racers that we support, be able to watch the cars go and break world records.
Owners always instilled, treat the customer like you want to be treated. So that's still my motto today. Even after 43 and a half years, I honor what they've always told me.
welcome to the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree presented by Fueltech.
The biggest floor compact event anywhere on the planet.
The first 7-second pass ever at the Jamboree.
Mr. 6 Second is now Mr. 200 miles per hour. Scaramouche, the world's quickest RX3.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree for 2024. My name's Rusty Gregory.
Willowbank Raceway, make some noise.
Oh no, hang on to it.
Caught short a little bit on the start.
Well, it's getting to that time of the day where it's starting to feel a little bit more exciting. The sun is just starting to dip. We hear the burble of the Pack 20B of Jay Sadek. They're cheering. Look at that. They're so excited. Sammy's so excited because it looks like Jay will be going through to another final. Okay. I've never seen anyone that excited about his son accepting the green. Okay. Well, that was a lot of excitement. I'm not sure what. They'll hook Jay up and take him back to the pits, get him ready for the next round of racing, which should be the final. Just furiously finding my paperwork. Furiously as Diggles catches his breath. Was that fun, was it?
Oh, it's no better fun than... Well, there's a fair bit of breeze above us here because when you crack them up in the air, the wind's been taking them. There's a lucky ball somewhere, probably maybe on the highway.
Nice work.
Accidentally. So Jay's done exactly what... Accidentally, Jay has put you...
He's done what we thought he would do. Accept the green, get ready for the final. Where I'm sure he will send it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it? You get to this time of the day, you play the long game. We've got him down, I think, for 3 from 3 for Jay. Is that right?
Yep, 3 from 3.
Right. 3 from 3. But who shall meeteth thy rota in thy final?
What is thy paperwork?
Thy paperwork is showing us Jezewski against Eddie. Rob Marjan against Jordan Spencer. Now, I did see Jordan's crew down there, whether or not the Cutlass is back or not. Didn't really have a chance to ask. I just said, go the Cutlass.
Go the Cutlass.
Go the Barra Cutlass. So whether or not Jordan's got it back or not. But that is Jay, 3 from 3 with no ET. That should be enough. No one else is 3 from 3. So not Rob, not Eddie. Eddie's fighting for the place, not George. George, the best, if George can beat Eddie, the best George can end up is 2 from 3, but it'll be that ET. And then against Rob Marjan, if Rob has to run it to the stripe to go ET-wise. Probably got the best seat in the house, Rob, for all of this if he goes last. So he gets to see what everyone runs, and then the big decision is...
Do I send it?
What do we do? But that's going to be the big deciding factor in regards to who goes into the final against Jay Sadek, who is 3 from 3. Round 1 win against Jordan Spencer. Round 2 win against George Jezewski when George had that bump infringement where the phantom amber, whatever it was, that flicker, off he went. So that was Jay 2 from 2. There was the bye from Jay 3 from 3. Salupa is ready for a final here in Adelaide. How does that all finish up? Who knows?
Alrighty, here comes George in the Bullet Race Engineering lane. Eddie in the Summit Racing lane.
All right, so this matters right now. 2J versus RB. R35 against RX7. Gas against Croydon. All right, may the best man win. Okay. Georgie's just got to compose himself. Eddie's got to compose himself as well. Just got to compose it. As much as this is a pretty high pressure situation right now, these guys have got to find a little bit of inner carb.
Pack up time. Eddie, of course, still in the running for the Garrett Jamboree Series Championship as well. Does have a few points up his sleeve over his next contender. With that being none other than George Jezewski.
All right, so big moment right now. Let's just leave it to the guys outside there. Big moment. This determines whether you can get to the final or not. A Thatcher Extreme. Blue greens. Jezewski 060, 065 to Eddie. Oh, Jezewski putting one down right now. 610, 245 mile an hour. A win there to George. So that's 2 from 3 with a 610. Eddie. 2 from 3 with a 694. So there we go. Eddie finishes up 2 from 3. George finishes up 2 from 3. Jay Sadek is the only one 3 from 3. Rob Marjan now needs to go quicker than a 610 to make a final. That's from what I can see just looking at my observations. If Jordan Spencer can't front here, it'll be a solo to Rob Marjan. Rob in round 1 sat there, just got his run down, but didn't trigger the win against Eddie. Round 2, he took the bye and the win. Right now, round 3, needs quicker than a 610 to edge Georgie out of the final. So Zeus, this run's got to be fairly healthy. Fairly healthy right now for Rob Marjan to make it all work. You can see Jay Sadek there on the side watching this race right now. Will it be Jezewski or Rob? Can't be a take the bulb and go to the final, it won't be that. It's got to be a number. Don't you love LED lights, how we just hit the lights in the venue? Like that, immediately like that. Right, this is the scenario. He's done some percentage runs here today, 6:03, 2:43 mile an hour. We just saw a 6:10 from George Jezewski. Rob Marjan is going to need quicker than a 6:10 to edge. I shouldn't say teammate. I mean, Georgie's customer, yes, I suppose. Team, workshop. But Rob's got to think about whether he wants to be in the final or not. So he's kind of got to make this thing a little serious on this run. So it's got to be driven to the stripe. You know, another thing that's got to happen here too, he's got to stage the thing. He's got to face the tree. If he doesn't face the tree, it can be all over as well. So it's got to have a number come up on the other end of the boards quicker than 6:10. Look at the concentration. Is that Joel Burns there on the bars? That Junior Burnsy on the bars there. Getting it sorted. All right, the very best chassis knowledge, the very best horsepower compilation, the very best tune they can possibly come up with right now for this situation. It all comes down to this moment where the Rob Marjan goes to the final of Factory Extreme against Jay Sadek, or it'll be Jezewski and Sadek in the final. Zeus, can he do it all in the one run and then have to come back and race for the Billet J winner in Factory Extreme? All right, he's faced it, he's taken it, he's got it, but now he needs an ET. Okay, he's half track, 395 to half track, off he goes, 595, 245 mile an hour. I think that's our final right there. That's our final right there, a win for Marjan. He finishes 2 from 3 with a 595. So from what I can work out, round 1 loss, round 2 solo win, round 3 solo win, 595, 2 from 3, 595. Jezewski, round 1 win, round 2 Fandamamba, round 3 win, 2 from 3, 610. Round 1, Jay Sadek win. Round 2, Jay Sadek win. Round 3, solo Jay Sadek win. Will not have lane choice though, ET-wise. Jay would, well, 3 from 3, in theory, 3 from 3 might give you lane choice. They could toss a coin and be gentlemen about it, I guess, if it's important. Jay seems to like the right lane. He seems to like the Summit lane, while Rob's loving the Bullet lane, so I don't think that's a factor coming towards the final at all. Both lanes are pretty well perfect. So if that's the case, I would... how's that one going to end up, Janie? I mean, sentiments are showing, you know, a rotary win in Factory Extreme are few and far between at the moment, with plenty of RB and 2J performances in the 5s. And then you've got Sadek now, the quickest auto rotary in the world, to be there. How is this scenario? Look, are my eyes deceiving me, Jane, or have they done an engine swap on the S15, and that is indeed the S15 coming up right now in Pro Compact round 3? That indeed looks like it to me. So that indeed looks like it to me. So that is a scenario that I didn't think of either. I thought he was out for good, broken crank or whatever, but spare engine or whatever, it's in and the car is ready to go to the line for round 3. He's got Alan Dodd there beside him. So, well, a no-show. So Doddsy's 1 from 2. He didn't front, well, technically didn't front round 1 because he didn't make the call. Round 2, he staged the thing, so he's got 1 from 2. Right now, even if Don Mayolo was somehow able to get the win, he'd end up 1 from 3. Dodsy'd end up 1 from 3 as well. It'd be down to ET in round 3. It's funny how these things happen. It's funny how these things happen. He is there right now. Now, I don't have... I'm looking for the Pro Compact seedings for round 3, who he was supposed to run. And doesn't it go to show that, you know, as much as you break a crank, you think you're out, It is supposed to be round 3. Alan Dodd and Dominic Maiolo. How are the odds? Round 1, of course, no show against Marcus Pepe changing the engine. Round 2 against Nilsson Popplewell, not there, but again, you should kind of normally stage the car to get the win, changing the engine. Here they are coming back for one more run to at least get 1 from 3. Alan Dodd, round 1 against Nilsson Popplewell. Technically didn't make the call. Round 2 against Marcus. Marcus didn't make the call. And is Marcus even behind us there, or is Marcus still in the game? This is another one I think we can just throw up in the air and go, well, however the cards fall, this is typical Jambo for me, isn't it? Typical Jambo for everyone. You just don't know what the end story, you don't know what the end result's going to be until the very last run of the night. So he's going to give it a red hot crack here. Let's just see whether the S15 even fires up here. In the water now. Look, straight away you can see that car getting escorted to the line. Maybe it's running. Maybe it's running. It is seeded to run against each other. It is seeded to run each other. It's seeded to run each other. It is still seeded to run each other. So whatever instruction they were given just then on the start line, technically the car's got a stage under its own power normally. Could you perhaps give it a push out of the water to help it in the burnout, and it somehow miraculously rolls in the stage by itself? Technically, I suppose it was under its own power. But he is seeded to run. He is seeded to run Alan Dodd in this round. All right, we'll throw the tree. Sup G goes towards the centre line, still takes it out, 687, a couple of 680s from the car today, 108 in the 60 foot, half track 439, 163. Not a crank, all right, not a crank, something else. Broken shifter. I've had other info about broken cranks and stuff like that, but anyway, whatever it was, it's back together. Thanks for all the info coming in. I'll relay whatever news I get. Whether it's true or not, I'll just relay it. We'll sift through to the truth. It's a great yarn anyway. It's a good yarn. So if this thing had done an engine swap, it had broken a shift or whatever it had done, we were hearing that it had broken the crank off near the first journal. That was one. And again, I'm not going to go back and find what that information was and where it came from, but I do remember reading something like that from a pretty informed source. But yeah, Marjan and Sadek in the final of Thatcher Extreme. There we go. That's another one. All right, whether or not that was a swap or a shifter fix or whatever they did, they've got the car back to the line. And it's not what we thought it was. We'll go back. Yeah, I think that's right. Margin and Sadek, is that what it says? 2 from 3 with a 5.95. 3 from 3. So that's a shame to see that. I mean, it ran a 6 earlier on today, so it's got a 6-second time slip here in Australian soil now, and obviously in the future, as they get more runs on that car, that S15 will be a rocket ship. But today, a few problems sneaking in on the car. Here's Marcus. All right, so probably going to be Dodsey and Marcus in the final if that's the case. He's just coming in to do the stage as well, saving for the final. I'd say it's going to be What Up G and Marcus as we thought it was. A round 3 turn up. I'd say Alan will probably end up with lane choice if that's the case, because Marcus has done what he needs to do. So they are ready for the Pro Compact final thanks to McKernan Associates. a little bit later on. But getting him to bring the car back under his... Marcus. All right, Marcus is off. Some guys have their the two-way radio, can talk to the driver. In some cases, and this must be hand signals, and couldn't get a hand signal to Marcus quick enough to say, hey, don't have to keep going down there. You can come on back. But he's going to roll it on through. Probably take that first loop. Here's our traffic control down there, making sure he gets out of that loop. And we will say, we would see probably in the not too distant future. And this is the thing that's going to be interesting. These guys are ready. Thatcher Extreme, a little bit of thrash. Probably the only ones thrashing out of these will be Zeus, trying to getting Zeus ready for a Thatcher Extreme final. Our Pro Compact guys are ready already because they didn't have to stretch it. Jason X sitting there ready. So it is obviously turnaround time for Rob Marjam. And the Pro Mods have got to run yet. And then there's going to be turnaround time as to who gets into that final. So there we go. We finally got through that. Drama this, drama that. Rumours of broken engines. Broken shifter it turns out to be, apparently. We'll give you all the news that's fit to print. And give you an update when it's maybe correct or incorrect. And we'll get all that info later. All right, well, it'd be interesting to see, even if it was 1 from 3, 1 from 3 could possibly still make the final. It'll be a count back anyway. All those little things. How did you pick that up? Did you pick that up on the two-way? Got all the communications happening there. So that's Marcus through. So it'll be interesting to see what that final appears to be, whether it is going to be with 1 from 3, even that could have been 2 from 3 for Marcus, if indeed that run was disqualified for parachute pin still in. That would still perhaps be the final, I would say, the two Boostworks cars, Alan Dodd and Marcus Pepe. But again, that's penciled in, don't quote us on that one. So I can see him in the staging lanes. It's just about to get a little crazy here because the script has not yet been written for Outlaw Pro Mod round number 3. The matchups are coming here very, very shortly. We already talked about who's got buys, who hasn't. Jane's crunching a million numbers here to try and work that out. We know that Brody, I think, has a buy. But there is potential. Look, even if you got the buy and you're 3 from 3, it can't be what we've just seen with these guys staging and rolling back or rolling forward. 3 from 3 with no time's not going to guarantee you a final win. Potentially, we could have 4 cars at 3 wins from 3 rounds. So those 2 quickest ETs in this round with identical wins is going to determine who's in the final. And as we said, Carlson's got a chance, Ricker's got a chance, Zappy's got a chance, so's Brody. And then when you think of the other cars amongst those other ones we haven't talked about, and Sakaridis and Gauchi, Carlson in there as well, there's a few cars amongst that group that may not have enough wins to probably make the final, but if they pull out a really good run now, and there's quite a few who've got the potential to do that, they could kick someone else out of a final, and then it's going to be down to ET. But even if at the end of all that we've got 2 with 3 from 3, that'll be the final. If we have 1 at 3 from 3 and 5 at 2 from 3, the quickest ET in round 3 of those 2 from 3s will be the finalist. So right now, this run's probably going to need to count for John Ricker. He's still got to win this race to see whether or not he's got a finals berth. Looking for his opposition, though. Looking for his opposition. Can't see opposition. Maybe a late scratching. It does say a bye. All right. Well, I did have a seating there. I'm just flicking that through. I'll see if I can find that last photo. Thank you. Ricker was supposed to run Bailey. Bailey has not fronted. Johnny Ricker's going to get the win. Ricker a win in round 1. Ricker a win in round 2. Here's Johnny, 3 from 3. It's going to be Brody, 3 from 3. Carlson's going to fight Sakaridis to be in the same situation. Zappier's going to be fighting Daniel Camilleri in the same position. So ET is going to matter for each one of these potential 3 from 3s. So a no show for Bailey and McClure. Decided Slimer, 5 another day. By all indications, this is going to be a run that you can't take easy just in case. Outlaw Pro Mod. Half track, 362, 547, 267, 938 to 60 foot. Half track, 362, 210, 547, 267. All right, Johnny Ricker, 3 from 3, 547. Let me just write that down. 547 with a 1. 3 from 3, 547 with a 1. 938 to 60. 938 to 60 foot. So you think that start line's going to handle it? Absolutely. So Johnny Ricker sits in the clubhouse, pretty much our first finalist. How the rest of them go here, who knows? He's going to have a crack here, Zach, because, yeah, look, he's not going to be in finals contention, but the kid's going to have another crack here because he has got a seeded solo. He won in round 1 against Lorenzo when Lorenzo didn't show. Round 2, he had that shallow stage against Ricker. And here he's in round 3. So he's going to finish 2 from 3 at the very least, Zach. Here we go. 2 from 3. Round 1, a win. Round 2, a red light. Round 3, a win. Yeah, so 2 from 3, not a bad day for Zach. Good to see, and judging by that burnout, he's serious about sending it down one more time in pretty much prime condition. We are in prime conditions right now. The track is super sticky, the air is cooled. Look, honestly, outside, I thought it would be cooler. When I headed out of here to go and hit that last set of balls, I was stunned actually how warm it was from what I thought it was going to be. I honestly thought we've still got a bit of residual warmth around, but the conditions are getting better every single second. So how does this finish up? Twin turbo Hemi, 521 cubic inches. Dunko, father there, just setting 4-link adjustments. Checking those chutes, make sure they're all okay. And the Nizovic boys ready to send Zach into stage. Last hit for him today. It's whether Carlson can get one up against Sakaridis. It's whether Zappia can get Camilleri as to who goes into the final against Ricker. See how light that big stage is there? Boy, when he cranks the power into that at half track, like it was 102 to 60 foot, 426 to half track, but I don't think he quite got there when that power was starting to come in, and that thing goes for a hell of a walk after that. 753 at 129 finishes off the, well, essentially nearly finishes off the year for the boys because they've already, I talked to Dunko before and he's saying that's just about probably enough for us for the year. It's been pretty hectic year. All right, so it was a broken, there we go, that's racing. Broken shifter from Josh Morrison. So I don't know where someone's come up with the broken crank theory. Broken shifter. If I had enough time, I would have gone down there and asked. But when you take the armchair information, you take the free and easy info, spread it out there. if they knew it wasn't true, well, there you go. They're happy. The engine's miraculously back together in no time. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Ray, for that info. Ray's been following it. Ray's all over it. So this is one for Carlson. So, look, if Carlson wants to fight for the final, he's going to have to put a good number up here. Now, for Sakaridis, round 1 win. Look, round 2 win against Joe. So, look, Greg's... he could come from behind here, Sakaridis. Round 1, I didn't even consider him because he's been having all sorts of trouble, but he's been racking up win lights. Round 1 win against Camilleri. Round 2 win against Joe Gauci. That was a shake fest, which I think he just got his shake a bit later than Joe and got through for the win. But now, if it could all go right for him, he could be in the final with a 3 from 3, and the ET matters. Steve Carlson, round 1 win against Pistol Pete. Round 2 win. He's done it the hard way today. Bailey McClure, round 3, if he could win. If he could win. This is a great race. I said nearly every pairing's got some sort of gravity to it. Sakaridis, if he can repeat what he did yesterday. Tell you what, whole shot to Sakaridis. Oh, got the shoots out. Something's gone wrong down track, and it's Carlson with the win. Carlson with the win. That's 3 from 3 and a 5.92 though. 3 from 3 and a 5.92.4. Sakaridis was out like a rocket, 9.77 to 60 foot. Half track 3.72 at 195 mile an hour, but then something might have been going away on that car because normally that thing can be 210 plus at the 660, but then something down track. The chutes have come out, bit of smoke, whatever it had happened, but the chutes did come out there on Sakaridis' car. He left the line 0.22 off the tree and was on a march there in front of Carlson, and that thing was going to, normally what that thing does at the bottom end of the track is rocket away. It did go 540 yesterday, and this time we thought, here we go, watch this thing, going to be a 40-something. Here we are. We thought, geez, these conditions, it could be even something better than that. And then lo and behold, a little bit of smoke, parachutes out, and comes past Carlson in the blink of an eye. Carlson, 3 from 3 and a 5.92. Will that hold? Depends on what Brody Zappia does. Depends on what John Zappia does. So there we go. That's what it's going to be. What does Zappia do here? We're talking about John Zappia and Daniel Camilleri. Camilleri's ready for the fight. Zappia's ready for the fight. Righto, Zap. Big moment right now. Okay. Traditional Zappia burnout. Three from 3, John Ricker. Brody Zappia, without even running Lorenzo yet, is already 3 from 3, but what ET? Steve Carlson, 3 from 3, 5.92. John Zappia. Round 1 win against Joe Gauci. John Zappia, round 2 win against Pete Pizzolidis. Round 3 against Daniel Camilleri. Dan is not going to give up trying, let me tell you. He's there for a reason. He wants to still be competition in case. Camilleri, round 1 loss against Sakaridis. Round 2 win against a no-show Lorenzo. Round 3 now, so he is 1 from 2. All right, Outlaw Pro Mod, thanks to Wiseco, never ceases to thrill us. The competition this year in Australian door car racing has been exceptional. And we're talking Jambos predominantly when you look at all the runs, add them all up. Jambo's delivered it. Outlaw Pro Mod. Zap's got to do everything right now. Everything right. If he's to try and get to the final. Tell you what, half track for Zappia, 373, 205, 564, 564 for Zappia. 3 from 3 with a 564, 5.648. And right now, when you look at it, 3 from 3 with a 5.648, 3 from 3 with a 5.47.1. The dream matchup, the one we haven't seen. We didn't know when we might see it, but we're going to see it at the moment. It depends, though. Could Brody pull out a 5.63 on his solo run, 3 from 3, to unseat the uncle out of the final? That's the only other scenario that's left. That is Carlson 3 from 3, Ricker 3 from 3, Brody Zappia will be 3 from 3 if he fronts against, of course, a no-show Lorenzo, and John Zappia 3 from 3, 5.64 with an 8. That's how it looks like it can go down. So that's pretty tantalising what we're seeing there. Even right now, Brody would have to uncork an amazing run in the Monaro to do it. The Pizzolitti's Joe Gauci run, if they do front, they do run. I can see Pistol ready to go. So he'd be up against Joe if Joe's there. If Joe's not there, Pistol gets one more crack at it. And whether Brody's there or not, I can't see the big tow rig. Maybe that's behind Pistol, I don't know. But here comes Zach. Give him a round of applause. The young gun, fresh into Pro Mod this year, and plenty more experience to be had from this young bloke in the future. But great family and another good team. All right, so he is there behind Pistol. So, yes, we still have that to come. So even if nothing else happens right now, and we're hoping it's going to happen, because this is a crazy finish right now. Crazy finish. 3 from 3, 5.64 for Zap. 3 from 3, 5.47 for Ricker. So potentially Ricker's, right now Ricker's got lane choice no matter what. Everyone's locked up and wins, so that could be choosing whichever lane he wants. What a dream final that looks like to be, but who knows? Can you imagine if the nephew unsettles the uncle and pulls out a PB for him and perhaps the car? I don't know how quick we've seen the Monaro go, but quicker than a 64.8 is going to be a pretty tall order, but still not impossible. Considering you know what these things do as far as making horsepower is concerned, they certainly can do that. Zap did it down that left lane. Ricker's been down the other lane, so both lanes seem to be dishing out the good performances. We are heading down that lane just to check a few things out, see whether or not it's something we need to, whether it's any debris or slight drip or something like that, but whatever it is, we are on it right now. Just a little bit of inspection near the quarter mile, but it's tantalising to think that we could still have this situation change one more time in one pair. But Pistol's ready for his solo. He wants to have one more crack at the track here with the Corvette. It's ready to go. Whether or not Joe's there or not, maybe he's not. They maybe have packed it up for the day. I just can't see him lining up here in this lane. Then Brody will have the track to himself, probably choice of lane if he wants, because Lorenzo could not front. So what do we start with? 11. 11 cars, a little bit of attrition, not much. Only in the later rounds too, and the only one not showing in this round would be Bailey and Joe, and of course, Lorenzo out earlier with the sump full of debris. So this is how it's all going to pan out. And according to our schedule after that, of course, a bit of turnaround time. So right now, Zap's on the way back. Potentially right now, that needs to be turnaround for Zap, turnaround for Johnny. Zap's got a little less turnaround than Johnny has. But that'll be final Pro Mod. We're just about at that pointy end of proceedings, folks. It's been a fantastic day. Got it all underway. Tons of drama early in the day with incidents and accidents, and poor Greg Saccharides yesterday, 42 today. Just nothing but the occasional drama. Here's Pistol having one more crack. All right, round one against Steve Carlson, the loss. Round two, loss to Zappia. And round three here was up against Joe Gauci, but yeah, no show for Joe. But you know what? Pistol could have very well sort of packed it all up, and it's a dead rubber, but really, suppose you build these things for a reason. You want to run them, you want to improve every time you get out there, and when the track and the conditions are like this, you'd be mad not to at least front and have a crack at it. Opposition or no opposition, he's going to give it a run. Thank you for Wiseco Pistons Automotive Products for their support of Outlaw Pro Mod here at Adelaide Jamboree. Big shout out to you too, Marty. Thanks very much for the wrap. Loving the stream. That's good. You and many others are enjoying the stream. I don't know what we peaked at. We were 1,500 for a fair while. They're watching on our great Real Street Live stream. All right, Pistol. Last shot for him. Takes that thing to the stripe, 637, 217 mile an hour, 103 in the 60 foot, half track, 414 at 176 mile an hour, and 637, 217. Could just hear the thing really working hard on that run. Could really hear it working hard. But that's the end of his weekend for Pistol. The win for him, a no-show there for Joe Gauci. And he's finished his account for the weekend. Hey, put your hands together for the Kiwi team. Steve Carlson, nothing but fives here today. But Steve-O, that's where the journey ends today, mate, because, yeah, 592, 3 from 3. Just out of contention for the final, mate. Just out of contention for the final. Here's a guy that has got it all to do. Honestly, this would have to be a miracle run. A miracle run. This would have to be the run of all runs for him to, well, no pressure in a way. No opponent. Supposed to run Lorenzo. Lorenzo's not here. So right now, in order to unseat his uncle from the final, would have to run a 5.64.7. So it's still a task to do. 5.64 with a 7 would have to be what Brodie runs right now to pip the uncle from being in the final. I notice that's just held up for a sec just to see what happens here, but he has to run 5.64 with a 7. Whether Morris is going to throw the kitchen sink at it here or not. Morris just throw it all to be in the final. It's a big run to try and do. It is a monster run to try and do right now. We've got Uncle John down there just taking a moment to watch what Brodie does. He needs John a 64 with a 7 to kick you out of the final. No small task. Be the quickest run he'd ever done so far in his career. A 64 with a 7 is what he needs to pip Uncle John into the final. And that'll be 4 cars that finished at 3 from 3. Oh, yes. All right, big run. No pressure. You'll still end up 3 from 3. 3 from 3 with a watt. Brody Zappia. Oh, on rails, 379, 199, 76, 576, 576, 3 from 3 with a 576.8 at 248 mile an hour. Half track, 379, 199, 981 in the 60, 061 off the tree. It was a, he fell short by just under 2 tenths. He just fell short of a finals berth, trying to pip Uncle John out of being in the final, but fantastic racing by the Pro Mods over 3 rounds today. You could never dream that 4 cars would end up 3 from 3. John Ricker for the Blower Brigade, 3 from 3 with a 547. Brody Zappia, 3 from 3 for the Blower cars, 576. Steve Carlson, 3 from 3 with the Blower car, 592. And John Zappia, 3 from 3, 564.8. So considering how many turbo cars we had in there today, didn't realise their potential today. Did not realise their potential, the Blower cars prevailing today. I'm sure in the future that will change. But I tell you, the Blower cars on a tear. I reckon that's Ricker and Zappia in the final. The marquee matchup of the year in the final. All right. Everyone should be liking and sharing the live stream and letting everyone know that the final is going to be Ricker and Zappia. All right, here we go. Solo in the 4th round of Dial Your Own. He's going to trust that 950 dialing out. Let's check it out. Here we go. 953 and a 950. He's ready for the next round. So 953 on a 950. That is semi-final racing. Here's the next matchup. These are the ones we thought it was going to be in the final, but here they are in the semi. Casey and Adriana from WA. Casey McClure. Webby reckons he's got $1,000 to see the Chimera race the Sigma. Well, I think the horse has bolted there, Webby. That would be great to see, yes. That would have been great. Probably could have put all of the... We should have a... I shouldn't call it a Dunga Nationals, but basically every car that was great at the time it came out ended up being a little bit of a lemon, turned into drag cars, and then raced each other. So there's Suzuki Mighty Boys in there, there's Magnas in there, there's Chimeras in there, there's Sigmas in there. About the only 4 I think they made. Got to be a few more than that. Some people reckon Fiat 124s were in the same boat, but no, Janie loves them. All right. I don't know where your money is here. It's Chimera in the final, but it's going to be the winner of this pairing. What a cracking matchup. Casey McClure, $6.99. Adriana Cartledge, $7.05. McClure, Cartledge, Victoria, WA. Who goes to the final against the Chimera? Line to Casey, it's Adriana to the final. Adriana to the final. Let's check the dial in. 009 off the tree. 05 on an 05. That's a pretty dominating run right there from Adriana Cartledge. 009 off the tree. 705 on a 705. That's, well, 953 on a 950 from the Chimera. Bang on the dial in there for Adriana. So that's going to be the final. Adriana against the Chimera, I would say, if that was the only 3 left. Here's the Chimera coming back now. So what are we, 953, 70. So yeah, 2.53 seconds, the difference between that race coming up in the final. And our friend in the Chimera had the very best seat in the house to see how that all went down. And yeah, go the Chimera, hey? One of the best days out for the Chimeras ever. Go the Chimeras. All right. Dial your own. Done. Street compact semis, I would imagine. Semi-finals of street compact. Corin Wickham and Chris Saziko. The R32 11.80 getting chased by a 10.60 from the VL. 1.20 seconds. 3 neat lights on the Christmas tree difference between these two. 3 neat. Who goes to the final? Clean greens both sides, a little bit better to the VL. The R32 is out there, but can't defend for too long. He's out in front there, Corin. I wouldn't be backing off right now, Corin. I wouldn't be backing off. Here comes the 32. 10.69. Yeah, we'll tell you what, he pushed him to the line. 10.69 on a 60 is safe. An 0.42 light for him also helped, and then forced Chris, couldn't get in front of him, breaks out as a result. So the VL into the next round of street compact, and looks like our Tirana gets the bye. And if I was Georgie, I'd do everything exactly the same as you've done all day, mate. Get that thing into stage. Try the dial-in out. 11.31 is the dial-in. So I'd be trying that thing out right now, whether you need to adjust it or not. Just get that, do what you do. Won't want to recreate that reaction time in the final. I can give you the hot tip, Georgie. Let's try the 11.31 out down the other end. Here we go. 11.31 dial, 11.76. Might have to sharpen that up as well, but looks like it's going to be an all Holden final, all South Aussie final in street compact. So yeah, looks like race controls determine the final of Pro Mod is John Ricker and John Zapier. John and John. One of our, well, for years, the most dominant top door slammer racer we've had, and well, I wouldn't say he's the new boy, the new upstart. Rick has been racing for a few years now, but yeah, the new Camaro definitely caused a stir, not only in the United States but here in Australia when it came out. And as far as quickest door car pass, everyone was not only, well, half of the world was raving about how quick the car was, and then half of the world was asking, is a door slam illegal, i.e. weight-wise, EFI, blower, all the different things that you wouldn't be able to use in top door slam. And yes, definitely quicker than a legal top door slammer. But John is talking about next year, John Ricker, of actually going door slam illegal next year, putting the right blower on it, putting all the right bits and pieces in it, making it weigh the right weight, and going to go out there and try the rest of the field out on next year. So that's going to be a fantastic 2026 when it comes to door car racing. And you know the best thing about that? You get to see a sneak preview of it for the final of Outlaw Pro Mod here at Jamboree. And here comes our semi-finalists on the way back, 11.76 breakout, and the winner in the VL for that round. So he'll be up against the Tirana in the final. Final little tweak. Like, to be honest, we're going to be trying to turn those pro mods around. That's the thing. That is the one thing that's going to just having us probably sitting around scratching our thumbs just for a little bit. So I tell you what, this time of day, it's going to be hard to crack balls out in this time of day, but we've got that sort of time. We kind of knew it was going to come to this. We get down to the pointy end. We've got all of our finalists determined. We've just got, obviously, the one category that's going to need the most around a turnaround time is our pro mod guys. So Zap's probably back in there. If you do want a little bit of activity to do before we go to the finals, I'd say the place to be will be down at those pits that you're watching them turn it around. Go down and watch probably one of the best Australian door car teams. In fact, go down and see both Ricker and Zappia's teams. Watch both of those teams turn those machines around. Might be a good good activity to go and see in the short term, because racing-wise on track, we're just getting all of our finalists ready. So I think the best thing we can do is get to that, because I think the thrash in the pits is what we're going to see turning around for all finals, because that's where we're at. We're finals in every single category. And schedule-wise, look, we're not doing too bad. We finally got ourselves back kind of within 30 minutes of where we thought we were going to be anyway. And that's having to scratch one of the quali sessions today purely because of delays early with cleanups from incidents and stuff like that. So I know you want to see those finals. I know you want to see how it all finishes here and who wins the Billet Jays. And, of course, our trophy presentations will be held in our scrutineering shed, which you'll see at the back of the staging lanes here. It's our scrutineering shed. Where they all normally get scrutineered and weighed, and that's where your accreditation normally happens. But that's where we normally do our trophies, and that's what we'll be doing tonight. I remember the last one we did down here was an absolute cracker. Trying to remember, wish we could just pull those stats up and see who won on that night there, because it was just amazing. 2023 it was. Yeah, no, a lot's happened since the last time we've been down here. We've had a few trips around the sun since then, and how are we to know? How are we to remember? I would love to be able to tell you right now who they were, but it's more about the 2025 winners and who are they going to be. Adriana's got a good final up against the Chimera. All of our finals. So, yeah, Jay Sadek against Rob Marjan. Oh, boy. Again, both guys are going to have to be on their game. John Ricker against John Zapier, as we've already stated. Marcus Pepe against Alan Dodd. So both of those guys will have one last fair crack at it. Keith Hards against Alex Whitehead. So all Ford final there. Peter Kogorski against Sean Lazarovsky, which we would already assume that we nearly had that prediction at 11 o'clock today. That prediction. Ben Clark, Danny Quilty in modified compact. Corey Hunter and Connor Fakinos in Street 289. And I know I'm flicking through your paperwork there, Janie, but that's what's telling us everything there. I reckon that's pretty well right. She's crunching numbers as far as points and everything is concerned. We've got other awards we've got to determine as well. And so far we've nearly just about got all of them. Best wheel stand, best burnout, best cruise style, and light of the night during eliminations. Got a couple already lined up for that. As for the rest, we'll have to crunch. Got a good idea for burnouts as well, and it's crazy. Every single year we've got these great awards to be given out. Our Smokin' Award, which is our best burnout, our Sky's the Limit, best wheel stand, best cruise style, best team, best presented. Look for the uniforms, pit layout, overall presentation. And that's a tough choice. We can pick from nearly 50 crews most times. Light of the night presented by Garrett. Closest reaction to a perfect light, we've got an idea there as well. So there's a few to think about. Some good numbers already. Probably can't really award too many of these until we see the last of everything. So. Because too many times we've written things in like light of the night, and someone might be a 005 light, and someone goes 002 in a final. So that can still happen. Right now, I'll tell you right now, you would have to be better than a 003 to win the light of the night. So that's where we're at. We're at 003 for light of the night. We've got an idea about burnout already. We've got an idea for the wheelie. But what have we got for crew? It's always a sticking point. We've always got to try and suss out who might be the best crew. And we'll be thinking about that in just a tick. We'll take a real quick break. We're just going to crunch a few numbers. And yeah, hey, I tell you what, why not put a little bit... Is that from the 35th running of the Jambo? Hey, we've got a little bit for you folks of what happened at our 35th Jambo at Brisbane. So watch this just for your entertainment. Get us all pumped up for the finals. Be back soon.
Subject to change. They're the 3 words.
That only just seemed like yesterday, didn't it? Looking at that great footage from Brisbane Jambo, boy, wasn't that an epic ride? And we're close to our epic ride. Not as close as you think, though, folks. As much as we'd love to say in the next 5 minutes we'll be bringing you finals, we know the reality is we've got especially 2 pro mods to turn around, which they'll be doing as best as they can. I wish I had a bit more time to rush down and just check on that thrash, because I know that it would be the best thrash we could possibly see, considering that both guys on that last round went, what was it, a 49 and a 60, where was it, a 49 and a 68 there. 64 or something like that. I wrote it down on my little things. I'll find it there. It's in there, all my little scribbly notes. Somewhere in there. It's amazing how much paper adds up by the end of the day here, round to round. But that's the part of the day that we know we come to when it's that pointy end. And yeah, there's already been. I think it was one of those suggestions. Someone said, "Oh, can we run some grudges?" And the answer to that would be, "Oh, wouldn't that be neat right now?" But then we have the track primed, pumped, and ready. The risk goes up incredibly if we were to perhaps allow that idea to happen. Yes, more runs for you guys, it'll be fantastic. But yeah, that's texting and talking at the same time. Not one a strong point. But yeah, that is ready to receive our finalists. And I know that probably at the back of the lanes we've got some of those finalists there, but it'd be unheard of considering, and again, I wish I wrote the time down exactly that they last ran, but you would think by now they've had maybe 20 minutes. You do normally know that those cars normally, if they're working hard, would be an hour turnaround. One of the saving graces, and I don't know whether there is a saving grace these days on cars that don't have the clutch in them anymore, is you used to have to get the heat out of the clutch, reset the clutch, do a new clutch call, and that meant, literally either adjusting it in the car or getting it out and doing it all again. That takes time. But now there's the new scenario where everyone runs, if they're running lock-up converters in the cars, they still got to get the temperature out of the transmission to do that. And there's a great range of transmission coolers on the market, BRP, Mood, just to name a couple, that do plug in. You've normally got quick release fittings that allow you to take the transmission fluid, put it through a heat exchanger, get rid of the temperature, and get that temp right down in the gearbox. So that's not such a bad problem. Getting the engine temp out, well, that's another thing that does take a bit of time to do. Of course, these things normally not running any water at all. So temperature in the engine can or may not be a problem. Obviously, these cars, especially Hemi engines, you're setting the valve lash on every run. So you're checking valve train components religiously per run, checking valve train components and the like. So that's one thing that you will be seeing them down there with the rocker covers off, checking that valve train. Of course, that's not a problem that you deal with 2Js or RBs. You're not setting lash or anything on those engines between runs. They're all pretty well all set up, pre-set up. And that way, the valve train's pretty stable. But anything with push rods and rockers and retainers and everything like that, that's the stuff you got to check on those push rod engines especially. So that's something that they can't overlook. The rotors, well, again, you're not needing to turn too much around on a rotary engine. It's nothing to really check there as long as you've still got compression in each rotor. There's not much you can do as far as the engine. There's not much you can even do if there was a problem. So that's just another thing. So yeah, that Pro Mod thrash is ongoing. Alrighty, so this is one of our first finals, and I don't expect them all to roll through in the next 5 minutes each. We're going to we've got a final ready, so we're going to do the final of this one. So this is the final of J275, brought to us by Boost Line Connecting Rods. Keith Hards and Alex Whitehead. Let's forget what they ran leading up to the final here. All of that we can throw away right now. What matters what happens in this final. J275, final run for these cars tonight. They were deemed to be the best of the J275 field. Keith Hards, XW Falcon. I do think this is about 440, 450 cubic inches of small block Ford. I know it may have had just baby 88mm turbos on it. It's pretty tight under the bonnet of Fair XW, I can tell you. 4,000 pounds, radial tyre, leaf spring, that's what it is. 730s this car, 200 mile an hour. Beside him, Alex Whitehead from Moondah in South Australia. So we've got a Victorian against the South Aussie. So where's all the South Aussie fans out there? Clap, cheer and whistle. We're going to cheer a South Aussie home? Are we going to cheer a South Aussie home? All right. Can he do it? It's going to be maybe a little bit of an underdog moment if he can, because there's a fair bit of muscle in the XW. But hey, he got into the sevens, Alex Whitehead. He's from Moondah against Allansford Victoria's Keith Harts. And he's bringing a 3.8 litre D-stroker Barrett to the mix. So here we go. Our first final, and we'll take a few minutes to soak it all in as well. Keith Hards, Alex Whitehead, going to Bump City in J275 final. Our first final for Adelaide Jambo. Clean green, he's out, the XW was out, he's got a fair few car lengths there. The utility's trying to haul him in, but the XW, Keithy Hards, 748 beats a 776. A great final between the two, 189 mile an hour, 052. How can you argue with that? Keith Hards, 052 off the button, and the win. Alex Whitehead, 232. 133 in the 60 for Keith, 137 for Alex. Half track, 493 for the XW. 510 for the Falcon utility, and a lot of hugs and applause and everything. Good to see the crowd getting in behind the South Aussie, but I tell you what, that XW is a hard car to beat when it's dialed in, and the big 4,000 pound XW is a winner in J275, our first finals winner, Keith Hards. And how good is that for the Victorian team? That's a great run there from the XW, and off the button too for Keith, 052. A great battle all the way down the racetrack, and Alex did not give up at all. 776 in the final at 181 mile an hour. From all indications here on the screen, that's a PB for the car as well. So when they do come back down in front of the return road, we'll give them all a nice big round of applause. If you don't hang around to the trophy presentations a little bit later on, it's your last opportunity to probably show your appreciation to these cars. Just some of these amazing vehicles we've seen today. And I know out there we'd all love to be able to run at a Jambo or a drag strip or whatever. And, you know, sometimes, you know, that it starts as a dream, can become a reality. And if you do need any help along the way, plenty of people in the industry that back us here at Jamboree are able to help you, like Garrett, like Boost Line, like Speedflow. Yeah, Wiseco as well. All of our great companies we've talked about. Fueltech as well, Summit, Real Street. As we said, Garrett. We've just got a amazing industry support, and if you do want to maybe one day turn that dream into reality and go racing at a Jambo, well, you've got to start somewhere. Have a look at some of our classes that we've got on offer. Didn't quite get to show you every single class here this weekend that we've got, but a fairly decent cross-section of them. Grab yourself an automobile and start building, start dreaming. Could be you out there at a Jambo in the future. And it's got to start somewhere. I know it kind of looks like big leagues now when you see where the level is. But, you know, as we see in Street Compact and all of that, you can still come in at Street Compact. In fact, we'd love some of you people out there now watching to maybe perhaps consider Street Compact next time. It doesn't matter whether you run 17s, 18s, 19s, 20, mind you. That's a tough field to bite through no matter what with Dial Your Own Racing. It very well could be exactly that. I'm trying to remember the very first year I did a Jamboree. It was maybe 90... I don't know whether I ran my Mazda Capella in the early days back when they were worth nothing. Now they're worth something. Your Volvo 740 for Janie. I may have been just my little 180B. I don't think I ran my little Datsun 1600, but I think I ran my 180B. I think in 93, and would you believe in 1993, I was turbocharged. There was only 3 other turbo cars at that event. Crazy. Look where it is now. The NA cars are the ones that are about the only ones that don't. Everyone else seems to be turbocharged. All right, our second final, it is modified 10.5 thanks to Mainline Dyno. The attrition rate saw these guys whittle down. It was always going to be a final between Peter Kogorski and Sean Lazarovsky. 2 Victorians, so no South Aussies to cheer for here. 2 Victorians in the final. VL turbos, both sides of the racetrack on modified 10.5. So 10.5 up to a 10.5 inch wide slick if you want. And both guys in the 8-second zone. So this will be a fairly decent final. We didn't see any we didn't see any elapsed reaction time sharper than what we've already got for light of the night. All right, here we go. A double RB Bump City coming up for you folks one more time. The VLs modified 10.5 final. Off they go, clean greens, not much to write home about, so a nice tight race to half track, just a little bit better for Kogorski, gets to the final, finish line, 8.23 the win over an 8.64. Great side-by-side win and great side-by-side race, 8.23 beats an 8.64 in the final of modified 10.5, 4.70 reaction time to a 5.15 reaction time, 1.27 in the 60 foot for Kogorski, 1.32 for Lazarovsky. And a great side-by-side race in the final of modified 10.5 between the 2 VLs. And the crew's very, very happy with that result. So Billet Jays, and who knows, here he goes. Keith is back. Give him a round of applause as he comes back. The XW, absolutely stoked for the XW to clean up the win. And quite frankly, what a tough competitor any day of the week. And considering that last weekend he was at Willowbank belting out 440s. 440s? Yeah, I think he's been nearly that hard. I know that, we have an OG 275 class where they can run down to 460 on an index there, and that car was getting an absolute caning 7 days ago at Willowbank. So that's, you talk about commitment, that's kind of the commitment we're dealing with here in today's modern drag racing world. Teams that will travel the country to attend really good drag racing events. Our Kenda Radial events are a second to none, pretty much world standard, and does bring all the other tough radial cars. That is one of Australia's toughest still streetable radial cars. We've got plenty of tough purpose-built machinery out there as well, but Keithie's thing's still relatively tame in comparison to some of the radial weapons that we've got out there running deep into the 3-second zone over the 8th. As we said, how far can you expect a 4,000-pound car to go over the 8th? Yes, deep into the 4-second zone. Last weekend, as we said, Keithie was able to do it. Here he is over the quarter, 200 mile an hour, 730s over the quarter mile. Pretty darn impressive, I must admit, and very impressed with that win. All right, I can see another final that's ready to run, and these guys will probably, you guys are going to have to sit around and wait a little bit until we get all of our trophy presentations done and everything like that, because we're still turning time around on the Pro Mods. So the next pairing will be Looks like a modified compact final. Modified compact, here it is. Modified compact brought to us by Speedflow, of course, 25 years plus, putting out some great stuff. And there you go, Frank told us that Keith's doing Drag Challenge next week as well. That's crazy. Is he doing Drag Challenge with the XW next week? That would be nuts. Driving that thing throughout Victoria. And I think, are we here? We got drag. Do we get to the bend for Drag Challenge here next week? I think we do. So that's another crazy achievement. 3 weekends in a row. 3 weekends in a row running the XW around the country. There you go. Told Frankie last night, I didn't think he'd be doing it in the XW. He might have had another toy in the shed, but wow, that's some commitment to be able to run fair XW 3 weekends in a row. At how many tracks? 4 or 5 different tracks in 3 weeks. That'll be crazy. All right, here we go. 9.50 the dial in for Danny Quilty. 9.47 for Ben Clark. Another South Aussie there. Against Orchid Hills, the New South Wales VL, the final of modified compact. Oh, red light for Quilty. And Benny Clark takes out Adelaide Jambo in modified compact. Quilty 0198 minus. A 68 on a 50 would have been a decent run. Oh, 41 on a 47. That could have been, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Could have been Quilty's win right there, if not for the cherry. Oh, well, the boys, they're not throwing their stuff on the ground and chucking a tantrum. At least they've got smiles. They've still got smiles on the face. Still going to be some celebrations because, yes, you may not win the big J, but you do win a decent Jamboree trophy anyway, Danny Quilty. So there we go. Oh, yeah, so there we go. He is doing Sean McCann. Thank you, Sean. He's doing Drag Challenge next week in the XW. So it was already a fair XW. It's now gone into epic proportions if you take the XW as on the Drag and Drive next week, Street Machine Drag Challenge, running at Mildura, the Bend, I think, as well. So that's going to be pretty hectic for the XW. You tell me there's a fair bit of work to be done on that thing between now and next week, no doubt about it. I don't know what you do for that. Do you keep all of that aggro stuff in it? Do you do cam change? Do you get the valve train loads down on that? I don't know what. How much of Fair XW's engine are we going to modify towards Drag Challenge next weekend if Keithy's going to indeed do that? That's the sort of superhuman efforts that does kind of discourage the mere mortals to try and get involved. I don't know, did we? So that final is done. Give the round of applause for our VLs that just came back there. May they live forever. May they live another 40 years, right? So I can't believe we're nearly 40 years for the VL Commodore, but geez, they look as brand new as they did when they rolled out in 1986-ish. The magic VL Commodores. Nowhere else in the world gets to and here's another one. Benny Clark, another winner. There we go. The VLs everywhere. It's about as many VLs as we can give at the pointy end of the year. Another VL, the winner there, Benny Clark in modified compact. Yeah, the Bend, Portland, and Mildura. So that's our three tracks it's ending up at, Shawnee, isn't it? So here at the Bend, Portland, and then Mildura. And Danny Quilty, commiserations, runner-up. But hey, thanks for the memories. Thanks for the big wheelie during qualifying there too, Danny. But a cherry in the final. Not to be, but hey, look, stick around for trophy presentations because yeah, there is a trophy for the runner-up. You don't just walk away with nothing. You'll end up with something if you get to a Jambo final. Danny Quilty, runner-up here tonight. All right, so a couple more finals to be determined, and as you can see, like we're just trying to pace ourselves to give a few more minutes to our Pro Mod guys. That essentially the ones that need that turnaround time. Because we are so close to the last few runs of the night, folks. And we hasn't dragged on to obscure hours of the morning. sometimes it can. I don't know what time we finished Brisbane Jamboree. What time did we finish Sunday night for Brisbane Jam? It was a ridiculous time of night on a Sunday night. But here is the final of Street 289, brought to us by Summit Racing Equipment. Piston versus Rotor. New South Wales versus Victoria. Connor Fakinos and Corey Hunter. Corey, the 1800cc Gemini. Corey Hunter, best today of a 9:21. Connor Fakinos, the best today of a 9:08. It is a 12A on board for Connor. Of course, no dial-ins here. We're running them through to the finish line. May the best man win. Corey and Connor. Street 289 final. Thank you, Summit Racing Equipment, for Street 289. Oh, straight in, boys, straight in. It's about who gets the boost up first. Corey's out there, Connor's there too, trying to get the boost up. Both guys just went into stage. Corey's rolling through. Corey gets the shoots out. Corey wins Street 289. Connor comes through and goes 10.61. But considering the day they have had, there is a Jamboree, a big billet J coming home to the Hunter family. Oh boy, the head scratching, the navel gazing, everything they could possibly do. Considering the horror trip they had to Brisbane as well, not the ideal trip up to Willowbank for the 35th running of Jamboree for the Hunter family, but here they are, still making the commitment and coming down to Adelaide to finish off their Jamboree season and to take the old school Gemini to the final and bring home a Street 289 big billet J. I hope it's all made it worth it, considering that, today it wasn't the best possible day for the team. In fact, it was probably the crappiest couple of qualifiers they could ever have. Darren was scratching the noggin. Still don't think they got to all their problems, but they still just turned up and they still just got there, no matter what. Just keep turning up, and you know what? Sometimes you just got to Bradbury your way over the finish line. And sometimes it's going to be brilliance. Sometimes it's going to be a Bradbury. Was that a Bradbury moment? I'll leave that up to them to tell us when we get to trophy presentations at the end. And the end is, you would assume, not too far away. We've just about done nearly all of our finals. And we're still trying to burn up a bit of time because we're still turning the pro mods around. It'll be a barn burner final. It's the final we've all been waiting for. It's I don't know. It's bigger than a Mike Tyson, Logan Paul fight. It's bigger than any of the other stuff we see. You know, bigger than McGregor and who was the boxer that he fought there. It's bigger than all that. That was a kind of a couple of hyped up competitions that sort of ended up being a fizzer. This is Zap and Ricker, the two hottest door car drivers in this country right now. And when I say that, we should put Saccharides in there as well with the 42 yesterday as well. So he's one of the other ones that has put a big number down and is definitely on the map here in Australia. But at the moment, as far as, wins, Zap's way out there as far as probably still our winningest. I mean, Victor in his prime was probably the winningest door slammer drive for a fair while before Zap's come in. And it was always Victor and Zap. And then Zap, of course, Victor semi-retired / retired out of the sport, and Zap just kept on racing. And Zap's probably still one of the winningest door slammer drivers we've ever seen in this country. Johnny Ricker's on his way to the top. Achieved a fair bit in the radial world, and it's, can't believe he ran pro mod in the States, got nearly to the final, and then turned the thing around on radials, I think, a week later, and went a few rounds there. So that car's done a few laps already this year, and some great achievements both sides of the world. And I'm sure if Zap ever took that HQ to the States, he'd definitely ruffle a few feathers and raise a few eyebrows. See, that's the sort of thing we got to think, you know what? Zap's good, but go and run that thing on the other side of the world, and I'm sure you'd blow a few people's minds with the old HQ over there. There ain't nobody ever seen a car like that before. That would be crazy to see Zap's rat upset a few of them over there. George Ritchie and Corin Wickham. Here we go. We've got two South Aussies. There we go. Two South Aussies in the final. 11.31 and a 10.60. 11.31 getting chased by 10.60. This is Street Compact final. Clean green, clean green. Tell you what, reaction times, not the best reaction times both sides of the racetrack at all. I thought they'd be a bit sharper than that. The trainer's trying to get it. In fact, the whole shot means the VL's probably going to dictate. 11.85 for Corin Wickham. Wins Street Compact here in Adelaide. George Ritchie, 11.69. But it's hard to win a race when you do a reaction time of 1.11. 1 second reaction time in a final normally won't get you too far unless you get another Bradbury moment like breakouts and things like we've already seen today. But hey, look, a runner-up J is better than no J, and that's what he's going to get. He's going to get himself that runner-up trophy there for the Holden Tirana, but a great final in Street Compact as well. So Street Compact done, winners done in Street Compact, winners done in J275, and they were technically going to be nearly near the end, but they were the first final. Final in Street Compact, one and done. Final in Modified Compact, one and done. Final in Street 289, one and done. Modified 10.5 done. Just that dial your own final, and then our Pro Compact, Factory Extreme and Pro Mod. So it looks like on schedule, dial your own, Pro Compact, Pro Mod, Factory Extreme, and that'll be the way we finish our finals here tonight. And we're at that time. I should have put the old stopwatch on it when the guys ran that last round to see just exactly how much time we've got to turn the Pro Mods around, just to see. I know that they're going as fast as they can. They're professional teams. They're definitely not... they're not deciding to get the barbecue fired up now. It'd be all game time down there. It would be... Hey? Oh, it'd be focused like you wouldn't believe. Wouldn't believe. And not that I would probably want to put this info out there, but I think we've got to mention it. Word was around that the new kids on the block with their lollipops hanging out of their mouth, they were going to have their lollipops snatched out of their mouth, and the kids basically left there virtually crying with the ice cream on the ground once they take the lollipops out of the kids' mouths. It turns out that the kids, well, they're going to try their darndest to make sure the lollipops don't come out of the mouth. All right, they're towing back right now. Here's our Street 289 winner. Give him a round of applause. Corey Hunter in the Holden Gemini. Give him a round of applause. And isn't it great? Because as much as we were talking about how timeless the VLs are, well, I think the old little Geminis have still got another 50 years plus left in them, as long as the Hunter family is around and many of our other fellow Gemini nuts. So put your hands together. Considering the day that Corey's had up till now, he might be the first to admit it's a bit of a Bradbury moment, but you've got to keep turning up. And that's what they did. And the Hunter family have, they've travelled all the way from Victoria to Willowbank before for a Jambo. And again, not the best result for that car this year. They keep working on it. Dad keeps thrashing on the thing. Here's our finalists in Street Compact. Give them a round of applause as well. It's one thing to turn up at a Jambo. It's another to try and get to the final. And that's our Street Compact finalists. Another VL. Wow, how many VLs have we got? 1, 2, 3 VLs in the final. That's a sign of the times in a way, isn't it? Out of 3 finals, 3 VLs are the winners. And that is good to see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thumbs up means that the Pro Compact final, thanks to McKern and Associates, is about to happen. And from what I can see, thumbs up both sides. It is going to be a paired run. I know we've had a few people going, oh, why all the singles? And, well, the attrition rate showed a few paired solos today as a result of attrition. But guess what? Finals time, no such thing. Everyone's ready for the final. I don't know where to put the money. I love them both. Great teams. We got one from Golden Grove in South Australia, so I know we're going to have a lot of South Australians on Marcus Pepe's side. Where's all those South Australians out there cheering on Marcus Pepe? Righto. What about the Queenslanders? What about Sup G? Anyone cheering on Sup G out there? I'm biased. I'm good mates with the Dodds family. I love Marcus as well. So may the best team win again. It's a win for Boostworks anyway. And here we go. What hot rods we've got here. Sup G in the water. Marcus Pepe ready to go as well. And no team orders here. It's about may the best team win, I'm sure. They just want to put on a great side-by-side drag race, these two. The RX-8, the RX-7. With the swoopiest RX-7 you've ever seen out there. Alan Dodd, if you remember the RX-2, what up G? What an attitude, what a beauty. And it's still on the back of the trailer. It looks so good, that picture of the RX-2. We've got a sticker on the back of the Diggles family wagon. And it's that little What Up GRX2 on the back. Plus our big Spot On sticker as well. We've even got a Rising Force on there. We've got Phil Penny. We snuck a Phil Penny sticker on there as well. And I don't have a little Janie sticker. She seems to hold them here to give them out. I don't have any fold. I don't know how. Give it to me back at the hotel. I'll pack it in. All right, Terry Dales sent his text in to say it's Dodsy. Thinks he's up for Dodsy. I just want to see a great side-by-side run between these guys. Pro Compact. Both guys ready to go. Marcus, Allen. A great Pro Compact final coming up here. McKern and Associates. Big shout out to McKern family. Jen Dodd puts the big good luck kiss and smack on the roof of the RX-7. Here we go, gentlemen. Engage. Off you go. Oh, red light to Marcus, and it's Water. It's Sup G. He'll get the win. Marcus has had a crack at the tree. Dodsy's trying to get a run down there, and it is he's trailing down a 0.30 red light for Marcus Pepe. And a 1.45 reaction time there for Alan Dodd. They both dropped the clutch. And from then on, well, the red light tells the story. Talk about trying to cut the best light possible against your opponent. And how about that? How about that coming down to Adelaide? And Sup G takes one home for the Queenslanders at the very least. Marcus, he was going to try hard. It goes to show the respect the guys have got for each other. Could have left on a safe light, but decided, you know what, I want to have a crack at the tree there. The red light shows a win there for Alan Dodd, and I'm sure the team will be stoked. You can see lots of support there on the start line from the Pack and Sadek teams for both, but I think they've got a soft spot for the little dreadlocked concreter from Queensland that is in there every single time, representing Pro Compact as well as he can in the Sup G. And wow, our first sort of, well, two cherries. I think Quilty already cherried, and there's one there from Marcus. So a win there for Alan Dodd, and runner up there for Marcus Pepe. A Pro Compact final was shaping up to be a cracker, but red lights and just not perfect runs both sides of the racetrack. Terry Dale's toasting the rotaries. So toast the rotaries. Rotaries are the winner. He goes, drag racing's the winner. Rotaries are the winner. So our Pro Compact final, slight anticlimax, but still got to be there. You got to be there to win it. Slight Bradbury moment, maybe. There won't be any asterisks on the Billet J when they pick up their Billet J. There won't be a slightly lucky win. It's not going to be there on the Billet J. It's in the history books. Adelaide Jambo 2025. This is a cracking final here as well. Dial your own final. Pretty decent field, and here they are. A dragster versus a sedan. Slight adjustment on the dial in for Stephen Nussbachtel from Williston in South Australia. Adriana Cartledge from Kilmore in Victoria. Where's all our South Australians again? Come on, we've got to get the Chimera over the line. Come on, where's all the Chimera fans? Come on. Can we get a South Aussie over the line here in the final? The South Aussie Chimera, the Victorian dragster. Great dial your own final. 9.51 the dial, getting chased by a 7.03. 2.48 seconds. 6 and a bit lights on the Christmas tree head start to the Chimera. Now I've just seen a change in the dial into 8.51. They want to, I don't know whether they want to check that again. I thought it was a 9.51. It says here is just, it says 9, I can see 9.51. Boys, check your dial real quick. 9.51 on the window. Just check your readout boards. Check your readout boards. I'm seeing that right now. You want to pull that up before you go in. That's got to be a 9, not an 8. I can see it on the window. There we go. Quick tweak. Because again, if you go into stage, you're accepting everything that's out there in front of you. That little red, you see that little red display in front of the Christmas tree. There we go. 9.51 again. All right. Don't know why it cracked into an 8. It's 9. Back to, as we said, 6 and a bit lights on the Christmas tree. Head start to the Chimera. Now it's Badgetel against Cartledge. Dial your own finalists right now. You have to earn your right to be here too. It was some great racing today. So shallow staging, Adriana. So shallow. Oh, red light, there we go. Having another crack at the tree. That's all you can do is have a crack. And it's going to be Adriana Cartledge taking the win and dial your own. An 06 and an 03. And yeah, look, it's cutting the tree so fine. You know what happens. You cut the tree so fine and sometimes you end up with a red light. It's proof that you're definitely trying. I'm sure you'd just about kick yourself just as hard if you were late as a racer than you would if you cut a cherry. It's just the disappointment comes to you faster. If you cut a lazy light, like a bad light, and you come back after the run and you go, how did I go? No, you lost. And you look at your time slip and you're late, you've probably got the same feeling overall than you would if you've cut a red light. It sucks either which way. Losing sucks either which way. But you know what? There is a big consolation of that whether you win or lose in a final of the Jamboree. Just the sides of the billet, Jay. That's all the difference is. I mean, you're still going to have a trophy that you've never probably had before on the mantelpiece, and it's going to mean just the same. And look, congratulations and commiserations to all of our winners and runners-up. But I don't even rate the runners-up as a commiseration. That's a another congratulations. Congratulations to our winners. Congratulations to our runners-up. Congratulations to all our finalists. Congratulations to all our competitors and our spectators that have come here today. You've helped make our 2025 Adelaide Jambo our biggest one ever, considering this is only our second. So we're doing pretty well. Performances, just as good. Competition, just as tight. Throw in the odd occasional drama round around. Yeah, we get that, but we get that at every Jambo. We can always give you a Netflix script. Can always give you that. We can't write it. It's got to write itself, and it does. By the end of the day, we still don't know how it's all going to end up, and that's exactly what we saw here today. How did it all end up? That's how it ended up. And we've got the, looks like Factory Extreme and then Pro Mods. So here's a few more minutes for the Pro Mods to do their lash and set their valves and get their contraptions together. And we're going to send down the 20B versus RB battle. Give him a round of applause in the final. Marcus Pepe in the final of Pro Compact. Just a cherry here today in the final, but hey, good to see South Aussies representing. And Marcus getting to the final. and just coming up short with that cherry on the line. I think him and Doddsy were ready for a great big race there, but it didn't eventuate. Put your hands together for the Queensland team. Sup G, winner of Pro Compact here at Adelaide Jamboree as he comes on through. Great family, great team, great supporters of Jamboree, and today had to be in it to win it. And Sup G, the winners in Pro Compact. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Precision Turbo and Engine Factory Extreme Final. Round of applause for the Chimera as well. Great final, another red light, but great final. Good to see the Chimera still going. Congratulations to making the final. All right, big bird out there for Rob Margin. So I don't think they had to worry about lane choice. I think they've both got the lane they're happy with. All right, from Ingleburn, New South Wales, Robert Marjan. From Elderslie, New South Wales, Jay Sadek. The Factory Extreme Adelaide Jamboree Billet Jays are going back to New South Wales. We can't change that. Hey, but you know what? They kind of deserve to go back there when they make the commitment to come down to Adelaide with their Factory Extreme vehicles and support Jamboree. What about all the Rotary fans? Who wants the Rotary to win in Factory Extreme? Who wants to go for the Rotors here tonight? Who's going for Zeus? Who's going for the RB tonight? Piston or Rotor? Piston or Rotor. Now, Jay's got two lights on. We're in. We're away. What's happened? Boys, I can't believe it. Two bulbs and they're away. Marjan goes all the way through and goes 5.99 in the final, and it is Zeus. 5.99 in the final, 243 mile an hour. Jay Sadek rolls on through. Now again, whether or not there was an issue with the car or not, I don't know. It just, they both, yeah, I know, both put bulbs on and off they went. There was no start line gear or anything. That is the most stunning final I've ever seen in Factory Extreme. Here I am trying to G it up to be a most epic run, which I thought it should have been. Bulbs are on, lights go down, everyone brings up the bulbs, and they're away. Crazy, crazy final. What a nuts final that was. We couldn't write that into the script ever. Didn't think I was going to see that. Look at that, bang, bang. And again, one bulb, two bulb. You put two bulbs on, you would assume, and every single day of the week, you would assume, you know, Rob needs time, put one bulb on, light it up, bump it in. Jay would have probably tried to do the same once he heard Rob come in. But to go bulb, bulb, you're kind of sitting there exposed a little bit. Look at all the happy, smiley faces coming back. Great to see a Rotor in the final again. But what a funny final indeed that was. That was a crazy, I've never seen a Factory Extreme final like it. Bulbs, bulbs. Sit there, spend 3 seconds spooling it up, and it's like, oh, well, I've got boost, off I go. I've got boost, off I go. Nuts. No stress in the bump or anything like that. I suppose they wanted to save themselves the stress, but I was ready to let it rip there, but have to save that for the Pro Mod final then. I had a bit saved for the Factory Extreme final, which I thought was going to be a barn burner. Low sixes from Jay Sadek. 6.1s in testing. World's quickest and fastest automatic rotary, period. Even before today, had all the potential there to at least stick it to the piston brigade, and then two bulbs were away. But it'll go down in history any which way as a winner and runner-up in Factory Extreme Year 2025 Adelaide Jamboree. So that leaves us with one more situation to come, and I can see a little bit of movement behind the tunnel. I can see some vehicles coming up, and I dare say we have a black Camaro, we have a HQ Holden, and we are about to see, I don't want to G it up too much, but yeah, probably the most epic slammer run in the. Hey, round of applause for Adriana as she comes back, winner of the Dial Your Own category. Well done, Adriana. What a great final indeed it was. chopping through the opposition and doing very well in the Dial Your Own category here today, and hope to have you back again. But this potentially does have an epic proportion about it. The very first time these two men have met each other on the same racetrack at the same time. And yes, all of the conjecture about, 540s out of the Camaro, is it door slam illegal? The answer was no, it's not. Is it lighter than a door slammer, than a top door slammer? Yes, it is. Does it have a supercharger that's not allowed to be run here in Australia in the top door slammer class? Yes. Yes, there's a few things that it didn't have that makes a door slammer compliant. That would be the reason why the thing's on average 2 to 3 tenths quicker than everything else that's been out there. However, this is Outlaw Pro Mod at Jambo level, so we don't worry about all of that sort of stuff. It's just about a whole bunch of quick door cars racing against each other, turbos. It's more about the power adders than anything. Forget weights, forget this, forget that. Turbos, blowers and nitrous, the way door car racing should be. And for too many years in this country, we haven't quite had all of that in the one class. We've wished it for years. It hasn't really ever eventuated. It kind of has come on the last couple of years, but then with a 585 index to try and, I suppose, equal it up, make it, put a platform in there that makes it affordable and approachable. But we still haven't seen balls to the wall door car racing side by side until Jambo. And it's now come to here, the end of 2025, the last Pro Mod hit of the year. YSK Performance Products Outlaw Pro Mod Final. And we've never had him run at a Jambo before, so it's quite the honour and a blessing to have the likes of one of our biggest door slammer racers in this country, John Zappia, here at Jambo against John Ricker. Put a round of applause for Jason Eck, making to the final in Salupa, the quickest auto rotary in the world in the 6.1s, and Salupa in the final, Thatcher Extreme, the young gun towing back, and good to see the Sadek and Pack team there cheering the young guy on. Thatcher Extreme, a cracking bracket, and good to see Rotor versus Piston in that final. But back to two guys that we can proudly say are Aussie door slammer racers. Zap's not only, of course, got the reputation, multiple time top door slammer champion. I was proud as, when he had to, what were those guys years ago? Sesame Street Outlaws, they turn up here and ran a couple of times. Remember Lutz race Zap there. It wasn't even on anyone's radar until basically they turned up, and then there's Lutz going, oh, that's a pro mod, I can't race a pro mod. If you ran a fridge magnet over Jeff Lutz's car, you'd have to put it in selected spots to find the metal in that thing as well. So smoke and mirrors. And then literally the way that Zap was portrayed in that, I thought, you know what, if they ever came back, Zap would probably be prepared to probably whip up on him if he was given a bit more time. I was proudly Australian the day when I saw Lutz and Zap run. And I know if there was ever a rerun, you could just about sell tickets, standing room only, if that ever happened. Round of applause for Zeus, the winner of Thatcher Extreme, Rob Marjan. Here he is, Thatcher Extreme winner here today. And the Croydon team, after, of course, that nasty incident at Brisbane Jamboree earlier this year with the transmission fluid fire and all that deal. Here he is, gets out of the car. Rob Marjan, the Thatcher Extreme finals winner. He had to put it on the line. He had to come from behind, essentially. It was almost a come from behind moment to be able to get to the final and then have to put down the number and perform when he had to, and they've done that. And a great win there for the Aussie build R35, the Aussie build engine combo. You couldn't get a more Aussie Thatcher Extreme car than that. Proudly built, tuned, raced in this country. And I know if Zeus ever decided to go over and beat up over in the United States, he'd probably do very well with it as well. So lots of handshakes, high fives and hugs down there. George Dazewski giving him a hug, Anthony Took down there, cheering him on. And, crazy final. Crazy final. Just bulbs, in they go. Give it a couple of seconds and off they went. So that's our Thatcher Extreme final. We can't wait to celebrate with those guys. But look at this final right now. If we knew this could have been a pay-per-view, we could have done a pay-per-view. If you were to say, listen, these two are going to race each other until someone taps out, that would be a pay-per-view. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Are you ready for the Pro Mod final? Last run of the night. Johnny Ricker from Point Cook in Victoria. John Zappia from Beebra Lake in WA. Johnny Ricker has run this Camaro in the United States amongst some of the and qualified in a 64-car Pro Mod field over there. So have a look at some of the things on Johnny Ricker's resume that he's achieved already in racing. Now look, not a multi-time top door slammer champion in this country, but gone and raced the very best in the United States and come up pretty well. Now that's a credential that Zap can't even claim to. Zap has raced in the States, but barely. Raced, I think, the Noonan car once or twice, but has Zap actually competed? Again, I'd love to see the HQ go to the States and blow a few minds myself, because it'd blow people's minds over there. But here we go, Zap and Ricker in the final. I hope everyone is going to watch this with as much intent as it deserves. One of the biggest matchups in Australian door car history, I'd have to say. Outlaw Pro Mod final, Camaro versus HQ. 511 cubic inches of Noonan, the Aussie Noonan in the Aussie HQ. Johnny Ricker, 514 cubic inches. I don't know of what origin the Hemi is. Could be Proline screw blown Hemi. That's a bit of a thing happening and coming on trend. 3 cubes, the difference between them. Aero, maybe the Camaro Swoopia. I can tell you who's got more downforce at speed will be John Zappia.
You think?
Absolutely.
Was that big Zapp on the back of the car?
Absolutely. Here we go. A final of epic proportions. Outlaw Pro Mod final. And I can't wait for the 2026 season when I'm sure we'll see them again race. But here they are for the first time ever on Australian soil. John Ricker, John Zappia. May the best John win. Oh, Ricker red lights, it's all Zappia's. It is all Zaps, Ricker red lights. And what a sign of respect. 544 beats a 559. Geez, we haven't seen Zap go a 50 in a while. 544, 001 minus. 001 minus. Talk about a guy that wanted Zap bad. He wanted it bad. Big time bad. And he's not going to get it tonight. History will show one of the baddest door slammer races of all time. 544 beats a 559 minus 001 cherry for Johnny. He won't be happy about the cherry, but it just goes to prove. Have a look at Zap's reaction time. 149 off the tree. Zap left a little bit on the tree. Ricker didn't leave anything. 001 minus. 001 minus red light. One of the biggest races of the year. Half track 361 for Ricker, 369 for Zappia. 937 in the 60 foot for Johnny Ricker, 957 in the 60 foot there for John Zappia. As we said at half track, 361, 211 for the Camaro, 369, 207 for the HQ. Crazy run in the final. 369, 207, 361, 211, 460 to 1,000 foot. 544, 269 for Ricker. Zappia, 559, 258. You got to admit, folks, what a final. Clean greens would have been ideal, but sometimes the cherry will pop up when you want it bad enough and you want to be on time and not late. And that is one that John has, well, I shouldn't say he threw away. How close to perfect. Imagine if he went 000 right then. That would have been unheard of. Unheard of, folks. Folks, you got to admit, What a cracking final it was. What a cracking Jambo it is there at the Bend. If you are travelling home, have a safe trip home. Be safe on the way home. Feel free to hang around. We are going to do trophy presentations down at the scrutineering shed.
Come and meet the stars of Jamboree.
Come and meet the stars of Jamboree and get some of that great winners' circle atmosphere that will be winding up. The party's just getting started, and we'll be celebrating all winners and runners-up, as well as some of our great awards for crew, light of the night, best wheelie, best burnout. We've got some winners there for that. So that's going to happen down at the scrutineering shed. So, folks, it's been great that you've joined us here in 2025 throughout the year, Brisbane, Sydney, and, of course, Adelaide to finish off the year. And you got to admit, we're on the up and up. We're on the growth curve is continuing to go upwards. The industry's just as excited as it always has been. And more importantly, the fans and the races are still pumped to be doing Jambo now and into the future. So on behalf of myself, Chris Diggles, Janie Smith, the Overtaking Lane and the Real Street live stream, the Bend Raceway, the Dragway, with all of the fantastic officials that have helped out. Of course, Andra as well. All of our great volunteers. Thank you very much. And if you are heading home, good night. If you want to stick around, well, we're happy to...
a big thank you to Kelly as well.
Oh, yeah,
having to watch from home.
Yeah, how'd you go down there, Cal? How'd you go, Cal? Well, I'm sure you're right. I'm sure we'll have a few points to talk about. But you got to admit, what a cracker. What a crack. You've done a really good job from a couple of thousand Ks away as well. And we'll wrap up the rest of it here for you. And good night, but not goodbye.